The story begins on the northern frontier of the Kingdom of Crasses, a dark and desolate place. A huge castle stands in the darkness, with soldiers lined up, ready for an imminent battle. Duke Aaliyah, lord of the northern frontier, watches the scene in disbelief. His face, marked by age and worry, reflects the gravity of the situation. Before them stands a horde of the undead. Their eyes glow with a malevolent red as they advance, a nightmare made real. The zombies, with their decaying bodies and tattered clothes, move with an insatiable thirst for blood, an army straight out of the depths of hell. Duke Aaliyah murmurs to himself, overwhelmed. The number of undead is unimaginable, and to make matters worse, a terrifying poisonous fog spreads across the battlefield. Suddenly, a soldier shouts, pointing at something in the distance, his voice full of panic. The Duke turns, alarmed, to see what has caused such a commotion. Emerging from among the undead appears an imposing figure. The undead knight Yuren, mounted on a skeletal steed and wrapped in an aura of pure evil. Yuren's reputation precedes him. He is so powerful that not even 10 high-ranking knights fighting to the death could guarantee victory against him. The soldier, terrified, begs the Duke to retreat. With their current forces, it is impossible to win. He suggests falling back and preparing for a siege. But the Duke flatly refuses. The northern wall has already fallen. If the city gate also gives way, the nation will be finished. Retreat is not an option. With iron determination, the Duke declares that they must stop them, no matter the sacrifice. But just then, something unexpected catches his attention. A streak of speed cuts across the battlefield. Someone on horseback charges directly toward the horde of undead at breathtaking speed. The Duke and his soldier stare in shock. Who is charging so recklessly toward certain death? Then the soldier recognizes him with a gasp. It is Lord Yuren Rox, sent from the southern Marquisate of Rox. His arrival is as sudden as lightning in the night. This is the protagonist, Yuren Rox. With unshakable confidence, he draws his preferred weapons, a pair of daggers ready for slaughter. However, his opponent is the fearsome Yuren. Doubt hangs in the air. How could anyone face such a powerful being with mere daggers? The idea seems absurd. Daggers against the undead knight who has massacred so many. It seems like a suicidal mission. Killing Yuren is impossible. That is the general belief. But one of Yuren's daggers flies through the air, defying all logic and expectation. Yuren's attack hits Yuren head-on. It is no ordinary attack. A strange energy wraps around the undead knight, causing a violent and unexpected reaction. The Duke and his soldier cannot believe what they are seeing. The soldier shouts, completely stunned, What? Yuren is melting. With chilling calm, Yuren Rox watches the result of his attack. How is such a feat possible? His power seems to defy all understanding. And he is not done. His daggers, imbued with a mysterious power, pierce the heads of the other zombies with lethal precision, stopping them cold. The terrifying undead, who moments earlier seemed invincible, now dissolve like wax, consumed by the strange power of Yuren's dagger. Yuren Rox stands tall in the middle of the battlefield, a solitary figure surrounded by the remains of his enemies. An entire horde of undead, melting with a single attack. Such overwhelming power leads the witnesses to wonder if he might be a saint sent from the heavens. But the man at the center of it all, this hero named Yuren Rox, simply scoffs at the idea. A saint? Ha, don't make me laugh. However, this powerful warrior is not the Yuren we will come to know. To understand who he really is, we must go back in time. The scene rewinds 6 months before the great battle. A young man wakes up abruptly, his red eyes full of confusion. He finds himself in a luxurious and unfamiliar room, wondering where the hell he is. A female voice addresses him as young master, adding to his confusion. The young man touches his face, completely in shock. He does not recognize the place, the voice, or even himself. Standing before him is Erin, a beautiful white-haired woman dressed in a strange uniform with a sword at her waist, which surprises him even more. Erin asks with genuine concern if he is okay, but he can barely form a response, still trying to process the situation. Seeing how disoriented he is, Erin decides she will call a priest immediately. He tries to stop her, stammering a protest. He raises a hand in a failed attempt to stop her, asking for an excuse to speak. But it is too late. Erin has already left before he can ask her a single question, leaving him alone and frustrated. Alone once again in the opulent room, he sits on the bed, the question echoing in his mind, where the hell am I? As he looks around, something catches his attention out of the corner of his eye, prompting another exclamation of surprise. He approaches a mirror and horror takes hold of him. The reflection staring back at him is not his own, but that of a fat and unfamiliar young man. No way, what is this? He shouts. A cry of pure despair escapes his lips as he grabs his face. This body is not his. He whines, wondering where his original, sexy, middle-aged self is. He laments his new appearance, that of a chubby brat. Unable to understand what is happening, he reaches the only conclusion that seems logical to him. All of this must be a dream. Hoping that everything will return to normal, he decides to go back to sleep. Maybe, just maybe, when he wakes up, this nightmare will be over. Just as he is about to lie down, the sound of footsteps stops him. A servant announces his presence, saying, "He is awake, young master." The door opens to reveal an imposing and furious man, Marquis Willington Rox. His presence is overwhelming, and the young man freezes in fear while a servant takes his hand. The Marquis's eyes burn with a fiery red rage. The disgrace of this house, he roars. Have you finally decided to wake up? Terrified, the young man wonders who this scary old man is. The servant tries to intervene, suggesting they postpone the punishment since the young master has just awakened. The Marquis simply snorts in disdain, his anger not diminishing in the slightest. He is not in the mood for excuses. An older man, probably a doctor, examines the young man. He notes that for someone who fainted, he is not seriously injured and his mind seems stable. The doctor concludes that it is a relief that most of his injuries have healed. The word relief enrages the Marquis. Relief, don't make me laugh, he shouts. It would have been better if he had died. The Marquis's fury finally explodes, revealing the root of his contempt. He roars, directly accusing him, attacking your own fiancé, you damned bastard. His tirade continues, full of disappointment. You are already 19 years old, he yells, pointing at him. Isn't it time you finally grew up? The Marquis's scolding continues. He yells that even his younger brother has already awakened his aura, while he, the eldest son, only gets fatter day by day. The word aura echoes in the protagonist's mind. It is a concept from the fantasy novels he himself wrote, and hearing it in this situation confuses him even more. The Marquis orders him that, as soon as he recovers, he is to go directly and apologize to her. The protagonist lies on the floor, stunned by the anger of his supposed father. Still processing everything, the protagonist asks weakly, her, not understanding who he means. Your fiancée, Aaliyah, the Marquis roars. He warns him that if Aaliyah does not forgive him, he is finished. The threat is clear. The name Aaliyah sparks a flash of recognition. Stammering, he replies, why yes, sir. The Marquis, furious, asks him if he understands the seriousness of the situation. With one last warning not to dishonor the Rock's family any further, the Marquis shouts his name, Yuren. Hearing that name, Yuren, is the final piece of the puzzle. Absolute terror is reflected in his eyes as the horrible truth begins to fall into place. In a state of shock, he realizes it. The names, the place, everything matches. I'm Yuren Rocks, he asks, his voice trembling. He looks at the man standing before him, the man who just called him Yuren. Then you must be. No way, he points at him, the realization hitting him with full force. Marquis Willington Rocks, he has transmigrated into the very novel he wrote himself. The Marquis is shocked that his son called him by his full name. Willington, you, he says in disbelief and growing anger. Insolent brat, the Marquis slaps him with brutal force. How dare you call your father by his name? The slap sends him flying, the pain sharp and real. There is no doubt this is not a dream. Aaron rushes in at that very moment, letting out a gasp when she witnesses the scene. Sitting on the bed, his cheek burning from the blow, he wonders why he is not waking up from this dream. The pain is too real. This is reality. Aaron approaches, asking again if he is awake and okay. The protagonist looks at her, still stunned. The red mark on his cheek is visible. He recognizes the white-haired woman from his own story and murmurs her name, Aaron. She confirms her identity, and the protagonist's shock intensifies. It really is Aaron. All the characters from his novel are real. Overwhelmed by the situation, he grabs his head in despair. Aaron watches him, confused by his strange behavior. Trying to confirm the facts of his own story, he asks Aaron, the reason I'm here, is it because I went after Aaliyah, got beaten up and passed out? Aaron hesitates for a moment, her expression hard to read, but she does not deny his words. She notices the change in the way he is speaking, more formal than usual, and points it out, but he does not care. He insists, needing confirmation. So Aaliyah knocked me out, right? Aaron, seeing his insistence, simply replies, yeah. Aaron finally gives him the full details. You attacked Lady Aaliyah right here, and she beat you unconscious. Aaron's confirmation is the last straw. The protagonist grabs his head in the middle of a panic attack. Damn it, he whispers, while Aaron watches without understanding. Terror takes over his face. I'm done for. The reality of his situation is worse than he could ever have imagined. Little by little, the panic gives way to grim acceptance. It's clear now. Somehow, I ended up inside the web novel I wrote. But not as the hero. He is reincarnated as the trash villain who picks a fight with the protagonist and dies miserably. He grits his teeth, refusing to accept such a cruel fate. This can't be happening. He keeps denying it, shouting no way, while Aaron, worried, calls out, young master. In his desperation, he blurts out an absurd complaint. This isn't even a webtoon, as if that made the situation any easier to bear. Aaron blinks, completely confused by his strange comment. A webtoon, she wonders, having no idea what he means. Finally, tears begin to flow. He has surrendered to the truth. The self he has possessed is Yuren Rock. He remembers the details of the character he created. In short, he is total scum. No talent, no skills, and he never trains. A parasite who only takes advantage of his family's name. And on top of that, he loses his fiancée to the protagonist of the novel. Filled with rage over his loss, Yuren makes the fatal mistake of attacking the protagonist, only to be easily defeated. And so he meets his end. He dies pathetically in a dark and forgotten alley. Back to the present, despair consumes him. In such an uncertain world, how am I supposed to survive? It is a fantasy world, and he has no idea what abilities Yuren possesses. But then, a ray of hope. As the author, he has prior knowledge. Wait, at least I know the opportunities and the items the protagonist hasn't found yet. This advantage ignites a spark of urgency in him. I need to prepare quickly. With renewed determination, he tries to get out of bed. The effort is immense. Damn it, this body. It's so heavy from all the fat. His pitiful physical condition is his first and biggest obstacle. He collapses from the effort. Aaron rushes to his side, worried, asking if he is all right. Gritting his teeth, he refuses to give up. Not even close, he says, determined to overcome his weakness. Just as he is about to continue, something strange catches his attention and he stops dead in his tracks. Aaron insists that he should keep resting, concerned by his sudden effort. He ignores her words, narrowing his eyes to focus on something he saw for an instant. Wait, I can't see it now. He tries to remember what triggered that brief vision. He thinks about his actions. Could it be, because I frowned before? With that idea in mind, he concentrates and imitates the gesture, hoping something will happen. A ping echoes in his head, and before his eyes, a translucent purple status window appears floating above Aaron. It worked. It is a system like in video games, one that shows a person's abilities and levels. Aaron, unaware of everything, simply wonders why he is staring at her so intensely. It is the famous status window, a common element in the fantasy novels he has read and written. The window clearly shows Aaron's stats: Swift Sword Trait LV, 2, Clear Mind LV, 1, and Aura Adaptation LV, 1, but one stat in particular catches his attention. Aaron, unaware of the window that only he can see, calls out to him again, increasingly worried by his strange behavior. To investigate on his own, he quickly dismisses her. No, I must have gone crazy for a second, he says with a forced smile. I'm fine now, go take care of your duties. Though with a doubtful look, Aaron nods and formally replies, yes, sir. The protagonist watches her leave, making sure he is completely alone. Once alone, he reflects on what he saw. The Swift Sword trait confirms what he himself wrote in his novel. Aaron was always stronger and more talented than ordinary knights. But then he remembers the other stat. Affection, 0. Affection, what does that mean? He wonders in confusion. Affection, what is this, a dating sim? He even thinks it might be because he used to play those kinds of games. An embarrassing memory of his past life as an otaku appears in his mind, making him question the strange design of his own novel world. He remains thoughtful, analyzing the implications of this new and strange system. But he quickly finds the bright side. Wait a second, at least the affection isn't negative. Considering the original Yuren's usual behavior, a 0 is practically a victory. But that's not what matters right now. He shakes his head and runs to the mirror. If he could see Aaron's status, then he should be able to see his own too. He stands in front of his reflection, staring at his unfamiliar face, and concentrates. With determination, he activates the ability once more, his eyes shining with anticipation. Oh, a status window appears over his own reflection in the mirror. There it is, name, Yuren rocks, special condition, morbid obesity, trait, creators ILV 1, Tang clan of Sichuan, locked, synchronization rate, 99.9%. And among all the data, one of them stands out, making his heart stop. Tang clan of Sichuan. Wait, the locked trait Tang clan of Sichuan. It is a name that should not be here, a name that does not belong in his novel. He fondly remembers a wuxia webtoon he loved, one famous for its poison, its hidden weapons, and its attractive heroine. The martial art of poison and hidden weapons, that was the Tang clan of Sichuan, an ability from another world, a power that was not in his original story. This is his chance, his true key to surviving and changing his fate. The protagonist, who has reincarnated into the body of Yuren Rocks, the despised eldest son of a Marquis, realizes that the story of this world is a strange mixture of different works. This revelation leaves him completely shocked and speechless. Suddenly, a malicious smile forms on his face. He has realized that if he can learn the techniques of the Tang clan of Sichuan, a special ability he discovered in his status window, it could be his ticket to surviving in this world and changing his tragic fate. We are introduced to the Tang clan of Sichuan, a clan that appears in Chinese wuxia novels. A prestigious sect from Sichuan province, specialized in poisons and silent assassinations with hidden weapons coated in toxin. A status window appears before Yuren Rocks. It shows his name, a note about his severe obesity and his traits, creators ILV. 1 and, to his surprise, the Tang clan of Sichuan, although the latter is locked. His synchronization rate is 99.9%. Yuren is perplexed. He cannot understand why the Tang clan of Sichuan, a faction from a martial arts world, appears in this medieval fantasy world. The inconsistency leaves him completely confused. However, Yuren's confusion quickly turns into a malicious smile. The idea of being able to unlock such a powerful ability in this world ignites a spark of ambition in his eyes. Elsewhere in the mansion, an imposing figure appears. It is Marquis Rocks, Yuren's father, a stern-looking man with a noble bearing, dressed in a fur-lined cape that denotes his high status. A servant addresses him simply as Marquis. His expression is serious, almost grim, as he glances sideways, clearly worried or displeased about something. The Marquis meets with Aaron, Yuren's personal assistant. He asks him directly whether Yuren has already gotten up. Aaron, with his characteristic white hair, confirms that he woke up a while ago. Concerned, the Marquis asks about his son's condition. From his perspective, Aaron informs him that Yuren still does not seem entirely normal, suggesting that his behavior is unusual. Aaron remembers how Yuren stumbled when trying to get up, showing that his body is still in bad condition and weak after the incident that left him unconscious. The Marquis mutters to himself skeptically. He recalls that Priest Aaliyah had assured him that Yuren's injuries were not deep, which only increases his confusion about his son's condition. Intrigued by Aaron's report, the Marquis asks him if he has noticed anything strange about Yuren's behavior, beyond his physical weakness. Aaron, with a surprised expression, tells him the strangest detail. When he told Yuren to apologize to Aaliyah, instead of flying into a rage as usual, he simply accepted it by saying yes. The Marquis does not believe it. He assumes that his son's personality could not have changed so drastically. He thinks he is only dazed, and that by tomorrow he will be back to normal, swearing revenge against Aaliyah. For a moment, the Marquis seems to harbor a small hope, thinking that perhaps the young master will recover little by little. But his face immediately twists into a grimace of surprise or frustration. The Marquis lets out an exasperated snort and walks away, leaving a perplexed Aaron unable to understand his sudden change in mood. With restrained anger, the Marquis shouts at Aaron, confessing that even he, his own father, has already given up on Yuren. He questions Aaron about why he still believes in him. The Marquis laughs bitterly, almost feeling sorry for Aaron. He says he should have let him live his life as a knight instead of tying him to the service of his unworthy son. Distressed, the Marquis brings a hand to his head, overwhelmed by the difficult situation. Aaron tries to calm him, addressing him respectfully as my lord. But Aaron insists. With conviction, he states that he felt the young master was different today. Although it is difficult for him to explain, he is sure that something has changed in Yuren. The scene changes. Someone, probably Aaron, asks Yuren what he plans to do, with a tone of disbelief at his master's request. Standing in the doorway, Yuren declares his intention. He wants to exercise. He asks Aaron if they have a training ground and orders him to show him the way. Aaron is completely dumbfounded. He cannot believe what he is hearing. He asks Yuren if he is really saying that he wants to train, and right now, on top of that. Yuren confirms it with a firm yes. Seeing the look of astonishment on Aaron's face, he asks firmly if there is any problem with his decision. His eyes shine with a new determination. As they head toward the training ground, Yuren reflects. His creator's eye trait allows him to see stats, which is useful, but the real key, the Tang clan of Sichuan, remains a mystery. He has no idea how to unlock it. Observing his own body with difficulty as he walks, an idea forms in his mind. Perhaps the problem is his severe obesity. It is the only variable he can control right now. With a new clear goal, he decides that the first step is simple: exercise and find a way to overcome his current physical condition. As he walks beside a stoic Aaron, Yuren is already out of breath. He complains, astonished that the mansion's garden is the size of several stadiums combined, and he already feels exhausted. Yuren panics as he thinks about the difficulties of his situation. He knows that if he tries to exercise in his room, his own fat and laziness will drag him back to bed. The mere thought terrifies him. Resolutely, he concludes that home workouts are not for him. As they continue, two maids see them, and with a mixture of surprise and fear, greet them nervously. Yuren notices a pattern. With a grim expression, he realizes that every servant he passes seems to react in the same fearful way. Thanks to his creator's eye ability, a status window appears, revealing one of the maid's affinity, -49, a clear dislike. He crosses paths with another servant, a stern-looking butler. The status window appears again, this time showing an affinity of -74, which translates to extreme disgust. As he moves forward, multiple negative affinity windows appear around him. Hatred, extreme disgust, disgust. With a look of dismay, Yuren realizes the harsh truth. Everyone in the mansion hates him. However, Yuren reflects with brutal honesty. Considering how miserable the original Yuren was, the character he himself created, he admits that he cannot blame them for feeling that way. The road is long, and Yuren's physical condition is terrible. Panting and sweating, he can barely keep up and asks Aaron if they are almost there. They finally reach their destination. Aaron informs him that they are at the third training ground and explains that most knights use the first and second ones, which are closer. Suddenly, a male voice interrupts the scene. A muscular white-haired man, seen from behind, notices their presence and comments that someone has arrived. Immediately, Yuren's creator's eye activates, showing him an alarming notification in bright red, affinity -91, which translates to murderous intent. Yuren freezes in terror. Cold sweat runs down his face as he processes the level of hostility emanating from that person. What, that guy, he thinks, completely shocked. A second status window confirms his worst fears, identifying the man. Name, Aaliyah, trait, fast sword LV. 1, and again the alarming affinity of -91, murderous intent. Aaliyah, an imposing knight with a noticeable scar on his face, turns toward them. In a falsely polite tone, he asks, well, if it isn't the young master himself. With a crooked smile that does not reach his eyes, Recca continues his sarcastic greeting, asking what brings the young master to a place like the training ground. Yuren, recognizing the name from his own novel, points at him, stammering in surprise and fear. "Our Rekka Aaliyah," he exclaims. Rekka simply smiles maliciously. Rekka pretends to feel flattered. "It's an honor that the young master still remembers me. He says, his laugh and expression full of barely concealed resentment. Trying to keep his composure, Yuren lets out a nervous laugh. "Why yeah, of course," he replies, while Rekka's imposing figure and sword loom over him, reminding him of the danger. Panicked, Yuren quickly turns to Aaron and whispers in his ear, completely ignoring Rekka. Aaron, surprised by the sudden gesture, can barely respond. While Rekka watches them from a distance, Yuren asks Aaron in a low voice what happened between him and that night. He urgently needs to know the reason for so much hatred. Aaron, glancing sideways, asks if he really does not remember. Yuren, desperate and lacking the memories of the body he inhabits, confirms that he knows nothing. Reluctantly, Aaron begins to recount the dark past. A flashback shows a violent scene. Aaron explains that a few years ago, when the Marquis tried to force Yuren to train. The story continues. The furious young master of that time called Rekka, who was then only a knight in training, to join his forced training. Aaron finally reveals the horrible truth, pointing to his face for emphasis. "You left a scar on his face with a sword while laughing." Yuren is left speechless, horrified. Aaron concludes that after that, the Marquis gave up and completely abandoned his training. As Rekka Aaliyah exhales coldly, the revelation hits Yuren like a bucket of cold water. He cannot believe the cruelty of his past self. Rekka's gaze is pure venom. His blue eyes shine with deep hatred and a grudge that has waited years to be released, confirming the murderous intent Yuren sensed. Pale and sweaty, Yuren finally accepts it. The character he wrote, the body he now inhabits, was actually irredeemable trash. The weight of Yuren's past actions is now his. Terrified, Yuren stammers that they should run away, or rather, go back. His panicked reaction leaves Aaron confused, while Rekka simply watches in silence, savoring the moment. Recovering his composure, Yuren approaches Aaron and asks in a low voice if there is another training ground, one he can use alone to avoid his new mortal enemy at all costs. Aaron mentions the existence of a fourth training ground. However, he warns him that it is very far away, the facilities are poor, and it is basically an empty field that almost no one uses. Yuren's eyes light up. It is perfect. An isolated place is exactly what he needs. With renewed enthusiasm, he declares that they will go there. If he is going to lose weight, he will do it properly. Although still perplexed by Yuren's erratic behavior, Aaron agrees. With a sigh, he tells Yuren to follow him to the remote fourth training ground. At last, they arrive at the enormous and desolate fourth training ground. Aaron announces their arrival, while Yuren, completely exhausted from the walk, pants as he tries to catch his breath. Yuren looks over the vast, empty space. Although it is not an impressive place, the solitude and lack of spectators make it the ideal site for his plan. His attention focuses on a table full of throwing knives and other small weapons. He remembers a key characteristic of his creation. The Tang clan of Sichuan specialized precisely in that. An idea crosses his mind. With an intense look, he fixes his eyes on the knives, a possible key to unlocking his hidden trait. Believing he might be on the right track, Yuren thinks, maybe, as his hand reaches out and takes one of the throwing knives from the table. Yuren positions himself a considerable distance from some training targets, ready to test his theory. The wooden targets wait motionless, becoming the first objective on Yuren's new path to change his fate. Yuren holds the knife, trying to imitate a throwing stance he has seen in movies. Despite his lack of experience, determination burns in his eye. With a cry of effort, Yuren throws the knife with all the strength he can muster, placing his faith in this single act. However, his obese and untrained body betrays him. The throw is clumsy and completely lacking in technique, causing him to lose his balance. As expected, the knife fails miserably, bouncing off the ground meters away from the target. A complete and utter failure. Yuren's face says it all. He is left with a blank expression, incredulous. He really thought that just by throwing a knife he could unlock his powerful ability. Embarrassed, he glances sideways at Aaron, who has been watching everything the whole time with his arms crossed, showing no expression. To save face, Yuren lets out a forced laugh and shouts, "I was just throwing one for fun, ha ha ha," trying to cover up his embarrassing attempt. Aaron, not fooled, offers him practical advice. He suggests that he should first focus on building his basic stamina. "How about you run a few laps around the field?" he proposes. Yuren accepts the advice and tells Aaron that he will train on his own, giving him the freedom to train however he prefers. Without further preamble, he turns around and starts jogging. Aaron is surprised to see Yuren start running without hesitation. The sound of his determined footsteps marks the true beginning of his arduous path to forge a new destiny. As Yuren runs, panting and struggling with every step, news of his sudden change in attitude spreads. In the mansion, everyone wonders if it is true that Yuren has started training. From his opulent office, Marquis Rox watches from afar. The situation seems strange to him. Although he sees his son's effort, he cannot help but wonder how long this new determination will last. 3 weeks pass. The Marquis, now wearing an expression of genuine surprise, tells Aaron that Yuren has not missed a single day of training, a feat he had considered impossible. Aaron informs the Marquis about Yuren's progress. He has lost a significant amount of weight, and his appearance has changed noticeably, becoming leaner and more defined. A proud smile lights up the Marquis's face. As expected of my son, he thinks, feeling the hope he had lost in Yuren begin to return. Yuren's change is undeniable. Without the fat hiding his features, it is revealed that he is actually quite a handsome young man, something no one in the mansion had expected. The Marquis watches him with a thoughtful look filled with a new emotion. He dares to wonder whether this change is only superficial, or whether his son has finally truly matured. Night falls over the majestic Rock's family mansion, a place that is witnessing the unexpected transformation of its heir. In his room, Yuren looks at himself in the mirror. Although he recognizes that he has slimmed down a lot and his physique has improved, deep frustration consumes him inside. Despite all his effort and his drastic weight loss, his main goal remains unfulfilled. The Tang clan of Sichuan trait still refuses to unlock in his status window. Desperate, he throws himself onto his bed. He gives himself an ultimatum. If he does not achieve it within a month, he will take drastic measures and steal the encounter meant for the protagonist of his own novel. Just then, Aaron enters the room with a tray. "Young master, I have brought your dinner," he announces. Yuren, interrupted in his plans, simply gives thanks. The dish is Kyrene soup. A description informs us that it is a nutritious dish for stamina, ideal for burning fat and building muscle, and a custom of the Rock's family after training. Yuren's face twists into a look of disgust. "Kyrene soup again," he complains, fed up with the monotonous diet. Aaron, with his usual calm, simply asks him, "Are you tired of it already?" Yuren bursts out, "Of course I am. I've been eating nothing but this for 3 weeks," he shouts, frustrated. Aaron calls him by his title, "Young Master," in a tone that demands respect. Aaron decides to confront him directly. He asks him what it is he truly wants. Is it just to lose weight, or to become a knight? He asks, seeking the root of his motivation. Aaron's question touches a nerve. Yuren jumps to his feet and reaffirms his goal with conviction. "Of course I want to become a knight." With relentless logic, Aaron reminds him that in that territory, even the powerful Marquis, his father, still eats Kyrene soup after training. Aaron's expression hardens, and his tone becomes authoritative. He demands that the young master stop complaining and eat his Kyrene soup. Aaron's shout, charged with unexpected intensity, echoes through the room, making it clear that he will accept no more excuses. Totally intimidated by his assistant's reaction, Yuren gives in. "Ugh, fine," he mutters, defeated and no longer in the mood to argue. While eating reluctantly, Yuren mutters about what he considers an outdated old people's custom, while Aaron returns to his usual composure, satisfied. Despite his complaints, Yuren admits to himself that the soup has been effective in helping him lose weight. With a resigned smile, he braces himself to endure it a little longer. The spoon sinks into the thick dark soup. Yuren lifts it, preparing for another bite of his monotonous diet, unaware that this one would be different from all the others. As he brings the spoon to his mouth, Yuren stops. Something is not right. The familiar taste of the soup has a strange nuance he had never noticed before. His eyes open wide as he realizes it. Today's Kyrene soup tastes subtly different. Cold sweat begins to run down his back as suspicion sets in. Suddenly, an ominous aura surrounds him, and a system window flashes before his eyes, a sign that something unexpected is about to happen. The notification appears with alarming urgency in a dark purple color. The words are unmistakable and chilling. "Warning, you have ingested poison." The shock hits Yuren like lightning. What? He screams in his mind. He cannot believe that, after all his effort, someone has poisoned him. But before panic can fully take over, a second notification, bright and triumphant, suddenly appears. "You have met the unlocked condition for the Tang clan of Sichuan." And right after that, the final confirmation he had longed for so much. The Tang clan of Sichuan trait has been unlocked. Yuren is left breathless, his red eyes wide open in disbelief. The initial shock transforms into a maddening realization. A twisted smile spreads across his face as a single word escapes his lips, filled with astonishment and a new and dangerous emotion. Marquis Rox looks off into the distance, a thought crossing his mind as he admires his son's new figure. As expected of my son, he thinks with a newly discovered pride. Inside, the Marquis cannot help but notice the change in Yuren. He has lost weight. He looks handsome, he reflects, seeing a potential he had previously overlooked. The Marquis's surprise is genuine. He wonders if his troublesome eldest son has finally matured. Has he really matured? He asks himself. Just then, someone knocks on the door. The Marquis, pushing aside his thoughts, turns around and says in an authoritative voice, "Come in." A woman with reddish hair enters carrying a tea tray. It is Kaina, the Marquis's second wife. He asks her to pour them some tea. Kaina, the second wife, approaches with a charming smile. Noticing her husband's distant gaze, she asks curiously, "But what are you looking at so intently?" The Marquis averts his gaze, hiding his true thoughts about Yuren. "I was just thinking that the garden looks beautiful," he replies, pouring himself the tea Kaina has brought. Kaina takes credit proudly. "I have personally been taking care of it very carefully." The Marquis praises her, saying that her skills are admirable. Kaina takes the opportunity to move closer, changing the tone of the conversation. "By the way, Marquis," she says, with a hidden intention in her voice. She gets straight to the point, her voice seductive but insistent. When will you choose Colin as your heir, as you mentioned before? The atmosphere immediately grows tense. With a smile that does not reach her eyes, Kaina presses even harder. Since it has already been decided anyway, wouldn't it be better to do it quickly? Her hands clutch the Marquis' clothes, a gesture that reveals her desperation and manipulative nature. The Marquis takes a moment, weighing his words. Kaina, he murmurs, his expression serious. The Marquis' response takes her by surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief. That may take a little longer, he says firmly. Stunned, Kaina protests. What? But you said you would name Colin heir this month. The Marquis begins explaining his change of heart. Yes, but as you have probably also heard, doesn't it seem like Yuren has finally come to his senses lately? He is the eldest son of House Rocks. Kaina's face twists into a grimace of disgust at hearing Yuren's name. The Marquis continues, his faith in Yuren renewed. If he truly applies himself now, he could become a good successor. Kaina, forcing herself to remain composed, thinks that she too has heard rumors about Yuren's change. Kaina pretends to feel relieved and happy, clasping her hands together. I was so worried, but fortunately it seems he has finally come to his senses. That must be a relief for you too, she exclaims, hiding her true frustration. The Marquis chuckles, feeling genuinely relieved. Indeed, to think that being slapped by his fiancée finally woke him up. That boy, he comments, revealing the cause of Yuren's change. Kaina's smile fades into a dark and calculating expression. She will not give up so easily. Then what will you do about the successor? She insists. The Marquis holds to his decision. Well, Yuren has only been training for 3 weeks. I think it is better to observe a little longer. With the imposing mansion in the background, the Marquis makes Kaina a promise to appease her. But I promise you this, if Yuren goes back to his old ways, I will immediately give the heir's title to Colin, our first son. Kaina, having lost the battle for now, turns to leave. I will go to the bedroom first. Finish your work quickly and come, she says, her voice lacking its earlier warmth. Kaina pauses for a moment in front of the closed bedroom door, her back tense with the anger she can barely contain. As soon as the door closes, Kaina's mask of kindness disappears. Her face darkens and she clenches her jaw in fury. The Marquis' decision to give Yuren a chance is not something she intends to accept easily. Alone in the room, Kaina's rage erupts. She clenches her fists, her face contorting with fury as she whispers a threat. Yuren, just wait and see. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a system window appears out of nowhere, announcing a momentous event. The locked trait Tang family of Sichuan has been unlocked. The notification catches Yuren by surprise in the middle of his meal. Sitting at the table with a bowl of soup, he looks up, completely bewildered by the sudden alert. A cold sweat runs down his forehead as he connects the dots. So the Tang family of Sichuan specializes in poison, he mutters, the terrible implication of his words beginning to sink in. His surprise turns into disbelief, and the condition to unlock it was ingesting poison. You have got to be kidding me, he exclaims, staring at the bowl of soup in front of him. Suddenly, a shocking idea crosses his mind, and his eyes open wide in realization. His gaze fixes on the Kyrene soup. The system describes it as a nutritious food for burning fat and building muscle, a custom in the Rock's family after training. But now, Yuren suspects there is something more. As he examines the information window, he notices a small icon. That icon, wait, is there more below? Intrigued, he realizes he can interact with the screen. Looking at the icon makes it scroll, he thinks, discovering a new function of the system. The database updates, revealing the truth. The soup contains Hanyang grass, a toxin that, when accumulated, causes slow paralysis until death. He is astonished that the system shows him such detailed information. Yuren freezes, his spoon halfway to his mouth, processing the shocking revelation, when his assistant, Aaron, approaches from behind. Aaron, noticing his strange stillness, asks with concern, "Young master, are you not going to eat?" Yuren snaps out of his trance, startled. Trying to act normal, Yuren hastily shovels soup into his mouth. I will eat, he says, while Aaron watches in puzzlement. But he stops halfway through another bite. A new line of thought starts forming in his mind. But wait. His expression turns grim. Who could have put poison in here? He wonders. The silhouettes of Kaina and her son Colin appear in his mind. He remembers that in the original story, Yuren was not supposed to die from poison. He realizes that the flow of the story has changed. Now that I think about it, something that should have already happened has not happened. A memory from the original novel comes to mind, an image of the Marquis together with Colin, the second son. He remembers that by this time, Colin should have already been officially named heir. Why has that not happened yet? He wonders, arriving at an alarming conclusion. Could it be because I started training? The pieces of the puzzle fall into place. His change in attitude delayed Colin's appointment, leading his enemies to take drastic measures. Then whoever put poison in the food is probably from that side. With a new determination shining in his eyes, Yuren swallows the poisoned soup, deciding to turn his enemy's plot into his own source of power. With his gaze fixed and his resolve unshakable, he finishes the bowl, accepting the poison and the power it will grant. Immediately, the system responds to his action. A new window emerges with a triumphant message. The unlocked condition, weak paralysis poison, has been fulfilled. Yuren turns to the confused Aaron and proudly announces, Aaron, I finished it all. leaving his assistant speechless. To put on an act in front of the confused Aaron, Yuren raises a thumbs up and pretends to cry tears of joy. "It was so good it made me cry," he exclaims. Aaron can only stare at him, completely bewildered by his sudden emotional outburst. But the act ends as quickly as it began. Yuren turns serious because he needs time to process what just happened. "I want some time alone now. Could you leave?" he asks. Aaron, still perplexed, nods and prepares to leave. Aaron withdraws, wishing him good night. "Then please rest well. See you tomorrow." Yuren waves his hand in farewell. "Yes, good night." As soon as the door closes, Yuren's casual expression vanishes, replaced by a look of intense concentration. Now that he is alone, it is time to investigate his new power. "Now then," he says with determination, Sichuan Tang. With a decisive gesture and a voice full of authority, Yuren commands the system interface. "Show yourself." At once a status window appears before him, displaying his current stats: overweight, mildly poisoned, and muscle pain. But most importantly, the Tang family of Sichuan trait is now listed. Yuren is impressed by the elegance and efficiency of the interface. "What an intelligent interface," he comments, admiring the design. He discovers that he can navigate the menu simply by concentrating, similar to a virtual reality experience. He decides to explore the newly acquired trait. As he focuses, a submenu opens, revealing the 3 branches of the Tang family of Sichuan: poison, hidden weapons, and martial arts. The latter 2 are locked, but Yuren is delighted by the interactivity. He decides to begin with the family's most famous specialty. First, poison, he wonders, selecting the first option. The poison skill tree appears. The first level, weak paralysis poison, is available to be unlocked, but it requires an internal technique. Higher levels, such as truth serum or soul-killing smoke, remain locked. The variety of options leaves him astonished. Wow, so many poisons. Curious, he scrolls all the way to the end of the list to see what awaits. At level 30, he finds Ultimate Invisibility, the highest level poison, currently locked. So this is the final poison available, he reflects. He quickly understands the mechanic. He must unlock the lower level poisons to gain access to the more powerful ones. So it is a level-based unlock system. He returns to the beginning. To obtain the most basic poison, he needs an internal technique. "I need an internal technique to unlock." This makes perfect sense to him, thanks to his knowledge as a wuxia novel author. He knows the Tang family uses internal energy to handle their poisons. With that in mind, he decides to check the martial arts section. When he does, he is presented with a selection of basic internal techniques. 4 options appear, with the warning that he can only choose one. With a knowing smile, Yuren feels confident. This is an easy choice, especially for a wuxia fan, he thinks, knowing exactly which path to take. The first option, Dark Poison Arts, focuses solely on poison, and is represented by a mysterious woman wielding a shadowy energy. The second, Thunder Needle Arts, focuses on hidden weapons, shown with the image of an agile warrior ready to strike. Finally, there is the Divine Energy of 10,000 Poisons. Although it takes longer to master, it allows one to achieve mastery in both poisons and hidden weapons. For Yuren, the choice is obvious. He thinks of wuxia protagonist cliches. They always choose the hardest but most rewarding path. The more, the better, he decides with a mischievous smile. Without hesitation, he makes his choice. The system confirms it. "You have chosen Divine Energy of 10,000 Poisons." In an instant, a golden light envelops him, and a flood of knowledge pours into his mind, leaving him stunned. His eyes widen as the intricate mantras and principles of the technique are engraved directly into his brain. Yuren takes a step back, amazed by the sensation. "Incredible. The mantras of the technique were simply engraved into my mind." Without wasting a second, Yuren prepares to meditate. He takes off his shirt, ready to begin cultivating his newly acquired internal energy. Sitting on his bed, he closes his eyes and concentrates. Immediately, a golden aura begins to swirl around him as he puts the mantras engraved in his mind into practice. He feels a strange and novel flow moving throughout his entire body. Thanks to his author's knowledge, he recognizes it instantly. This must be qi. He knows exactly what to do. He must guide the qi through the proper meridians and then store it in his dantian to accumulate inner strength, the foundation of every martial artist. The night passes while Yuren remains immersed in meditation, unaware of the passage of time. The sun begins to rise, bathing the mansion in the light of dawn. The birds announce the new day. Inside the room, Yuren continues meditating, unmoving from his spot. He has spent the entire night cultivating his energy. At last, he opens his eyes. His body has changed drastically. The fat has been replaced by defined muscle. Incredible, he thinks. So the novels were not lying about training all night without sleep. He feels completely refreshed, as if he had slept deeply. It is real, and I do not feel tired at all, he marvels. He gets up from the bed, feeling a vitality he has never experienced before. In fact, my whole body feels full of energy, he exclaims, looking at his hands as if they were new. His senses have sharpened astonishingly. I can even feel the flow of qi around me, he comments, his perception of the world transformed. To test it, he concentrates on the outside. I can tell how many birds are outside the window without even looking, he realizes, clearly sensing 2 birds on a branch. He also feels the energy accumulated within him. I can feel a solid, warm energy in my Danshin too. He knows this is only the beginning. And now, with a sly smile, he decides to use his new ability to check his progress. If I circulate chi to my head without a mirror, he thinks, activating the system interface. The status window opens, showing the progress of his technique. Divine energy of 10,000 poisons, 1 star, with 10% mastery. Suddenly his sharpened senses detect a presence. I sense a familiar aura outside the door, he says, surprised. Attention turns toward the door of his room, just before someone enters. Aaron carefully opens the door. Young master, I came to wake you, she says softly. As she enters, she sees Yuren sitting on the bed and notices that the sheets are perfectly made. Since your bed looks untouched, you did not sleep, did you? She asks, puzzled. Yuren, showing his now muscular back, answers indifferently so as not to arouse suspicion. It just happened that way. Aaron becomes concerned at once. That is not good. You should rest from today's training, she advises, thinking he has overdone it. But Yuren interrupts her with surprising vigor. No, I am going, he shouts, jumping off the bed and leaving Aaron stunned. With a radiant smile and flexing one arm, he declares, I feel great and I am in top condition. I have to train. Aaron cannot believe what she is seeing. Her young master, who was once lazy and weak, is now overflowing with energy and has an enviable physique. Yes, then I will prepare breakfast first, she stammered. She leaves the room and closes the door, still trying to process Yuren's incredible transformation. She stands there for a moment, completely baffled. As she walks away, Aaron keeps thinking it over. But young master, when did he start gaining muscle? She wonders, unable to comprehend the overnight change. Later, at the training ground, Yuren and Aaron stand before a table with various weapons and targets in the distance. On the table lies a collection of daggers and throwing knives, the tools of the hidden weapons art. Yuren looks at the scene with a calmness that unsettles Aaron. So it is true, he says, confirming his knowledge of the world he is in. He picks up one of the daggers, feeling its balance and weight. It is time to test the next branch of his abilities. He takes his position at the center of the training ground, dagger in hand, ready for his first throw. As he focuses on the targets, something unexpected happens in his field of vision. He reacts in surprise. His eyes widen as he recognizes the strange overlay in his sight. Wait, this is a targeting reticle, like one from a first-person shooter video game, has appeared before his eyes. It is a manifestation of his creator's eye trait. Immediately understanding how to use this new advantage, he gets ready. All right, aim precisely at the target. The reticle locks onto the center of the target. With a perfect stance and absolute concentration, he prepares to throw the dagger, channeling his internal energy into the movement. Aaron watches from a distance, holding her breath, not knowing what to expect from the suddenly competent young master. Yuren throws the dagger with explosive speed and force. A flash of purple energy traces its path through the air. Direct hit, the dagger buries itself perfectly in the center of the target, with superhuman precision. He turns around with a smug smile, completely satisfied with his feat. I got it, he exclaims triumphantly. Aaron is left speechless, in a state of absolute shock. What she has just witnessed defies all logic. And right at that moment, a new system notification confirms his success. Tang family of Sichuan hidden weapons fully unlocked, marking another milestone on his path to power. Aaron, Yuren's assistant, looks at him in astonishment and asks what he just did, referring to his incredible knife throw. Yuren, with a confident smile, replies that he does not even know himself, but he assumes these are the results of his training over the last month. Aaron cannot hide her surprise. Her face shows complete disbelief at the skill Yuren has just displayed. Yuren, enjoying Aaron's reaction, thinks that this is the first time he has seen her so bewildered and wonders if he should try it one more time to surprise her even more. With an intense look, Yuren focuses. He holds a throwing knife, and a reddish energy emanates from him as he prepares to throw again. In his mind, Yuren reflects on the sensation he is experiencing. He feels a burning inner energy rising from the lower part of his abdomen every time he throws something. Determined, he prepares for the next throw, thinking that this time he will do even better. With a quick and powerful motion, Yuren throws the knife, his arm moving with a force and speed he did not have before. As the knife flies toward the target, an aiming reticle, like one from a video game, appears in his vision, guaranteeing perfect accuracy. The knife strikes with tremendous force, burying itself right in the center of the target. The impact is so powerful that it not only hits the mark, but also cracks and breaks the wooden target board. Aaron is left completely speechless, unable to believe what she has just witnessed. Stammering, Aaron points out the broken target to Yuren, while he looks at it with an unsettling calm. Yuren smiles inwardly, thinking that having a first-person shooter game reticle is basically like using a cheat code in this world. He remembers his past life, where he was an expert player in an FPS game called Battle Attack, and even won a tournament at an internet cafe. Completely confused and overwhelmed, Aaron wonders what the hell is going on with Yuren. Yuren turns around and asks Aaron if she senses anything special coming from him, testing whether his new energy can be detected. Aaron looks at him carefully, trying to perceive any change or aura around him. She replies that aside from the fact that he has lost quite a lot of weight since yesterday, she cannot say she senses anything unusual. Yuren is a little surprised to hear that he has lost so much weight, not realizing how drastic his physical changes have been. Aaron explains that he has been training and eating Kairin soup every day, so he has been steadily losing weight, but that today's change is even more noticeable. Hearing this, Yuren realizes something crucial. Aaron cannot sense the inner energy flowing through his body. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he understands the implication of this discovery. Yuren reaches an electrifying conclusion. In this world, only he can use this inner energy, and more importantly, no one else can detect it. He realizes that he has just confirmed the existence of a truly incredible power that only he possesses. With renewed confidence and a sly smile, Yuren holds another knife. He asks Aaron whether they should continue, eager to explore this unique ability he has just confirmed even further. Continuing his practice, Yuren throws another knife that sticks perfectly into the center of the target, once again demonstrating his incredible new skill. With a confident and excited smile, Yuren prepares for his next throw, eager to test the limits of his power. Incredibly, his next throw hits the handle of the previous knife, displaying a precision that defies all logic. Yuren exclaims, "Perfect," with a satisfied laugh, while Aaron covers her mouth, completely stunned by the astonishing accuracy. Motivated by the incredible display, Aaron steps forward and asks Yuren if she can try too, to which he responds with a confused ahem. Aaron takes one of the throwing knives and examines it with a serious expression, preparing to imitate Yuren. With a loud cry of effort, Aaron throws the knife with all her strength, trying to replicate Yuren's technique. However, her attempt is a total failure. The knife flies weakly and veers far away from the targets. The knife bounces pitifully off the top of the wooden frame, without even coming close to the target. Yuren bursts into laughter and teases her, saying, "So there is something you can't do," while Aaron feels embarrassed by her failure. Suddenly, an idea crosses Yuren's mind, and his mocking expression changes to one of curiosity. He thinks about the status window, a function of his creator power, and decides to check it to better understand his new abilities. A system window appears before him. The window notifies him that he has unlocked a new skill called Straight Cut, which allows him to throw any object with greater force and speed, as if it were a weapon he has memorized. Yuren is pleasantly surprised to realize that he can apply this skill to any weapon or object, not just knives. Meanwhile, Aaron remains frustrated, clenching her fists and wondering why her throw did not work the way Yuren's did. With a new idea in mind to test his Straight Cut skill, Yuren wonders what he should use this time. With a serious look, he asks Aaron to step aside for a moment so he can perform his next test. Aaron obeys, and when she sees what Yuren has picked up, she asks curiously what that object is. Yuren shows her the object, the tip of a broken wooden sword. With Aaron watching, Yuren raises the broken wooden sword, preparing to throw it like a projectile. He concentrates deeply, feeling a large amount of inner energy flow from his Danshin energy center into his arms. Activating his Straight Cut skill, Yuren unleashes a spinning throw with devastating force. The broken wooden sword flies like a bullet and crashes into the target, completely destroying it through the sheer force of the impact. Aaron screams, her face twisted in absolute shock. She cannot comprehend what kind of power she has just witnessed. Grabbing him, she demands to know what is going on and where that power comes from. Yuren, pretending innocence, scratches his head and suggests that maybe it is just the result of practice. Still incredulous, Aaron insists that what she saw is impossible, refusing to accept Yuren's casual explanation. Yuren turns serious and tells Aaron directly that he knows she reports his affairs to her father, leaving Aaron surprised. With a penetrating gaze, he asks her as a favor to keep this matter secret for the time being. Aaron hesitates, clearly torn between her duty to report and Yuren's request. Yuren explains that he is testing various things and that he will later give her all the explanations himself, asking her to wait. Aaron, though still unsure, seems to consider his request. In the end, Aaron agrees to Yuren's request, accepting to keep his secret for now. Evening falls over the Marquis' residence, and the servants finish their workday, saying goodbye to one another. A servant says goodbye to a man with reddish-brown hair named Peru, who cheerfully responds as he walks away. Peru leaves the main mansion building, walking across the courtyard at sunset. As Peru walks away, he does not realize that someone is watching him from a distance. Yuren watches Peru with a serious and calculating expression. His intuition tells him that something is wrong with that man. With an intense look, Yuren activates his special ability, the Creator's Eye, to analyze Peru. A status window appears over Peru, revealing his name, his traits, poison touch and agile movement, and a neutral affinity. Yuren confirms his suspicions. The poison touch trait allows Peru to poison food. He exclaims to himself that Peru is definitely the culprit. Determined, Yuren thinks that the time for the real test has come and begins following Peru from a prudent distance. Yuren points with his hand, channeling his Straight Cut ability, and aiming an invisible energy arrow directly at Peru. With a cold and determined gaze, Yuren infuses his attack with paralyzing poison, preparing to neutralize his target. He unleashes his power, sending a green serpent-shaped burst of energy toward the unsuspecting Peru. The poisonous energy quickly travels along the ground, heading straight for Peru's back. Peru suddenly stops, letting out a groan of pain as he feels the surprise attack hit him. He clutches his chest as panic takes over him while the poison spreads through his body. He cries out, my body," feeling that something is terribly wrong. With an expression of pure terror, Peru realizes that he cannot move, completely paralyzed by Yuren's poison. Peru collapses face first onto the ground, utterly incapacitated. Standing over him, Yuren whispers, "Haha, success." A system window confirms the effect for him, weak paralyzing poison with a duration of 1 hour. Yuren smiles. He has the perfect time window to act. "First, let's move him," Yuren says coldly. With the help of a still-shocked Aaron, he carries the unconscious Peru, taking him to an isolated storage building on the estate. It is time to get some answers. Later that night, in a remote building on the estate, Yuren has prepared the stage for the interrogation of his prisoner. Inside the dark storage room, Peru begins to regain consciousness, groaning as the effects of the paralyzing poison begin to wear off. A voice shouts at him to wake up. Peru, still dazed and confused, tries to focus his eyes to see who is speaking to him. Yuren appears before him, lighting the room with a lantern. In a cold voice, he asks, "Are you coming to now? You know who I am, right?" Peru opens his eyes in terror when he recognizes Yuren, the young master he has been trying to poison. With a sinister smile and his eyes gleaming in the darkness, Yuren warns him that if he wants to live, he had better answer correctly. And then he delivers the final accusation. "You're the one who put poison in my soup, aren't you?" Under the cover of night at the Marquis residence, Yuren calls for his servant, Peru. In a dark storage room, Yuren crouches in front of Peru, who is tied up and unable to speak. He begins a silent interrogation, telling him, "I have a few questions for you." With a cunning look and his red eyes shining in the dim light, Yuren sets the rules. If it's correct, blink once. If it's incorrect, blink twice. Yuren asks if he understands, and the terrified look on Peru's face says it all. Peru blinks once, accepting the terms. Yuren smiles in satisfaction. Good. Without wasting time, Yuren gets straight to the point. "Let me ask again. The one who poisoned my soup, it was you, right?" Peru's eyes open wide, full of shock and fear. With a single slow blink, Peru confesses his guilt. Yuren continues his interrogation, digging deeper into the details of the crime. "The poison you gave me." With chilling confidence, Yuren reveals that he knows the exact ingredient. It was Hanyang grass, wasn't it? Peru is completely stunned. How could Yuren possibly know the specific type of poison that was used? Defeated, Peru blinks once again, confirming that Hanyang grass was the poison. Pleased with the progress, Yuren says, "Good, next." Now he is looking for the mastermind. Yuren throws out his main suspicion. "The person who ordered you to poison me was Martianus Kaina, right?" Yuren notices hesitation in Peru and presses him with a simple but intense question. "What?" Surprisingly, Peru blinks twice. Yuren is thrown off. It wasn't her. Yuren's expression hardens. He pulls out a dagger, believing Peru is lying. "Bastard, you'd better not lie." He presses the cold blade against Peru's throat, warning him, "Because I can figure everything out, you know. If you lie, your throat will end up with a cut mark." With deadly menace hanging in the air, Yuren repeats the question. "Now, I'll ask again. The one who ordered you, was it Madame Kaina?" Peru trembles in fear, trapped between Yuren's dagger and the truth. Despite the mortal danger, Peru sticks to his story. He blinks twice, denying Kaina's involvement again. Yuren is surprised. The answer did not change even under threat of death. Still no. Yuren takes a moment to think. He concludes that Peru is not lying, which leaves him with one question. Then who? But he decides to leave that for later. Convinced that Peru is telling the truth, Yuren decides to change tactics. "I'll solve that part later," he thinks, putting away his dagger and preparing the next step of his plan. To ensure Peru's total submission, Yuren reveals a small white pill. "Here, eat this and swallow it," he orders, beginning a clever deception to break the servant's will. Yuren forcibly shoves the pill into Peru's mouth, declaring that it is a paralyzing poison. Peru's face twists in panic. With no other choice, Peru swallows the mysterious substance. With a sinister smile, Yuren delivers the sentence. "From now on, you have exactly 1 month left to live." Yuren's face darkens as he explains the terrible consequences. "If you do not take the antidote I have before that time, all of your internal organs will melt." Images of chains surround Peru, symbolizing his new slavery. Yuren delivers his ultimatum. "So from now on, you will follow my order." Yuren moves closer, his face a mask of intimidation. "Understood." Peru, sweating coldly, is completely broken. Terrified by the thought of such a horrible death, Peru blinks once. It is a sign of total submission. Yuren places a hand on Peru's head, like a master patting his pet. "Good then, let's see." A system window appears in front of Peru as Yuren announces the release of the paralyzing poison. The window shows that it is a weak poison. The holographic window confirms that the poison has been released. Peru, confused, realizes that he can move again. Yuren informs him that he can now move and speak. and Peru, still bound by fear, can only stammer his confirmation. Now that Peru can speak, Yuren wastes no time. I'll ask one more time, who ordered you to poison me? No longer able to hide behind blinks, and with his life on the line, Peru finally breaks. Ah, that was. The name of the true mastermind is finally revealed. It was the captain of the Knights, Karox Livingston. Yuren reacts in surprise. Karox. Peru explains the full plan. Karox had ordered that Yuren die of a supposed illness before the year ended. Yuren connects the pieces. He remembers that Karox is Kaina's older brother, who got his position thanks to her. His deduction was not completely wrong. Karox was her accomplice, even if he was the one who gave the direct order. With the mastermind identified, Yuren moves on to the next phase of his plan and hands Peru a piece of paper. Peru reads the list and is horrified. These are all poisons, aren't they? Yuren internally acknowledges that Peru's experience with poisons is exactly what he needs. Yuren gives him a new mission. Use his knowledge to obtain all the poisons on the list from the black market, and he cleverly orders him to use Karox's own money for the purchase. The order is clear and urgent. He must gather all the poisons, starting with the ones he already has, and deliver them to Yuren by the following night. Peru is overwhelmed. Unable to contain his confusion, Peru dares to ask why Yuren needs so many poisons. Yuren glares at him, reminding him of his place. Did I give you permission to ask questions? Immediately Peru backs down, terrified. Understood. Yuren's domination is absolute. With a satisfied smile, Yuren dismisses Peru. Good, then go. The servant, completely subdued, hurries out. But just as Peru reaches the door, Yuren stops him with a last-minute thought. That's right. Peru freezes in place, not knowing what other twisted order his new master might give him. With a crooked smile, Yuren gives Peru a final twisted command. From now on, his soup must always be filled with the same herb he once used to try to poison. Peru is left completely speechless, stunned by the cruel irony of Yuren's request. Once Peru leaves, Yuren's laughter echoes from his room, delighting in the success of his perfect manipulation. Alone in his room, Yuren celebrates his victory, marveling at how incredible the martial arts he can now use are. Yuren reveals his brilliant deception. The supposed paralyzing poison was nothing more than a bunch of dried leaves. He cannot believe Peru fell for the trick. But the celebration is short. His expression turns serious as he remembers his true goal. He needs to quickly master the martial arts of the Sichuan Tang clan. Thanks to his knowledge as the author of the story, Yuren knows that a terrifying event is about to occur in the outside world, and he must be prepared. Time passes and night falls. Someone knocks on Yuren's door. It is Peru, who has returned as ordered. From an overhead view, we see Peru reporting that he has brought the poisonous herbs he already had in his possession. On the table, Peru has laid out 3 different kinds of herbs, the tools Yuren needs for his cultivation. Thanks to his ability, Yuren can see the aura of each herb and identify them instantly. Hanyang grass, Yekrokpa, and wood vein leaf. Peru is astonished, believing that Yuren somehow managed to obtain such rare poisons on his own in such a short time. With a superior smile, Yuren thinks that is nothing. Thanks to his status window, he can see the attributes of each poison: paralysis, activation, and bloodsuck. Yuren tests Peru, asking why he carried other poisons if Hanyang grass was already enough to kill him. Peru reveals his deep knowledge. Hanyang grass takes time to work and can build resistance, but if mixed with Yekrokpa, its effects become stronger. Yuren reflects on the explanation. He confirms his theory. Poisons become stronger and more subtle when they are combined. Impressed by his knowledge, Yuren asks Peru how he learned so much about poison. Peru shares his tragic past. He was sold to the Livingston family at age 8 and trained by a poison master. Yuren asks if there were others like him. With a dark expression, Peru reveals that out of the 20 children who began the training, all of them died. He was the only survivor. Yuren realizes that only someone with poison affinity could survive. He understands that Peru's deep resentment toward the Livingstones makes him the perfect tool. Satisfied with Peru's loyalty and usefulness, Yuren praises him for his work and allows him to leave for the day. Peru bows, grateful for the strange mercy of his new master, and says good night before leaving. Finally alone, Yuren stands in the middle of his room, ready to begin the most dangerous part of his plan. All right, let's begin. A system window appears, showing his current ability, divine energy of 10,000 poisons, stage 1. With determination, Yuren picks up one of the poisonous herbs. He prepares to consume it and begin the cultivation process to increase his power. Determined to become stronger, Yuren forces himself to eat all of the poisonous herbs at once. The taste is so disgusting that he nearly vomits, but his determination is strong. Immediately, the system windows confirm the ingestion and absorption of each poison: Hanyang grass, Yekrokpa, and wood vein leaf. His divine body of 10,000 poisons begins to process them. A powerful blue aura surrounds Yuren as he sits down to meditate. A warning window flashes. He is poisoned and needs breathing meditation to survive and assimilate the power. Gritting his teeth, Yuren endures the agonizing pain of the process, focused on a single goal: reaching stage 2 of his power tonight. The night passes while Yuren remains immersed in his cultivation. The light of dawn bathes the mansion, signaling the arrival of a new day. Knocks are heard on the ornate door of Yuren's room. A white-haired maid named Chloe enters the room to wake him up. "Young master, it is morning now." But when Chloe looks inside, she is completely bewildered, unable to process what she sees. Her amazement turns into shock when she finds Yuren meditating on the sofa, shirtless, revealing a physique that was not there the day before. Chloe cannot believe what she is seeing. Yuren's body has transformed overnight, showing incredibly defined muscles. What the hell is this, she thinks. A system window announces the success of his hard night. The divine energy of 10,000 poisons has advanced to stage 2. As a result of his advancement, he has acquired a new movement martial art, the Little Dragon Step. In addition, he has unlocked 3 new deadly poison techniques: Delayed Toxin, Truth Serum, and Soul-Killing Smoke. Yuren opens his eyes, and a smile of absolute confidence spreads across his face. His transformation is complete, and he is now far more powerful. As Yuren Rocks meditates, his body undergoes an incredible transformation, developing muscles he did not have before. He himself is shocked, wondering what is happening to his body. A system window appears before him, announcing that his overall stats have risen to level 2. Immediately, more notifications appear. He has acquired the martial art Soryong Steps and has unlocked the poison skills Prolonged Poison, Truth Serum, and Soul-Killing Smoke. Yuren smiles smugly, clearly satisfied with his sudden increase in power. Suddenly, his butler, Aaron, enters the room and is completely bewildered to see the change in Yuren. Aaron's confusion quickly turns into an expression of disgust when she senses something terrible in the air. Covering her nose, Aaron realizes there is a nauseating smell that seems to be coming from Yuren. The smell is so awful that Aaron turns green, while Yuren scratches his head with an embarrassed expression. With a smile, Yuren explains that it is a natural side effect. When inner energy increases and martial arts level up, the body expels a large amount of waste all at once. Surrounded by a greenish, stinking aura, Yuren jokingly asks if he should open the window, to which Aaron reacts in horror. Aaron desperately shouts at him not to do it, and Yuren is surprised by her intense reaction. Still covering her nose, Aaron orders him to go to the bathroom immediately. Yuren, intimidated, obeys without a word. The scene changes to the outside of the Grand Rocks family mansion. Now clean and dressed, Yuren and Aaron walk through the mansion grounds. Aaron keeps a serious expression and moves forward with determination. Yuren, walking behind her, cannot help but smile mischievously as he thinks about the new abilities he has acquired. A system window shows him that he is learning the Soryong Steps, a movement technique of the Tang family. Yuren is delighted. He thinks it is incredible to be able to learn a skill that only appears in wuxia novels, perfect for fast movement, assassination, and evasion. As he tries to practice the movements, he moves in a strange and comical way, but he feels happy just copying the step. Aaron suddenly stops and calls out to Yuren, who is surprised to be interrupted in his practice. With a look of complete disbelief and concern, Aaron asks him why he is suddenly walking like a drunk and whether he is feeling all right. Yuren laughs and brushes it off, telling her he is fine and not to worry, asking her to relax her face. He continues his strange walk, laughing, while Aaron watches him in silence, clearly unconvinced. Aaron insists, asking him if he is really all right, to which Yuren simply looks at him. In a more serious tone, Aaron asks if he really plans to go to Training Hall 1, warning him that it is a place frequented by many of the household knights. However, Yuren smiles at her with complete confidence and assures her that there is no problem at all, brushing aside her warning and making it clear that the training ground is his destination. Yuren tells Aaron not to worry, that he only wants to see how the other knights train. As they approach an imposing building, Yuren announces that they are almost at the training ground. When they arrive, they see the knights in the middle of training, shouting as they practice their movements. The knights train with great fervor, raising their swords and practicing their thrusts with force. The sound of swords and cries of exertion fills the courtyard of Training Hall 1. Two of the knights stop when they notice the arrival of visitors and wonder who they are. They quickly recognize the girl. It is Aaron, the young master's butler. Then their attention shifts to the young man walking behind her. Yuren appears with a renewed air and an almost heavenly appearance. The knights wonder who that handsome boy is. Suddenly, they remember the rumors that the young master had lost a lot of weight through training, and stunned, they realize it could be him. Other knights begin whispering in disbelief. They cannot believe that this is the infamous young master, whom they remember as a pig just a month ago. They wonder what kind of sorcery he used to change so much. Yuren, with a calm smile but a hint of annoyance, listens to every one of their comments. Thanks to his inner energy, he can hear all their whispers. A dark and threatening energy bursts out of him, with one eye shining maliciously, startling Aaron, who realizes something is wrong. Unaware of Yuren's anger, Aaron points to a knight who is training very diligently, commenting that he looks like a trainee. Aaron adds that his technique is very good, and that he will surely become a junior knight soon. She explains to Yuren that those are the basic movements of the Rocks family, but Yuren is not paying attention. His face shows complete surprise, as he has recognized the young trainee. It is Cried, a main character from the novel he himself wrote, and a future ally of the protagonist. Yuren realizes that he never described what Cried looked like before he met the hero. Cried keeps training with admirable intensity. Yuren, watching him, thinks it is fascinating that he has been here this whole time. Yuren strokes his chin, thinking that this could be a good opportunity to get closer to him later. Setting aside his future plans, Yuren turns his attention back to the knights who had insulted him. A system window shows him the knights' affection levels toward him: hostile -90, murderous intent -91, and disgust. With a sinister smile, Yuren decides that those knights will become his test subject. The first skill he plans to use is level 1, Prolonged Poison, a poison that spreads to all organs in moments. He decides to start with one of the knights who offended him the most, the pink-haired one. With a malicious smile, Yuren activates the Prolonged Poison skill, and a subtle energy shoots toward his target. The knight, who had been training, suddenly stops with a confused expression on his face, feeling that something strange is beginning to happen in his body. Suddenly, the knight drops his sword and falls to his knees, clutching his stomach with a pained expression. His companions approach him in concern, asking if he is all right. One of them asks mockingly whether he needs to go to the bathroom, to which the affected knight replies no, trembling in pain. The pain intensifies and the knight screams in agony, his face contorted and sweating profusely. Seeing his condition, his companions panic. They shout his name, and one suggests that they should call a priest immediately. As suddenly as it began, the pain disappears. The knight is left stunned, sweaty, and confused. One of his companions, now angry, demands an explanation, but the affected knight is still speechless, processing what has just happened. With a look of pure disbelief, the knight announces that the pain is completely gone. His companions become furious, accusing him of playing with them and shouting at him to go to the bathroom if that is what he needs. The argument heats up. The other knights threaten him, while he desperately insists that the pain was real. In the distance, Yuren and Aaron watch the scene. Yuren smiles maliciously. The test is not over yet. He decides that it is time to use his next skill. While the knights continue arguing, a system window explains the next skill: soul-killing smoke, which creates illusions. Yuren activates it, and a purple aura spreads to the knight's feet. One of the knights suddenly freezes, hearing a terrifying growl that no one else seems to hear. Panic begins to take hold. The illusion manifests. A giant monstrous demon appears before him. Terrified, the knight lets out a blood-curdling scream. Aaron and Yuren watch the scene. Aaron is completely bewildered, unable to understand why the knight is screaming like that. Suddenly, the three knights fall to the ground, screaming in terror and trying to escape the horrible visions that only they can see. Aaron, visibly nervous, asks Yuren what is happening to them and why they are acting that way, while Yuren bursts into laughter, enjoying the spectacle. Another knight's hallucination is an enormous dragon breathing fire directly at him, causing him to scream in pure terror. The third knight is tormented by the vision of a skeletal warrior raising his sword to execute him, and he desperately screams no. Seized by panic, the bald knight raises his own sword, ready to defend himself against the invisible threat stalking him. But just like the pain from before, the hallucination suddenly vanishes, leaving him alone and completely confused. The three knights look at each other, bewildered. The chaos has ceased, and now only confusion and lingering fear remain. Yuren reflects on his test. He made them see monsters and demons, confirming the effectiveness of his skill. Satisfied and considering the test a success, he decides that is enough for today. Yuren turns to a perplexed Aaron and tells her it is time to go back, leaving the confused knights behind. Aaron is surprised that they are leaving so soon, but Yuren, smiling, changes his mind. He declares that the place is too noisy and suggests going to Training Hall 4 instead. Just as they are about to change direction, a maid runs toward them, calling out to the young master. Yuren stops, surprised by the interruption. The maid informs Yuren that a guest has arrived. When Yuren asks who it is, she nervously reveals that it is Lady Aaliyah Marquis. The scene shifts to a luxurious sitting room, where a young woman with long purple hair and a sword at her waist waits with her back to the door, showing an imposing figure. With unwavering determination, Aaliyah thinks to herself that this time, she will definitively annul her engagement to Yuren. The face of Lady Aaliyah Marquis is revealed, a beautiful and stern-looking young woman with purple hair and golden eyes, dressed in a military-style uniform. Her gaze is firm and resolute. Yuren enters the room and stops, surprised to see her there, speaking her name aloud. The moment Aaliyah turns around and sees him, her determined expression completely falls apart, and her eyes widen in a state of absolute shock. Standing before her is Yuren, with a completely new appearance, tall, handsome, and carrying a confidence he had never shown before. The image of the lazy pig has disappeared completely. Unable to process the transformation, Aaliyah can only stammer an incredulous, "You're here," as she stares at the man who is supposed to be her fiancé. The young heir of the Marquis' house, Yuren, is surprised to see who has come to visit him. With an expression of disbelief, he introduces himself, as he is aware that his appearance has changed radically. In front of him, a young woman with purple hair, Aaliyah, his fiancée, reacts with complete bewilderment. Yuren, trying to lighten the mood, greets her as if nothing had happened, long time no see, right? Aaliyah cannot believe what she is seeing. She had heard rumors that Yuren had lost weight through training, but she had completely dismissed them, thinking it was impossible. Still in shock, she approaches him and points at him, questioning how he could have changed so much in less than 2 months. Yuren, with a seriousness Aaliyah had never seen in him before, prepares to give her an answer she would never expect. It is because I worked hard, he replies simply. Aaliyah looks at him incredulous. Worked hard, the Yuren she knew, it was unthinkable. Yuren continues his explanation, turning around. After you beat me up, I thought a lot, he says, referring to a past altercation between them. With a half smile, one that shows a completely new confidence in him, Yuren declares that he has decided to change. Aaliyah, suspicious, immediately thinks that he is seeking some kind of revenge. Are you trying to start a fight with me? Do you want revenge? She asks, but Yuren flatly denies it. And then, to everyone's surprise, Yuren does something the old him would never have done. He kneels. The action leaves Aaliyah completely thrown off. I am grateful to you, Yuren exclaims from the floor, a gesture that leaves her speechless. Thanks to you, I was able to come to my senses, he continues, bowing in a sincere apology. I truly regret what happened that time. Yuren goes one step further, offering what Aaliyah had come to seek. If you want to break off the engagement because of that incident, I will accept it. Aaliyah's expression changes, showing a mixture of surprise and emotion. Overwhelmed by this completely unexpected behavior, Aaliyah asks him directly, with a mixture of symbolic flowers appearing around her. Who the hell are you? With surprising calm, Yuren replies, me, the former scoundrel Yuren Rocks. He apologizes again with great intensity, leaving Aaliyah increasingly confused and nervous in the face of this new side of her fiancé. She simply stares at him, trying to process the surreal situation. The man before her is unrecognizable. Yuren lowers his head. In his mind, he admits that, to be honest, what happened was not his fault, but rather the fault of the original owner of his body. A thought that reveals the truth. He is not the Yuren everyone knew, but someone who has reincarnated into his body. His internal monologue reveals the real reason for his apology. A status window displays Aaliyah Marcus's information, her sword queen trait, and most importantly, an affection level of -16, meaning aversion. He knows that Aaliyah is not a simple heroine. She possesses the sword queen trait, which makes her stronger and stronger. Yuren remembers the plot of the original story. In the future, she saves the fallen protagonist and even defeats the main villain, all thanks to her powerful sword queen trait. That is why his conclusion is clear. Even if they break the engagement, it is far better to restore their relationship and turn her into an ally. After this strategic reflection, he orders her to stand up. But Aaliyah does not stand up. Instead, her expression grows dark and a palpable dark energy emanates from her. With a piercing gaze, she coldly asks him, are you serious? Visibly intimidated by the overwhelming pressure, Yuren stammers an affirmation. However, she cuts him off with a resounding, no, indicating that a single word will not be enough to convince her. With overwhelming intensity and surrounded by a purple aura, Aaliyah demands an unbreakable promise from Yuren. Swear it, she orders him with a piercing stare. Yuren feels the suffocating pressure of Aaliyah's aura. He recognizes this ability, and the scene feels strangely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Aaliyah throws her ultimatum at him with terrifying ferocity. Swear that from now on you will not live your life the way you did before. If you break this oath, I will beat you to death myself. Panic invades Yuren. He recognizes those words, but there is a problem. In the original story, that was the line Aaliyah said to the protagonist, not to him. The story is changing. Feeling crushed by the pressure, barely able to breathe, Yuren knows he must do something. In a whisper, he begins to invoke one of his techniques, divine energy of the 10,000 poisons. As he completes the invocation, Aaliyah's eye opens wide, sensing a new and powerful energy in the room. An imposing dark purple aura now emanates from Yuren, countering Aaliyah's pressure and showing that he too is an opponent to be reckoned with. Aaliyah is stunned. How? My aura, she wonders, unable to understand how he not only resisted her power but is now matching it. Freed from the pressure, Yuren stares straight at her. Yes, he replies, accepting her challenge. The tense atmosphere is suddenly filled with cherry blossoms, signaling a change in the dynamic. With his eyes glowing an intense red and a confidence he had never shown before, Yuren firmly declares, I swear it. Yuren's display of power and confidence leaves Aaliyah completely bewildered, bringing a slight blush to her cheeks. Turning around with their backs to each other, Aaliyah regains her composure. Fine, then I will be watching you, she says, accepting his words for now. As she walks away, she gives him one last warning. If you make even one more mistake, the engagement will be cancelled unconditional. Yuren is left alone, processing what has just happened. In an adorable chibi version, he realizes the truth. You are not going to break it off. He has been more successful than he expected. The scene changes, showing the imposing facade of the mansion, where this unexpected negotiation takes place. Elsewhere, Aaliyah meets with her father. He directly asks her whether she has already met with Yuren. Her father, with a serious expression, wants to know whether she has made a final decision about the engagement. Calmly but firmly, Aaliyah confirms that she has made a decision. She closes her eyes for a moment, gathering her thoughts before delivering the news that will change the course of events. The engagement will not be broken off. The statement leaves her father completely stunned. Visibly confused by his daughter's unexpected decision, he asks her to explain the reason. Aaliyah sighs and begins to explain. She mentions that her father always said people cannot change, but a rumor about Yuren's transformation aroused her curiosity. She confesses that she wondered whether he might have returned to being the weak but kind Yuren of her childhood. But that was not the case, she continues, taking a sip of tea. He had become a completely different person. That is why I wanted to try trusting him this time. Her father listens to her, surprised by his daughter's maturity and unexpected logic. Aaliyah simply confirms her decision with a yes, while calmly drinking her tea. But Aaliyah adds a chilling condition. As her father looks at her seriously, an image of the Grim Reaper appears behind him, symbolizing the threat. But if he ever becomes a scoundrel again, I will beat him to death with my own hands. Her gaze is lethal, a promise of death that contrasts with the teacup she delicately holds. Far from being frightened, her father bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, as expected of a great heroine, he gives her a thumbs up, delighted with her character. Please take good care of Yuren. Aaliyah gets up to leave, but her host asks her to stay for a few days. She excuses herself, a little embarrassed. She admits that she told her own father that she was going to break off the engagement, so the situation is now somewhat awkward. He suggests that she at least see Yuren before leaving, but she politely refuses so as not to interrupt his training and says goodbye. Evening falls over the Rock's mansion, tinting the sky orange and marking the end of a day full of events. Later, Yuren is summoned before his father, Marquis Rox. Did you call for me? Yuren asks when he finds his father with his back turned. The Marquis turns around and freezes in surprise when he sees his son. Who are you? He asks, failing to recognize the slim young man standing before him. Yuren, bewildered, can only say, "Excuse me." Quickly, the Marquis lets out a laugh, pretending it was a joke. He pats him on the shoulder, acknowledging the great effort he has made. Growing serious, the Marquis asks Yuren whether he knows why he called. Yuren, with new insight, correctly guesses. Is it not so that I can begin my night training? Correct, his father exclaims, impressed. I see you have become sharper too. Enthusiastically, the Marquis announces that the time has come for him to learn the Rock's family's swordsmanship. However, Yuren interrupts him. Marquis. Yuren informs him that he has something to tell him about that matter, leaving his father confused. Yuren's request leaves the Marquis in a state of shock. What did you say? Throwing arts. You want to learn throwing arts instead of swordsmanship. With complete calm and his eyes lowered, Yuren confirms his surprising choice. That is correct. Fury takes hold of the Marquis. This is unacceptable. That is a cheap trick used by thieves, he shouts, despising his son's request. His father continues his tirade, arguing that such a crude skill as throwing daggers could not even pierce a knight's armor, much less the scales of a monster like a borak. Faced with his father's refusal, Yuren remains unshaken. Instead, he throws down a challenge that leaves the Marquis speechless. Then let us make a bet. With a smile full of confidence and his eyes shining with determination, Yuren proposes the terms. About whether or not I can defeat a borak with a dagger. If you are so sure, let us make a bet. At the Marquis's estate, Marquis Rox is visibly disgusted with his son, Yuren. Marquis Rox scolds Yuren, calling his dedication to throwing arts useless stubbornness. The Marquis explains that a warrior's sword needs an aura in order to pierce a borak's hard scale. With complete disdain, the Marquis assures his son that with his throwing skills, he will never be able to pierce a borak's scale. Yuren, with defiant calm, tells his father that in that case, the Marquis will win unconditionally. Yuren presses his father to accept the bet, leaving Marquis Rox stunned by his audacity. Furious, Marquis Rox calls him reckless and accepts the bet, determined to put an end to Yuren's stubbornness once and for all. Yuren, maintaining his composure, calmly asks what the terms of the bet will be. Yuren sets his conditions. If he defeats a borak with a dagger, he will handle his own training. If he fails, he will obey the Marquis's will. Night falls over the Marquis's estate, marking the passage of time toward the imminent test. Back in his room, Yuren feels relieved that his servant, Aaron, has not reported his training. The practical test is tomorrow. Yuren wonders how many attempts it will take him to pierce the borak's scales, showing more curiosity than fear. Determined to leave nothing to chance, he plans to consume hidden poisonous herbs to improve his 10,000 divine poison arts to 3 stars. With a determined look, Yuren prepares for the night of training and improvement. At that moment, Aaron, his white-haired servant, appears at the door. She calls to the young master, saying she has a message from the Marquis. Aaron informs a silent Yuren that the test will be tomorrow at exactly 12 o'clock. In Training Hall 1. Yuren asks if she knows the details of the bet, and Aaron confirms that not only she, but the entire Marquis's estate knows about it. Yuren is surprised when Aaron tells him that because of that, the Marquis's estate is filled with laughter at his expense. With a malicious smile, Aaron describes how everyone is gossiping, saying that the young master will wet himself in fear or run away when he sees the borak. The truth hits him. Despite his efforts to everyone, he is still public enemy number 1. Agitated, Yuren asks if all those people are going to watch. Aaron confirms that since the Marquis did not forbid it, the training hall will be packed. Yuren runs a hand through his hair in frustration, realizing that his father has turned him into a spectacle to humiliate. But then Yuren's expression changes. Despair gives way to a new idea. With renewed confidence in his eyes, Yuren turns to Aaron and with an intriguing smile, asks what she thinks. As she leaves, Aaron cannot help but smile. She feels that tomorrow, against all odds, might be the day the young master finally shines. The next morning, Yuren's plan has succeeded. A system notification confirms that his 10,000 divine poison arts have reached 3 stars. On the day of the test, Training Hall 1 is completely packed. A massive crowd has gathered to witness the spectacle. The audience, made up of both commoners and soldiers, cheers enthusiastically, eager to see whether the young master will be humiliated. Standing in the center of the arena, Yuren looks at the enormous crowd and sighs. Wow, it is really full. From an elevated throne, Marquis Rox addresses his son. Very well, Yuren, are you ready? Yuren responds, pretending surprise. Yes, but there are quite a lot of people. The Marquis shamelessly lies, claiming that he only told his mage and that the news must have spread on its own. With a condescending smile, he warns Yuren to be careful not to embarrass himself. An elderly mage steps forward and announces the start of the duel, preparing a short-range summoning spell. A glowing magic circle appears on the floor of the arena. Yuren, as the reincarnated author, thinks to himself that it is incredible to see magic in person. Suddenly, an explosion of smoke and yellow light erupts from the summoning circle. As the smoke clears, the silhouette of a creature with claws and legs begins to take shape. Yuren's eyes widen as he realizes something. To him, what is even more astonishing than magic is seeing in person a monster that he, as the author, had only created with words. A system window appears, identifying the creature. Borak, an ocean monster 150 cm tall. The Borak is fully revealed. A grotesque fish-like creature with arms, legs, and sharp teeth. The crowd, which had been cheering earlier, now screams in terror and disgust at the monster's horrible appearance. While everyone else is horrified, Yuren looks at the creature with fascination. Wow, so that is what it looks like. At that moment, Yuren has a vivid memory of the creature's origin. He remembers that he came up with the idea for the Borak on the spot while eating rockfish sashimi at a restaurant and having no ideas for monsters in his novel. As he looks at his own creation, Yuren thinks amusingly, if it were not for the arms and legs, could it even be kind of cute? The Borak does not share the feeling and lunges at him, with its jaws wide open. Yuren pretends to be caught by surprise as the monster rushes toward him. With surprising agility, Yuren easily dodges the Borak's first clumsy attack. The crowd screams in terror at the violent start of the clash, while others cover their eyes, fearing the worst. From his throne, Marquis Rox watches nervously, still expecting his son to fail. The Borak, having missed its attack, turns sharply, surprised by Yuren's agility. After dodging the attack, Yuren lands calmly and analyzes the situation. It is charging at me without warning. However, his knowledge as the author gives him an advantage. But well, it is not that fast. Yuren draws one of his daggers. His initial plan is to test how thick the monster's scales really are. But right at that moment, a latent skill activates and Yuren notices something unexpected. Thanks to his author's knowledge, a targeting reticle suddenly appears, marking a vulnerable area under the Borak's fin, a weak point. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Yuren raises his dagger, ready to throw it. Let us try this. The reticle locks onto the exposed weak point, just beneath the Borak's arm. With total concentration, Yuren throws the dagger, infused with the power of his 3-star divine poison arts. The dagger flies through the air with deadly speed and precision, heading straight for the weak point that only Yuren could see. The impact is perfect. The dagger sinks deeply into the exact spot that had been marked as vulnerable. The Borak collapses to the ground, instantly defeated. Yuren stands over it, victorious and calm. Even Yuren is surprised by his own success. It died in one hit. A deathly silence falls over the arena. The crowd, which had expected a massacre, stands there open-mouthed, unable to process what they have just seen. Marquis Rox is completely shaken, his face twisted with disbelief and fury. Suddenly, the silence breaks and the crowd erupts into cheers. Yes, he did it. Their contempt has turned into admiration. The entire arena resounds with the people's cries, celebrating that the young master has defeated the Borak. Yuren smiles confidently, accepting the applause of the crowd that is now chanting his title, Young Master Tilda. The celebration is interrupted by his father's cry of disbelief. What? Yuren. Marquis Rox, standing and trembling with rage, demands an explanation from him. How the hell did you do that? Yuren responds with a carefree greeting and a mocking smile. I aimed well and hit the target. The insolent answer makes the Marquis even angrier. I cannot accept this, the Marquis shouts. Yuren, pretending innocence, simply asks, what? The Marquis insists that it is impossible. A Borak dying from a single dagger, that makes no sense at all. With a cunning smile, Yuren addresses his father loudly so the entire crowd can hear. Surely the great Marquis Rox would not go back on his word, would he? Just when the Marquis is about to lose control, Aaron steps in to validate Yuren's victory. She informs him that the dagger is embedded precisely in the borax's only scaleless point, proving that it was a skilled strike, not luck. Cornered by the evidence, the Marquis desperately tries to dismiss the result as pure luck, but Yuren does not allow it and firmly reminds him that luck or not, a bet is a bet. The Marquis, losing his composure, begs Yuren to repeat the duel. Yuren pretends annoyance, complaining that his father is being irrational, cornering him even further. Realizing that he has lost the argument, the Marquis changes tactics and offers Yuren a new deal, stopping him before he leaves. To save face and regain control, the Marquis makes him an incredible offer. If Yuren wins one more time, he will grant any wish he asks. The offer of a wish catches Yuren's interest. However, the Marquis adds the condition. If Yuren loses, he must abandon his throwing arts and learn the sword as originally planned. The Marquis reveals the final twist. This time, Yuren's opponent will not be a predictable monster, but a skilled knight of the house, drastically increasing the challenge's difficulty. Continuing the bet from the previous chapter, the Marquis, a figure of authority with an imposing red cape, asks his son, "What do you think? Will you do it?" In front of a large crowd in a combat arena, Yuren, a young man with brown hair and piercing red eyes, calmly accepts his father's proposal, saying, "Yes, well, I do not mind." However, Yuren's eyes shine with cunning. For him, this is not a test, but a valuable opportunity he cannot let pass. Meanwhile, in the stands, the crowd cheers the arrival of a new figure, Commander of Knights Kerox, a white-haired man with a stern appearance. With a look full of contempt, Kerox watches Yuren and thinks to himself, showing his hostility, "Is this a chance to break that bastard's pride?" Yuren weighs his options. He thinks about the implications of continuing to obtain poison supplies through Peru, but decides that for now it is better to leave it alone and focus on the challenge in front of him. Yuren tells the Marquis that a formal knight would be too much for him, trying to manipulate the situation in his favor. The Marquis, believing he is being fair, falls into Yuren's trap and decides that he should face a knight in training, asking, "This should be fair, right?" The choice of opponent surprises Yuren, whose eyes open wide when he hears that he will fight against a knight in training. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yuren asks if he can designate the knight himself. The Marquis, puzzled, asks whom he means. With a strategic smile, Yuren names his opponent. "I will go with Kraid." Right after that, the firm footsteps of someone approaching can be heard. A bald, dark-skinned man with an incredibly muscular build enters the arena. It is Kraid, the knight in training chosen by Yuren. Kraid kneels before the Marquis with loyalty and asks if he has called for him. The Marquis, pleased, tells him that he has heard he has been training and that he is very reliable. With a serious expression, the Marquis tells Kraid that he has an important task for him. Eager to serve, Kraid responds enthusiastically, "Yes, please tell me whatever it is," ready to accept any order. The Marquis points at Yuren and orders Kraid sternly, "That guy, correct his bad habits." The order leaves Kraid completely bewildered, unable to understand why he must face the Marquis' son. To increase Kraid's confusion, Yuren greets him with a smile and a carefree gesture, as if he did not care about the fight. Yuren's attitude leaves Kraid stunned. What? He thinks, unable to understand the strange situation. The Marquis pressures Kraid, demanding an answer. "Why can you not do it?" Kraid, nervous, stammers, "Ah." With no other choice, Kraid reluctantly accepts. "No, I will do as you command." He turns around to face Yuren in the arena. The Marquis tries to encourage Kraid, telling him not to worry too much, while Kraid still seems very tense. Yuren smiles arrogantly and sets his own conditions. He raises 3 fingers and says, "I will throw only 3 daggers. If you block all 3, I will let you win." Yuren's arrogance enrages the Marquis. He turns toward a stunned Kraid and shouts, "Did you see that arrogance? You must discipline him thoroughly this time," increasing the pressure on the young knight. With the crowd watching and the pressure rising, the two opponents, Kraid with his enormous greatsword and Yuren, seemingly unarmed, finally stand face to face at the center of the combat circle, ready to begin the duel. As Kraid prepares, other knights in the stands mock him, adding pressure. One shouts at him, "Kraid, if you lose today, there is no food." Another group of knights continues the taunts, shouting, "If you get defeated, you will run 100 laps around the training field." Amid the jeers, an unexpected female voice rises from the crowd to cheer for Yuren. "Young master, good luck." Yuren is surprised when he hears it. Moved by the unexpected support, Yuren drools with excitement. Behind him, Kraid, unaware of everything, raises his sword and announces that he is ready for the fight. Yuren turns around and calmly replies, "Ah, all right." Kraid, imposing, declares once again, "I am ready." Yuren prepares his first dagger. With a confident smile and his eyes glowing red, he channels his inner energy into the weapon, which begins to emit a golden aura. Just as he is about to throw it, Yuren stops. "I will test it lightly." Something unexpected catches his attention, and his expression changes completely. Suddenly, Yuren's special ability activates, revealing multiple weak points on Kraid's body, like shooting targets. "What?" Yuren thinks, surprised by the large number of targets. A cold sweat runs down Yuren's forehead as he realizes the implication. Could it be that if I throw at one of those points, I would kill him? With fierce determination, Yuren regains his composure and focuses. "I cannot kill him." he tells himself as he gets ready to throw, adjusting his plan. Determined, Yuren throws the dagger with immense force, not toward a vital point, but straight ahead, aiming at Kraid's sword. Kraid braces for impact, his body reddening with effort as he holds up his greatsword to block the projectile, which shines with overwhelming energy. From Kraid's point of view, he trusts that his sword can withstand the attack. Good, with this it is, he thinks just before the impact. Crack, the dagger, loaded with enormous energy, crashes into Kraid's sword and shatters it in an instant. The force of the impact is so brutal that it sends Kraid flying through the air, completely defenseless, while Yuren watches from his position. The crowd falls silent, completely stunned. What was that sound just now? It sounded like a cannon, they murmur among themselves. Even the Marquis cannot believe what he is seeing. With a sweaty face and an expression of pure disbelief, he stammers, "And no." The dagger that caused all that destruction falls to the ground with a simple clink, leaving the Marquis completely paralyzed with shock. The Marquis picks up the dagger and examines it in disbelief. "No, seriously," he exclaims, "how can such an ordinary dagger have that kind of power?" Meanwhile, Kraid lies on the ground, trembling and out of breath, with the remains of his broken sword in front of him. Yuren approaches the defeated Kraid and says condescendingly, "Did that help you relax a little? You understand that you cannot let your guard down, right?" With a defiant smile, Yuren pulls out his second dagger and warns, "Get ready, this time. I will throw with my full power." Upon hearing this, Kraid, with his broken sword, looks on in terror while something seems to change inside him, indicated by the clock turning back. From Yuren's perspective, his opponent is now wrapped in a red aura. Kraid's true strength is about to awake. Yuren smiles smugly. He recognizes that Kraid is an opponent at the level of a main character and knows that he will survive the next attack. "Here I go," he prepares to throw. The second projectile of energy flies directly toward Kraid, who is kneeling and defenseless with his broken sword. In a desperate act, Kraid raises the hilt of his shattered sword to deflect the dagger's attack. Clang, the dagger strikes the remains of the sword, and although the attack is deflected, the released energy is immense. The impact is enough to send Kraid flying backward once again. Yuren turns his back, as if victory were already his. The audience watches open-mouthed, in a state of total shock, unable to process the incredible display of power they have just witnessed. The Marquis grits his teeth, sweating and completely bewildered. His son's strength has far exceeded all his expectations. The scene calms down and Yuren stands victorious over Kraid's fallen body, who lies motionless on the arena floor. Kraid, trembling and gasping in pain, struggles to get onto his knees, completely defeated. His hand trembles uncontrollably as he clings to the hilt of his broken sword, a symbol of his crushing defeat. Seeing Kraid's condition and Yuren's alarming power, the Marquis decides that the duel has gone too far and prepares to intervene. Worried, the Marquis calls to his son, "Yuren, let us have a private talk," intending to stop the fight immediately. But Yuren interrupts him coldly. "My lord," he says with a defiant look, "the bet is not over yet." Yuren continues, "There is still one dagger left." The Marquis is stunned by his son's insistence and can only exclaim, "What?" The Marquis shouts, "Enough, Yuren." But Yuren does not yield and calmly replies, "Then let us ask him direct." Yuren turns toward the kneeling knight and orders him in a firm voice, "Kraid, raise your head." Kraid looks up, his face dirty and his expression completely hopeless, and addresses Yuren as young master. Yuren challenges him, appealing to his honor. "Will you end it like this? Would someone who aspires to be a knight accept such a mediocre result?" Yuren's words hit Kraid, who stammers, unable to form an answer. "Young master." Yuren continues his provocation, declaring, "Whether defeat or victory, reaching a final conclusion is what makes a knight." With his red eyes glowing intensely, Yuren presses Kraid one last time. "Kraid, I will ask you again. Will you surrender like this?" Kraid remains silent, his head lowered, immersed in inner conflict. He murmurs. Suddenly, Kraid's hesitation turns into determination. With a new resolve in his voice, he demands, "Please, give me a new sword." A powerful blue aura bursts from Kraid's body as he rises to his feet, declaring with renewed strength, "I, Kraid, will not withdraw like this." The awakening of Kraid's aura causes a murmur of amazement among the knights and the crowd, who watch the scene in disbelief. The Marquis is more surprised than anyone. "A knight in training just awakened his aura," he shouts, realizing the magnitude of the event. Facing Yuren, Kraid's blue aura intensifies, and from it a new reddish energy sword materializes. Now, the real fight is about to begin. Yuren watches with a satisfied smile. Everything has gone according to his plan. Just as I expected, he thinks. Kraid's Berserker trait manifests when he reaches his limit, then now I can test advanced techniques. At the Marquis' training ground, Kraid, the burly knight in armor, prepares for battle while Yuren rocks. The dark-haired young master and the Marquis, dressed in a red cape, watch the scene. Kraid, with his imposing figure and dark armor, stands tall with his sword raised high, radiating a formidable presence. With a determined look, Kraid says to Yuren, the young master, "Young master, please throw." The Marquis exclaims in concern, "No, while Yuren Rocks remains impassive, calmly observing the situation. The Marquis reflects on the great amount of aura he senses, a power equivalent to the talent of a senior knight. Yuren Rocks smiles cunningly while the Marquis asks him, "What will you do, Yuren?" To which Yuren replies confidently, "Good." With a sharp sound, a hand throws a dagger with precision. Yuren Rocks throws the dagger, declaring with confidence, "This time," while the audience watches in astonishment. With an athletic posture, Yuren Rocks throws his dagger, which flies through the air with surprising speed. Kraid, surprised, finds himself surrounded by multiple daggers heading toward him, while he firmly grips his sword. With his face marked and dazed by the impact of the daggers, Kraid can barely process what happened, wondering if what he sees is a curved mountain. Finally, Kraid's confusion turns into fury, and raising his sword, he cries out indignantly, "Are you playing around right now?" Kraid, in fury, attacks with his sword, while Yuren's daggers lie around him, and the crowd watches the confrontation expectantly. Kraid's sword swings forcefully, surrounded by the strange energy of Yuren's dagger. Kraid's face shows a mixture of confusion and pain as he exclaims, "Ha!" The Marquis watches with concern, exclaiming once again, "No," visibly shaken by what he is witnessing. One of Yuren's daggers strikes Kraid in the shoulder, making him cry out in pain, showing the unexpected impact of an apparently harmless attack. Kraid's body twists, and an internal image of his skeleton covered in red energy symbolizes the immense pain he feels from the attack. Kraid's face contorts in agony, and a thread of saliva slips from his mouth, showing the intensity of his suffering. Kraid falls to his knees on the ground, his sword at his side, defeated by the unbearable pain, while Yuren Rocks watches him calmly, unshaken. The crowd, surprised, comments on the slowness of the attack, not understanding the true power behind Yuren Rocks' dagger. While Kraid continues suffering on the ground, another person scolds him. "Crayd, stop exaggerating. Are you making it easy just because he's the young master?" accusing him of faking the pain. Meanwhile, Yuren Rocks, with a thoughtful expression, reflects on the large amount of internal energy he infused into the attack, understanding the tremendous pain Kraid must be feeling. This has been a demonstration of his skill. Faced with the unexpected victory and the chaos, the Marquis, with seriousness on his face, calls Yuren Rocks' attention and tells him, "Why you are in, let's talk later," aware that they will have to discuss what happened after this surprising out. The Marquis, with a smile, congratulates Yuren Rocks, saying, "You won the bet," while Yuren listens calmly at his side. Yuren Rocks smiles cunningly, revealing his satisfaction with the result of the bet. Kraid groans in pain, clutching his wounded shoulder, still suffering from the internal energy of Yuren's dagger, while the crowd continues watching. A hand, surrounded by a mystical green aura, approaches Kraid's injured shoulder, ready to intervene. Yuren Rocks places his hand on Kraid and declares, "Internal energy absorption," while Kraid's pain briefly intensifies before disappearing. Kraid, with his eyes wide open from surprise and relief, exclaims, "Oh, the pain, it's gone," showing his amazement at the instant healing. Kraid bows deeply before Yuren Rocks, expressing his gratitude. "Young master, thank you," to which Yuren replies casually, "It's nothing, Tilda." Kraid looks at Yuren Rocks and apologizes. "And I'm sorry," Yuren, surprised by his reaction, asks, "Huh?" Kraid, with fervor, explains his mistake. "When it flew slowly at first, I thought you were looking down on me. But that wasn't it was an exquisite divine technique." Kraid continues, convinced of Yuren's superiority. "There's no way you learned a technique like that in a short time, so actually, you were hiding your skills." Yuren looks at him with a stunned expression and says, "Huh." Kraid, immersed in his own conspiracy theory, questions Yuren Rocks. "Is a secret organization lurking around the Marquis family? Have you been hiding your power until now?" While Yuren, surprised, listens with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. With an enigmatic smile, Yuren Rocks, noticing Kraid's simplicity, thinks, right, this guy." Then, with a hint of irony, he says to him, "I thought it was strange that only you seem to stay out of it, but it was a great sacrifice." This statement by Yuren leaves Kraid even more convinced of his own speculation. Kraid, with a shining face, exclaims, "Amazing," showing his enthusiasm and loyalty. Yuren Rocks reflects that Kraid had a personality that loved conspiracy theory. Kraid, now a loyal follower, turns to Yuren Rocks and swears, "When you fight secret orgs from now on, if you need me, please tell me anytime." A status window appears over the crowd, showing Kraid's affection, 26 favorable, toward Yuren. Yuren, surprised, wonders, when did the affection go up like that? With a confident smile, Yuren Rocks sends Kraid off by saying, "Alright then, see you later." Yuren Rocks watches Kraid spread the news that the young master was never a scoundrel, while smiling. He thinks that the simple personality of Berserkers is actually an advantage. Yuren Rocks walks away, thinking that it would be good to get closer to the Berserker Kraid, who might later be able to sweep through the Knight's Order by himself. Suddenly, Aaron, a white-haired woman, appears. Aaron, the elegant butler, greets Yuren Rocks with a serious look and says, "You worked hard." Yuren Rocks replies to Aaron with a smile, "Oh, thank you." Aaron walks beside Yuren Rocks, commenting that the technique Yuren used at the end was the first time she had seen it, hinting at her keen observation. Yuren rocks with a smile, confirms that it is a new technique, and asks Eren, how was it? Eren explains to Yuren that after witnessing his technique, she carried out a virtual battle in her mind. She admits that if she had faced it for the first time without knowing it, she would have been defeated. With her back to Yuren rocks, Eren concludes confidently, but now I can block it, showing her prodigious ability for analysis and adaptation, setting the stage for the revelation of her exceptional traits. Yuren rocks with a perceptive look, reflects on the truth of Eren's traits. A status window reveals Eren's impressive traits. Fast Sword LV2, Clear Mind LV1, Aura Adaptation LV1. It also shows an affection, 28 favorable level. Yuren notes that Clear Mind is a rare and powerful trait. Yuren rocks confronts Eren, reminding her of her knight education and suggesting that if she were not his butler, she would already be a knight. He continues implying that he has more to say. With a piercing look, Yuren rocks asks Eren directly, are you satisfied with things now? Eren, visibly surprised, asks, what? Why are you saying those things all of a sudden? Bewildered by Yuren's unusual question. The scene changes to an exterior view of the majestic Marquis' mansion under a clear sky, indicating a transition of location. In his opulent study, the Marquis sinks into thought, surrounded by books and scrolls, while reflecting with an HMM. Yuren rocks enters the Marquis' study, respectfully asking, my lord, did you call me? The Marquis looks at him in surprise. The Marquis, with a frown and a scolding voice, says to Yuren, you brat. When we're alone, call me father. You keep making me lose affection. Yuren rocks with an expression of slight confusion and submission, replies, yes, father. The Marquis, with seriousness in his voice, confronts Yuren. What the hell was that technique you used yesterday? Even after searching through countless books, there is no record of such an ingenious move. The Marquis continues his interrogation, staring at Yuren. It has only been a month since your training. No matter how unmatched a genius you are, it is unthinkable to acquire such a technique in so little time. The Marquis looks at Yuren sternly and demands the truth. What the hell HAPPNED? Tell me the truth. Yuren rocks smiles inwardly, thinking that he cannot tell the truth, but that he had prepared a story knowing this conversation would happen. I can't tell the truth, but I prepared something knowing this would happen. Yuren rocks begins his story, saying simply, I found a book. The Marquis, with an expression of disbelief, asks, a book? Yuren rocks with an image of his younger and chubbier self, explains, yes, I was looking for books in the attic family library to study effective training methods. Young Yuren's foot accidentally kicks a book that was lying on the floor, making a TAK sound. Young Yuren, visibly annoyed, exclaims, who left a book on the floor? Young Yuren gets hit on the head by a book that falls from the shelf, complaining with an ow. Young Yuren, rubbing his head in confusion, looks at the fallen book and thinks, then a book that was on the top shelf of the ceiling fell down. The mysterious book appears with strange patterns engraved on its cover, with no writing visible, as young Yuren explains. And it was a book with no writing on the cover but with strange patterns engraved on it. Young Yuren, without thinking much, opened the enigmatic book, not knowing that an extraordinary event was about to change his life forever. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. An intense light burst out from the book, and at the same time, he felt as if something was being absorbed directly into his head, a supernatural event that would mark the beginning of his new ability. He exclaimed. And light came out of the book and something was absorbed into my head. Yuren rocks, now an adult, tells the Marquis that after that incident, the book disappeared, while the Marquis listens in surprise. The Marquis, with an expression of amazement and understanding, exclaims, that means, that book was a magic tome. Yuren rocks gives a cunning smile, knowing that his deception has been successful, while a bright light symbolizes the cleverness of his plan. Yuren rocks reflects, confirming his father's deduction, magic tome, of course I know, I was the one who said it He explains that exceptional mages record techniques or magic into books to transmit them as magic tome. The Marquis, now convinced, nods. Right, magic tomes can do that. Then he thinks that the attic library has so many books that even he himself does not know how many there are. The Marquis looks at Yuren with a smile and declares that finding that book was a stroke of luck. Finding that book was great luck for you. Yuren rocks with a big smile and a victory gesture, exclaims, let's say I hit the jackpot. The Marquis, nodding, states, good, a promise is a promise, and adds, so I tell you to learn swordsmanship anymore. The Marquis turns around, walking away, and says, and according to the additional promise I made. The Marquis turns back, looks at Yuren and says, tell me what you want. Yuren rocks with an expression of deep determination, addresses his father, the Marquis, and begins his bold declaration. Father, I. With a fixed gaze and unshakable conviction, Yuren rocks reveals his true ambition, want the position of heir. The atmosphere turns dark and reddish, foreshadowing the magnitude of his demand. Yuren rocks finishes his bold declaration. I want it. The Marquis looks at him with an expression of absolute shock, unable to believe what he has just heard. His face reflects a mixture of astonishment and dismay at his son's unexpected ambition. Yuren rocks with a cunning smile, asks his father, Marquis Rocks, whether he would grant him a wish if he asked for it, which surprises the Marquis. Marquis Rocks, visibly uncomfortable and hesitant, states that it is his authority to grant the wish, but his expression does not match his word. Yuren Rocks smiles mischievously, pointing out his father's uncomfortable expression, while the Marquis lets out an exasperated grunt. Yuren Rocks explains with a smile that if he became the heir, it would cause the Marquis many problems, and that many within the family would rebel. Marquis Rocks raises a hand to his mouth in concern, imagining his wife's fury, while Yuren Rocks emphasizes that his lady would cause a great uproar. The Marquis clears his throat nervously. Yuren Rocks, with his finger raised and a victorious smile, declares that this time he will commit only once, surprising Marquis Rocks with his boldness. Marquis Rocks laughs in relief, accepting Yuren's compromise, and Yuren thanks him with a satisfied smile. In his thoughts, Yuren Rocks reveals his true indifference toward the position of heir, making it clear that he has no interest in it. Flashback image shows a young Yuren Rocks studying with the imposing figure of Marquis Rocks behind him, while the text explains that being the heir means a life without freedom, devoted to managing the castle. Yuren Rocks, with an excited expression, thinks that he would rather use his time to perfect his mastery of the Tang family of Sichuan and travel the world in search of opportunity. Marquis Rocks, still expectant, asks Yuren to confess his true wish. Yuren, with a thoughtful look, replies, "Yes, my wish is." Yuren Rocks, with a revelation that surprises the Marquis, expresses his intention to form his own order of knights. The Marquis, with eyes wide open, asks, "An order of knights?" Yuren Rocks reveals to his father that he wants Aaron, his current butler, and Kraid, whom he dueled yesterday, as his first knights for the order of knights he wishes to create. Marquis Rocks considers Yuren's wish, concluding that it is no harder to grant than the position of heir. Marquis Rocks smiles, recognizing Aaron's valuable talent, which is too good to be wasted as a butler. Yuren Rocks thanks the Marquis with a respectful bow, while the Marquis gives him approval to proceed with his plan. Marquis Rocks questions Yuren Rocks about who will be his butler, since Aaron will join his order of knights, and mentions that no one is available among the current butlers. Marquis Rocks becomes intrigued when Yuren Rocks suggests a cook named Peru. Yuren expresses his wish for Peru to be his butler, but with one condition. Yuren Rocks smiles cunningly, asking the Marquis to appoint Peru as butler by coincidence, and not as his direct choice, revealing his strategic manipulation. Marquis Rocks, confused, asks Yuren what is going on, but Yuren tells him he will explain later, keeping the mystery alive. Marquis Rocks reluctantly accepts Yuren's request with a sigh of resignation. Yuren Rocks watches the Marquis leave, nodding that his father now trusts him and asks no more questions, indicating the success of his manipulation. A game interface shows affection, 74 trust. Yuren Rocks reflects on how, despite his manipulations, his father's affection has grown significantly, admitting that the blood connection makes a big difference in the Marquis' perception. With his plans in motion and his father's trust obtained, the scene changes to a general view of the Marquis' majestic castle, marking the beginning of a new stage for Yuren Rocks. Now, starting today. Yuren Rocks stands in the castle courtyard with Aaron and Kraid, whom he formally declares members of his exclusive order of knights. Aaron and Kraid, dressed in armor, remain firm, while Yuren Rocks urges them to train hard in daily practice from that moment on. Yuren Rocks introduces Peru, the new butler, who appears shy and somewhat frightened as he greets the new knights. Aaron watches the scene with a perplexed expression, remaining silent as she reflects on the event. Aaron approaches Yuren Rocks and tells him that she has a question, while he looks at her curiously and asks what is wrong. Aaron confronts Yuren Rocks, asking why he mentioned someone named Peru to replace her as butler, seeking an explanation for his peculiar choice. Yuren Rocks smiles cunningly, preparing a surprising revelation for Aaron, showing his manipulative nature. Yuren Rocks confesses to Aaron that Peru is a spy, leaving her completely shocked and exclaiming a surprised, "What?" Yuren Rocks continues his revelation, explaining that Peru is a spy sent by Commander of Knights Karox and Lady Kaina to kill him, which leaves Aaron even more stunned. Aaron, confused, asks Yuren Rocks why he would keep a spy by his side as a butler if that is true. Yuren, with a mischievous smile, assures her that it is fine. Aaron, still processing Yuren's shocking confession, looks at him with a mixture of amazement and a dose of horror, struggling to understand the magnitude of the situation. With an enigmatic smile and a subtle gesture, Yuren Rocks assures the stunned Aaron that, although Peru is a spy, now he obeys only him, revealing the extent of his manipulation and control. Just then, Kraid prepares to intervene, starting a new conversation. Kraid, with his hand raised, addresses Yuren Rocks, indicating that he has a question, while Aaron watches with a thoughtful expression. Yuren Rocks, with a friendly smile, encourages Kraid to ask his question, while the timid Peru remains at his side. Kraid points out to Yuren Rocks that, despite there being only two of them, an order of knights should have at least one senior knight, if not a commander. Kraid argues that a senior knight must possess outstanding abilities, implying that not everyone meets that requirement. Kraid glances sideways at Aaron and comments that she looks small and fragile, and that she does not look strong, implying that she would not be suitable for a leadership role. Yuren rocks with an enigmatic smile, nods, appearing to agree with Kraid's premise that a strong knight should be the senior one. With a cunning look, Yuren rocks declares that the strongest knight must be the senior knight, laying the groundwork for a confrontation. Yuren rocks surprises Eren and Kraid by ordering them to fight each other to determine who is stronger, creating expectation and tension. A panoramic view of the majestic castle courtyard, under a clear sky, foreshadows the imminent duel between the knights. Kraid falls to the ground, with an expression of astonishment and defeat on his face, while the impact of the battle becomes evident. Eren stands victorious over a defeated Kraid, who lies on the ground and admits his defeat. With her sword pointed at him, Eren gives him a valuable lesson about combat. Eren, standing upright with her sword in hand, scolds Kraid that his attack patterns are too simple, and that he needs to improve substantially so that his movements are not so predictable. This humiliating defeat marks a turning point for Kraid. Kraid, lying on the ground, absorbs Eren's words and promises to keep them in mind, while Eren looks at him with her sword still pointed at him. Yuren rocks watches approvingly as Eren stands victorious over Kraid. With this, Yuren declares that Eren has been chosen as the leader of his Order of Knights. Yuren rocks with a satisfied smile, formally announces that Eren is the new leader of the Order of Knights, while Peru, standing beside Yuren, looks at her in surprise. Everyone, including Yuren rocks, Eren, Kraid, and Peru, applauds in recognition of Eren as the newly appointed leader of the Order of Knights. Peru, somewhat shy, announces that he will go prepare dinner, while the sky turns into a beautiful sunset, marking the end of the day. Peru walks away to carry out his task, and Yuren rocks watches him, with Eren and Kraid in the background. As Peru leaves, Yuren rocks, thoughtful, decides to test a new technique, sound transmission, sensing Peru's energy from a distance. A system window explains the sound transmission technique, an essential martial art in novels that uses inner energy to create sound waves and transmit sound. Peru, surprised, turns around when he hears Yuren rocks' voice calling him, unable to identify where the sound is coming from. Peru answers Yuren rocks, "Yes, young master," still wearing a perplexed expression because of the unusual phenomenon. Peru remains motionless, looking around, visibly frightened and confused by Yuren rocks' mysterious voice, which seems to come from nowhere. Yuren rocks, satisfied, calls Peru again, and the expression of pure terror on Peru's face confirms the success of sound transmission, a martial art he has just mastered. Peru flinches and screams in terror when he hears Yuren rocks' voice calling him again, now using his new sound transmission technique. With his face twisted in fear, Peru clutches his head with both hands and exclaims, "This-2," completely overwhelmed by Yuren's mysterious ability. Peru, still trembling, questions whether Yuren rocks' ability is some kind of black magic. Yuren calmly repeats Peru's question. Yuren rocks with a superior expression, corrects Peru, explaining that what he does is more like communication magic, downplaying the idea of black magic. Yuren rocks watches Peru and thinks, as expected, he is not affected by poison at all, noticing an important peculiarity in the servant. Peru misunderstands the situation, believing that Yuren rocks is a black mage who manipulates poisons, and marvels as he thinks, so the young master was that kind of existence. Yuren rocks in his chibi form seems amused by Peru's overactive imagination and says calmly, "Well, think whatever you want." Suddenly, Yuren rocks asks Peru whether the poison he requested last time is ready, surprising him once again. Peru answers nervously, "Ah, yes," confirming that he has managed to prepare the dreaded poison. A detailed illustration shows a threatening snake and a bottle with the label "Snake Mind Poison," extracted from 100 venomous snakes. Peru confesses that he barely managed to prepare it. Yuren rocks with a chilling expression and a malicious smile foreshadowing his dark intentions, orders Peru, "Make sure to put that poison generously into the tyrene soup I am going to eat." Peru, horrified to the core, lets out a terrified groan, "Hiik," at Yuren rocks' monstrous request. With a trembling voice he can only reluctantly nod, "Why yes, yes, understood." With his macabre task assigned, Yuren leaves, preparing for his next step in search of power. The majesty of the Marquis' castle rises beneath a changing sky, serving as a serene backdrop for the events to come. Yuren rocks is immersed in deep meditation, eyes closed, concentrating on his inner training. Yuren rocks' eyes suddenly open, revealing an intense reddish glow, a sign of his determination and the awakening of a new resolve. Yuren rocks sighs in his room, meditating, while evaluating his progress after the recent events. A game interface shows the progress of his 10,000 divine energy poison absorption at 18% with 3 stars, a level he reached some time ago. Yuren rocks clenches his fist in frustration, reflecting that his inner energy is not increasing as quickly as he expected. Standing next to a window, Yuren rocks looks out over the castle, worried about the uncertainty of the remaining time until the world crisis. With a resolute look, Yuren rocks concludes that he has no other choice, and that it is time to leave the Marquis' castle in order to speed up his growth. From the majestic Marquis' mansion, Yuren's declaration rises, "I'm going out for a while." The Marquis, seated with a cup of tea, replies, "You're going out? Well, you haven't gone out in a long time. Are you planning to go to the village in the Marquis' territory? Yuren, with a somewhat surprised expression, confirms, yes. The Marquis asks, how many days are you planning to go? To which Yuren replies, actually, in his mind Yuren plots, I'll go far away, but there's no need to reveal that. Yuren tells his father, I'm thinking about a week. The Marquis repeats with some disbelief, a week. The Marquis finally gives in, well, you've been training hard, so that's fine. And what about your escort? Yuren thinks to himself, anticipating the problem. Here it comes. Yuren tries to avoid the subject of the escort. Ah, an escort. I really don't need one. The Marquis, with an expression of disbelief, exclaims, what? The Marquis stands up, scolding Yuren seriously. No, be aware of your position. You are the eldest son of the Rock's family. Yuren, with a nervous smile, tries to downplay the situation. Since I'm only going to a nearby village, an escort is. And he lets out a small laugh, haha. The Marquis, visibly angry and frowning, warns Yuren, hey, you still don't know how terrifying the world is. Even if you've become a little stronger through training, what if you're poisoned? Yuren, with a thoughtful expression and in Chibai style, reacts internally to his father's warning, murmuring, owing, and to himself he reflects confidently. However, poison doesn't affect. Yuren, with an expression of apparent resignation, thinks, but it seems hard to convince this guy. Plan B is. Then, with a forced smile toward the Marquis, he says, since you're so worried, I'll comply. The Marquis, relieved, asks, oh good, then when will you depart? Yuren answers, I'll leave in 2 days. The Marquis, with the mansion in the background, nods and says, good, then I'll keep that in mind and prepare an escort too. Yuren is alone in his room, apparently thoughtful, while his secret plan takes shape. Yuren smiles cunningly and thinks to himself, PFF, what escort? I'll just leave secretly tomorrow. The Marquis' mansion is bathed in the colors of sunset. A voice or a thought asks, what? Yuren confronts Peru, his servant, and demands, yes, I don't have money for traveling, so lend me some money. Yuren threatens Peru, revealing unexpected knowledge. You have the money that Kerox gives you to buy expensive poison. Peru, visibly surprised and frightened, stammers, that. With a dark and threatening expression, Yuren intensifies his pressure on Peru. Why? You don't want to. Peru, terrified, hurries to please Yuren. Ahahaha, no way, it would be an honor. I'll lend it to you right away. Yuren, with a perceptive look, asks him, ah, you have that too, right? Peru, puzzled, responds, what? Yuren reveals more of his meta-knowledge to the surprised Peru. I saw it when you took out poisonous herbs last time. You have a spatial pocket too. An illustration clarifies the concept. Spatial pocket, an item that often appears in fantasy novels, a mysterious pocket that can hold approximately 1 ton of cargo in a small pocket. Peru, visibly affected by the pressure, finally gives in and says with difficulty, I'll lend it to you. Yuren, with a malicious smile, exclaims, hee, thanks to that I won't need a bag. Meanwhile, Peru shows an expression of deep anguish. Yuren, in a relaxed pose, says, ah, right. Peru, still confused, questions with a question mark. Yuren extends his hand, offering a small round green leaf, and declares, here you go. The description reveals that it is a fake dried leaf medicine. In a convincing tone, Yuren assures Peru, who looks at the leaf in astonishment, this is the antidote for your poison for 1 month. Peru reacts with a surprised, oh. Yuren continues his manipulation with a smile. Honestly, you've been good to me and please keep being good. Then, with an enigmatic promise, Yuren tells a hopeful Peru, I'll give you the perfect antidote soon. Peru, with a dazzling smile, responds excitedly, oh, really? The scene changes to dawn the next day, with the Marquis' mansion in the background, indicating the time of Yuren's secret departure. Yuren, dressed in a cloak, prepares to leave his room. He has left a letter and murmurs, I also left a letter, let me sneak away and seek. Yuren, with his cloak and a dagger at his side, moves with stealthy steps across the mansion grounds, heading toward his escape. As Yuren sneaks through the gardens at dawn, thinking to himself, as expected, there are no people around at this hour. He trusts that his escape will go unnoticed and that no one will see him. But to his surprise, Yuren stops abruptly and looks to one side. An unexpected voice breaks the silence of dawn, greeting him, good morning, young master. Yuren looks in surprise at the old gardener, who, with pruning shears in hand and a smile, greets him. Recovering himself, Yuren asks, you woke up early. With a slight expression of discomfort, Yuren replies, oh yes. While the kind old gardener appears cheerful, Yuren stops to think, but I feel something substantial from this kind-looking old gardener. Yuren's gaze sharpens and his eyes take on a reddish glow. He asks himself, what is it, creator's eye? Yuren and the old gardener walk away, while Yuren reflects, no. The scene changes and an imposing clock tower, the magic tower, is shown, marking Yuren's new destination. Yuren walks through the town, leaving the clock tower behind. He thinks, this is my first time outside the Marquis' castle. Yuren rocks with an expression of slight surprise, stares at something out of sight, perhaps a new challenge or an unexpected opportunity on his journey. Thus, Yuren rocks arrives at the imposing magic tower, a building with a large clock, ready to use its teleportation system and continue his adventure. Yuren arrives at the magic tower, a spacious place full of mystical artifacts. The magic tower employee, a hooded figure, is seated at a large desk. Yuren approaches him, ready to interact. The magic tower staff asks Yuren what brings him there, to which Yuren replies that he wishes to use the teleportation system. The magic tower employee asks if he has used it before, but Yuren, with a bit of surprise, says no. Yuren smiles to himself, thinking about how this system also accumulates miles for users, just as he himself designed in his previous life, just like airplane. The magic tower staff, with a serious expression behind his glasses, asks Yuren what his destination is. Yuren replies that his destination is Aw's castle. The magic tower staff informs Yuren that Aw's castle is quite far away, to which Yuren nods, understanding the distance. The magic tower staff informs Yuren that the fee for the service is 50 gold, asking him to pay and sign the usage ticket. Yuren, with a somewhat annoyed expression, thinks that the price is quite high, but he comforts himself by remembering that, fortunately, Peru had more money. With a slight smile, Yuren decides to use a false name for now, thinking of Polian, the nickname he used in his online game. Yuren Rox follows the magic tower employee, who guides him while calling him by his alias, Mr. Polian, toward the teleportation area. The magic tower employee tells Yuren Rox to enter the teleportation room, explaining that, when he hears a knock, he will have arrived at his destination. Yuren Rox stands on the teleportation platform, watching in amazement the complex mechanism of the magical warp system. The view rises to the top of the magic tower, where the clear blue sky indicates the beginning of an extraordinary journey. A ray of magical energy descends upon the tower, signaling that the teleportation process is in full swing, with dramatic effects filling the air. Yuren Rox reacts with an expression of surprise and confusion, wondering what just happened when he feels the sudden completion of the journey. Still on the platform, Yuren Rox looks toward the magic tower employee, who announces that he has arrived at his destination and invites him to leave, although Yuren still seems disoriented. A new employee wearing a green robe welcomes Yuren Rox warmly at Aw's castle, confirming his arrival in the city. Yuren Rox expresses his amazement to the employee, surprised that he arrived without feeling anything during the teleportation, which shows the system's efficiency. The employee at Aw's castle, with a smile, boasts about the comfortable teleportation experience, which is the pride of their magic tower. While Yuren Rox marveled at the uniqueness of the teleportation experience and how comfortable the journey was, he prepared to venture into his new destination. Yuren Rox, still amazed that he felt nothing during the trip, thanks the employee, who says goodbye wishing him a good journey and that he use their services again in the future, thus marking the beginning of his adventure in Aw's castle. Yuren Rox, with an expression of curiosity, exits the magic tower and observes the vibrant urban landscape of Aw's castle. Surprised, Yuren Rox exclaims as he sees the bustling main street of Aw's castle, with people and carts moving everywhere. Yuren Rox observes the architecture of Aw's castle, noting the differences in the building designs in this western region compared to his home in the Marquis family. From an aerial view, the large number of people walking through the streets of Aw's castle can be seen, a city overflowing with life and activity. Yuren Rox asks a local about the blacksmith's alley, and the man, pointing with his finger, shows him the correct direction. Yuren Rox walks through Blacksmith's Alley, a narrow passage lined with old buildings, while the sky turns the colors of sunset. He continues his search through Blacksmith's Alley, which seems quiet and deserted, with no sign of the smithy he is looking for. With a worried expression, Yuren Rox wonders why he cannot find the unicorn smithy, despite having searched for a while. Yuren Rox looks up at the darkening sky, realizing that night is approaching, and his time to find his target is running out. He arrives at what he considers the last possible alley, hoping that his search will finally end there, while the last glow of sunset fades away. Suddenly, a metallic sound breaks the silence of the alley. A close-up shows a blacksmith's hand holding a sword blade on an anvil, thus beginning the forging. With a firm hammer blow on the sword, the blacksmith confirms the presence of work in the alley, and Yuren Rox has found the smithy he was looking for. The young blacksmith, with muscles tense from work, lifts his hammer and looks around, surprised by the interruption. He asks if someone is there. The young blacksmith turns toward Yuren Rox and asks if he is a customer, while Yuren prepares to respond. Yuren Rox, looking at the young blacksmith, begins to formulate his question, seeking information about a specific place. Yuren Rox asks the young blacksmith if he knows of any smithy called Unicorn Smithy in the area, while the blacksmith thinks about the question. The young blacksmith informs Yuren Rox that, as far as he knows, there is no smithy with that name there. Yuren appears surprised and disappointed by the answer. Yuren Rox places a hand on his head, annoyed and frustrated, wondering whether his prior knowledge was wrong and whether he has made a mistake. The young blacksmith smiles and reveals the unexpected twist. Although there is no unicorn smithy at the moment, that is the name he himself plans to use for his shop in the near future, validating Yuren Rox's meta-information. Yuren Rox activates his creator's eye skill, and his eye lights up with an intense red glow as he says the name of his skill. With his skill activated, Yuren Rox manages to identify the blacksmith Juranox, revealing his traits and abilities, such as the creation of magical weapons. The screen shows an interface with Juranox's detailed information in Korean, confirming his name and his traits as a magical weapon creator and his affinity with fire. Yuren Rox smiles confidently, his eyes subtly glowing red, exclaiming that he has found the right place, satisfied with his discovery. Yuren Rox approaches Juranox, who looks at him in surprise, and asks if it is possible to see the weapons he sells in his shop, to which the blacksmith nervously agrees. Juranox invites Yuren Rox to come in and look around the shop, which is filled with armor and weapons, and Yuren Rox agrees with an interested expression. As Yuren Rox and Juranox walk through the shop, Yuren Rox carefully observes the displayed weapons, pondering their quality. Yuren Rox asks Juranox how business is going, and the blacksmith, with a worried expression, responds with a pause, reflecting his insecurity. Juranox laments the poor location of his shop and his own skills, feeling that they are not enough. Juranox continues explaining his difficult situation, saying that customers only look around and leave, and that he does not know how much longer he can hold on, while Yuren Rox listens thoughtfully. However, Yuren Rox notices a pair of swords hanging on the wall that emit a bright aura, one red and one green, which makes him exclaim with interest that they are weapons of unexpected quality, with nothing to complain about. Upon analyzing one of them, Yuren Rox discovers that it is the Wind Spirit Sword, a blade blessed by a sylph that grants effects of increased attack speed, movement, and agility, thus confirming its hidden value. Yuren Rox deepens his observation of Juranox's weapons and discovers the Flame Spirit Greatsword, blessed by a salamander, which grants strength, endurance, and durability. Curious about the origin of such creations, he asks Juranox whether he forged them himself. Juranox, with a nervous smile and wiping away sweat, confirms that yes, he made them, but his tone suggests a certain shame or resignation regarding. With a downcast expression, Juranox reveals that, despite his efforts, the swords turned out to be failures. Yuren Rox, for his part, reacts with visible surprise to such a statement. Juranox explains the reason behind his frustration. After forging them, the swords became strangely heavy, so much so that even someone with great strength can barely lift them, which makes them impossible to sell. Yuren Rox listens to Juranox's explanation with a thoughtful expression, processing the blacksmith's information in light of his own knowledge of the world. In his mind, Yuren Rox disproves the idea that the swords are failures, reasoning that unqualified people tried to touch them and that a suitable user would activate their power. While watching a vision of a warrior wielding one of those swords with force, he reflects on Juranox's lack of self-awareness. With a determined smile, Yuren Rox points at the swords and tells Juranox that he will buy that one and the other sword as well, leaving the blacksmith completely surprised and confused. Yuren Rox, in a clever pose, responds to Juranox's bewilderment by asking, "But aren't they failures?" and then thinks that he will be able to give them to his future allies Aaron and Kraid. Yuren Rox continues his internal monologue, stating that although the swords are useful, they are not the real treasure he is seeking, while Juranox looks at him with a mixture of surprise and concern. Unexpectedly, Yuren Rox asks Juranox whether he has any severely rusted weapon, which causes a look of complete astonishment and confusion on the blacksmith's face. Faced with Yuren's peculiar request, Juranox, though perplexed, shows him a chest full of old, rusty weapons, axes, daggers, and spears that had clearly been discarded and forgotten. Juranox, without understanding Yuren's true interest, comments that it is unusual to look for such deteriorated weapons, and explains that he keeps them there to sell very cheaply in the future, ending his explanation without imagining the importance of his discovery for Yuren. Juranox tells Yuren Rox that there is no problem in selling him the rusty weapons, since they will not sell anyway. Yuren Rox extends his hand toward the chest with an expression of triumph, thinking, just as planned, this is everything. He has found the object he was looking for. Juranox reacts with surprise when he sees what Yuren Rox has chosen, and confesses, that, I did not make that one. Yuren Rox holds an ancient, rusty dagger. Juranox explains that he does not know where it came from, but it was in the storage room, and although he thought about throwing it away, he felt it would be a waste and left it there. With determination in his eyes, Yuren Rox announces, I am taking this too. Juranox, visibly perplexed and confused by Yuren Rox's unusual choices, stammers, what, then. Juranox, still surprised by Yuren's choices, which only include defective objects, offers him everything for only 2 gold coins, and tells him that he will include the dagger as a gift. Yuren Rox, with a cunning smile and his eyes glowing intensely, rejoices inwardly at the bargain, thinking that those weapons will be worth much more once their true identity is revealed, costing 200 gold coins each. Yuren Rox's smile becomes more thoughtful as his internal monologue continues, correcting himself. Wait, no, it's not just the objects. Yuren Rox stares at Juranox and his thought is completed, but the person is attractive, revealing his true intention to recruit the blacksmith. With a confident smile, Yuren Rox, remembering Juranox's complaints about his business, throws him an unexpected proposal. Since business is not going well, would you consider closing the shop and working for me making crafts? Juranox is completely stunned and visibly surprised by Yuren Rox's sudden and bold proposal, stammering, hearing such words so suddenly is quite surprising. Juranox, still surprised by Yuren Rox's proposal, admits that he had already considered closing the shop, but the job offer takes him by surprise. Yuren rocks with a serious expression, decides to reveal himself to Juranox, introducing himself as the invincible spear that protects the South. With a confident smile and a thumbs up, Yuren rocks finishes his striking introduction. Yuren ROX of the ROX family. The impact of the revelation is immense. Juranox reacts with extreme shock, his face showing pure astonishment as he realizes Yuren Rox's true identity, the Marquis ROX family. Overcome by respect and fear, Juranox immediately prostrates himself before Yuren Rox, apologizing profusely and expressing humility for having received such a high-ranking noble in such a modest place. Yuren Rox, somewhat uncomfortable with the excessive deference, urges Juranox to get up. Juranox, still prostrated, replies that he feels more comfortable that way, while Yuren Rox insists that he get up and speak naturally, reflecting the rigid social hierarchy of the medieval world. Yuren Rox, with a mixture of exasperation and a slight smile, finally gives in. ALRIGHT, then get up. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that the medieval class system is something inevitable. Now standing, Juranox, still incredulous, asks Yuren Rox why he would want to employ such a deficient blacksmith as him. Yuren Rox answers Juranox's question firmly, stating that he wants him for your special talent. Juranox, visibly surprised, repeats the word talent. Juranox, still skeptical, denies having a special talent, remembering that his master constantly scolded him, which has made him doubt his own abilities as a blacksmith. Yuren Rox, observing Juranox's modesty and self-contempt, reflects that, although he does not know the master, Juranox's training must have been extremely rigorous and Spartan, thus recognizing the hidden potential that Juranox underestimates in himself. His insight allows him to see beyond Juranox's words, preparing for the next stage of his plan. Juranox admits that he had been thinking about closing the business, but Yuren Rox's proposal to employ him takes him by surprise and is too sudden for him. Yuren Rox, with a serious expression, announces that he will introduce himself first. In a grand tone, he declares, "I am the invincible spear that protects the South." With a confident smile and an approving thumbs-up gesture, Yuren Rox concludes his dramatic introduction. Yuren ROX of the ROX family. Juranox reacts with overwhelming shock to the revelation, his mind barely processing the striking truth. The Marquis ROX family. Immediately, Juranox prostrates himself on the floor before Yuren Rox, asking for forgiveness and expressing his humility for having received such a high-ranking noble in his modest smithy. Yuren Rox, visibly uncomfortable with the extreme deference, asks Juranox to get up from the floor. Despite Yuren Rox's insistence that he get up and speak naturally, Juranox, still prostrated, replies that he feels more comfortable in that position, showing the deep-rooted hierarchy of the era. Yuren Rox, with an exasperated but resigned expression, finally tells Juranox to get up, recognizing that the medieval class system is unbreakable. Once standing, Juranox, still bewildered, asks Yuren Rox why he would want to employ a blacksmith whom he considers deficient like him. Yuren Rox responds with determination, "For your special talent." Juranox reacts with surprise, repeating the word, talent. Juranox, not believing in his own abilities, denies having talent and explains that his master constantly scolded him, making him doubt his worth as a blacksmith. Yuren Rox, without knowing Juranox's master, senses that his teaching was extremely severe. With a clever look, Yuren sees the hidden potential in Juranox, even though the blacksmith still does not recognize it, and prepares to reveal the truth to him. Yuren Rox explains to Juranox that he has visited many smithies, but that his weapons possess something different. Juranox, surprised, asks what that something different is. Yuren Rox responds emphatically, "Precisely, care." He highlights the meticulous craftsmanship that distinguishes Juranox's creation. Yuren Rox praises Juranox's swords, emphasizing the exceptional meticulousness of the knots in the hilts. Juranox, with a humble expression, adds that the knots are really important to prevent slipping, confirming his attention to detail. With an encouraging tone and a smile, Yuren Rox tells Juranox that, seeing so much care, he believes that his special talent will bloom later. Juranox looks at Yuren Rox with an uncertain expression, wondering whether his words are sincere and whether his talent is real. Meanwhile, Yuren keeps an expectant expression, waiting for Juranox's decision. With newfound determination, Juranox accepts Yuren Rox's offer, declaring, "I will follow you." Yuren Rox reacts with an OH, of surprise at the blacksmith's quick decision. Juranox adds a small objection, BUT. Juranox smiles and says to Yuren Rox, "You are different from the RUMORS." Yuren Rox, with a subtle smile, asks, "The scoundrel RUMORS?" Yuren Rox, holding the dagger Agnes, says, "ALRIGHT then." He prepares to perform an act that will surprise Juranox. Yuren Rox, with an enigmatic smile, announces to Juranox, "I'll show you something interesting." Juranox, surprised, asks, "What?" A close-up shows Yuren Rox's hand holding the Agnes dagger, which begins to emit a faint glow, foreshadowing its powerful activation and the revelation of its true form. The Agnes dagger lights up with a powerful glow and floats in the air, revealing its true nature as the mystical artifact Agnes. "Awaken," he exclaims, and like a conscious entity, it prepares to question its new summoner. Agnes, in her bright and floating form, questions Yuren rocks about how he knew her location and the release incantation, expressing her surprise at Yuren's knowledge. Yuren rocks with a serious expression, responds that he knew after meeting the Great Prophet. Internally, he mocks his own invention, revealing that the Great Prophet is a figure he himself added to make his novel seem believable. Agnes, outraged by Yuren's answer, exclaims, "That is impossible. Why would the Great Prophet tell a useless person like you?" Then, in a suspicious tone, she leaves the sentence hanging, "Then perhaps you." Agnes now directly asks Yuren, "Do you also know my abilities?" Yuren rocks, with a confident smile and a clever gaze, replies, "I do." From Yuren rocks' perspective as the creator of the world, it is explained that Agnes can be divided into two parts, the main body and the secondary body, as a freeform weapon, and that each one can transform into weapons of any image the user imagines. Continuing the explanation, it is shown that the original protagonist used it as a sword and shield, and that even if you lose the secondary body. The explanation concludes by showing a muscular warrior brandishing a sword, while clarifying that the secondary body always returns to the main body, which demonstrates Agnes's versatility. Agnes, in a defiant tone, mocks Yuren, "Ah, then you must know that you cannot use it. I am a being that can only be used with mana." Agnes continues, provoking Yuren, "You should give up, right, Jojo." Yuren rocks, with a thoughtful expression, remains silent, not allowing himself to be intimidated by the mock. Yuren rocks, pointing at Agnes, scolds her, "A bit noisy, aren't you?" And usually, he is about to show Agnes who is in command. With an unexpected move and an ability that defies what is established, Yuren rocks transforms Agnes into an elegant ring on his finger. Agnes, with a cry of astonishment, laments, "No, what? Ahhhhh." Yuren calmly explains that now he can always carry her with him, discreetly transformed into this new form. Agnes, now a ring, experiences a strange and warm energy, feeling that she is melting. She asks in amazement, "What is this warm energy?" Yuren rocks smiles, revealing the secret of his power. Fortunately, martial arts work in place of mana, demonstrating his unique mastery and the reason Agnes has submitted. Yuren rocks, with a determined posture, addresses Juranox. "Now then, Giranox." Juranox, visibly nervous, replies, "Why yes." Yuren rocks asks Juranox how much time he needs to organize things and leave the place in order, preparing for his departure. Juranox, surprised by the question, quickly calculates and assures him that, "I think 2 days will be enough." Yuren rocks gives Juranox his final instructions. "Then let's meet in 2 days, 18 noon in front of the central park of Aas Castle." The panel shows a general view of a bustling city street. As Yuren rocks walks down the street, an unexpected figure appears. With an expression of surprise and confusion, Yuren exclaims, you." The person who appears unexpectedly is Lady Aaliyah Marquis, Yuren's fiancée, riding a horse. Her facial expression reflects the surprise of the encounter, while Yuren rocks exclaims, "What?" at her presence. With a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment, Yuren rocks looks directly at Lady Aaliyah Marquis and asks her, "Why are you here?" Yuren rocks, with a surprised expression, sees someone on horseback. The situation in front of the Central Park feels familiar to him, and he wonders if it could be a scene from the original. Aaliyah Marquis, riding a horse, looks at Yuren and questions him. Someone else from the side also shouts, while Yuren realizes that this seems to be the scene where the original protagonist met Aaliyah. Startled by Aaliyah's shout, Yuren apologizes, realizing that the flow of the story has changed because of his presence. Aaliyah, frowning and with her hand on the hilt of her sword, demands to know why he is there. Yuren smiles nervously and quickly makes up an excuse, saying that he came to look for a blacksmith. Aaliyah looks at him in disbelief, asking whether the Rock's family does not already have many blacksmiths. Yuren, still smiling, tries to justify his decision, explaining that he wanted to hire someone of his own. Aaliyah sighs, saying that if he had told her earlier, she would have helped. Yuren, with a satisfied expression, assures her that it is fine because he already found a good person. Just then, Juranox comes running up, panting and calling Yuren, "Young master." Seeing Juranox arrive right on time, Yuren asks if he waited long, to which his panting assistant replies that no, he arrived at the perfect moment. With Juranox at his side, Yuren takes advantage of the situation to boldly introduce Aaliyah to her captain, Muskmallen, as his fiancée, to everyone's surprise. Muskmallen, the captain of the knights, visibly surprised, wonders who Yuren is, whom Aaliyah has just introduced as her fiancé. Aaliyah Marquis, with a smile, confirms to Musk that the person by her side is her fiancé, Yuren rocks, while formally introducing him. Upon hearing the name Yuren rocks, Muskmallen freezes and his expression turns serious, recognizing the importance of the surname. Musk, with a bow, expresses his astonishment at seeing the young master of the Rock's family in that place, and formally introduces himself as the 5th squad leader of the Steel Hammer Knights of the Marquis Marcus family. Yuren welcomes Muskmallen, and in an aside, internally reflects that he already knows Musk well, since he created the character himself. Yuren continues his internal monologue, revealing that Musk was a supporting character with a terrible personality in the original novel. The original scene is shown in a memory. Musk and his order of knights block the road, and he threatens a woman and a child, which caused the protagonist to intervene. In the flashback, the original protagonist intervenes to stop Musk, asking him what he is doing there. After an altercation, Aaliyah would appear just in time to stop the fight, thus beginning her connection with the protagonist, while Yuren watches the scene in his mind. Yuren reflects that the original protagonist always accompanied Aaliyah and saved her from a deadly crisis. But now, the protagonist is nowhere to be found, and he cannot reconnect him to the story. With a resigned gesture, Yuren convinces himself that he cannot allow Aaliyah to die, implying that he will have to take the protagonist's place to protect her from the coming crisis. Back in reality and determined to act, Yuren interrupts the conversation between Aaliyah and Musk, directly asking Aaliyah where they are headed so he can get involved. Aaliyah explains to Yuren that orc incursions near Ah's castle have increased, so her Order of Knights has received orders for reconnaissance and subjugation. Yuren listens carefully to Aaliyah's words, his face showing a mixture of concern and determination. Yuren, with a serious look, approaches Aaliyah and asks her an important favor. With a resolute expression, Yuren asks Aaliyah to allow him to accompany her on the mission. Aaliyah looks at him in surprise, asking why he would want to join such a dangerous mission. Yuren explains that, as someone who is also training, he wants to experience real combat and see Aaliyah's skills in action. Aaliyah, worried about his safety, warns him that the mission could be very dangerous. Yuren smiles confidently, assuring her that no matter how he looks, at least he is good at running away if necessary. Aaliyah reflects for a moment, while Musk Malin appears visibly annoyed in the background. Finally, Aaliyah accepts, ordering Musk to provide a horse for Yuren and Juranox, to Musk's dismay. Musk vehemently objects to Aaliyah's decision, exclaiming that they are not on an outing and that they cannot afford to let their guard down, even if they are only facing orcs, while Yuren watches the scene with Juranox at his side. With great intensity, Musk points out the lack of mana in Yuren and Juranox, arguing that they have neither the duty nor the time to protect them on such a critical mission, trying to dissuade Aaliyah from her decision. Aaliyah, with a firm expression, reminds Musk Malin that her decision is an order and that he must follow it without complaining. Musk, with a grimace of disgust, finally gives in, muttering that he will prepare it immediately, while looking at Yuren warily. Musk wonders whether he should take the lead if he is so upset, while Aaliyah, Yuren, and Juranox stand in the background, preparing to depart. Yuren and Aaliyah exchange a brief glance, establishing a tacit connection. The scene continues with the group departing the city, riding toward their destination. Aaliyah, with a serious expression, warns Yuren to stay close to her because the mission is dangerous. Yuren assures Aaliyah that he understands the warning, and then tells Juranox to hold on tight while they ride. Juranox, a little frightened, clings tightly to Yuren as the horses gallop. The expedition of knights, with Yuren, Aaliyah, and Juranox among them, rides at full speed, heading deep into the forest in search of the orcs. As night falls, a red flash crosses the sky, signaling possible danger. Aaliyah reacts with surprise and alarm when she sees the signal flare light up the night sky, recognizing it as a danger signal. While Aaliyah looks at the first flare, another one lights up in the distance, and a knight warns Aaliyah about the second danger signal. A third red flash rises into the sky, confirming the increasing dangers and the critical situation. Yuren realizes that the situation is intensifying. As the sky turns orange at sunset, another signal flare lights up, followed by a purple flash, indicating that the danger is multiplying and spreading. One knight exclaims, "Oh, over there too." Aaliyah Marquis, with her lilac hair flowing and an expression of growing concern, looks up at the sky and wonders how many flares have already been fired. Yuren, with a serious look, corrects the knight who thought he saw 4, stating that 5 flares have been fired. His precision in counting surprises the knight. Aaliyah, with urgency in her voice, gives the order, "Let's go to the nearest one to the west." The determination on her face is palpable. Aaliyah's group rides at full speed, leaving behind a trail of dust as they head to investigate the source of the flare. When they arrive at the place, the group finds a scene of horror. The soldiers have been massacred. Aaliyah, Musk, and Yuren react with shock at the sight of the fallen bodies. Aaliyah says in a trembling voice, "T the soldiers, they're all dead." A knight, with an expression of horror and astonishment, points out that the soldiers' armor is melted, a sight that confuses everyone. A close-up shows a body with melted armor, its flesh exposed and wounded, suggesting an attack with unusual force. The question echoes, what were they hit with? Aaliyah, with a mixture of concern and resolve, orders them to head toward the flare directly to the south, seeking answers and vengeance for their fallen men. Aaliyah rides forward urgently, urging her horse southward, showing her determination to face whatever caused the massacre. Aaliyah leads the knights at a full gallop, the tension palpable with every step of their horses, desperately seeking the source of the second danger signal. Upon arriving at the next location marked by the flare, Aaliyah and her group encounter another scene of horror, and Aaliyah's face turns pale as she recognizes that the devastation has been repeated once again, with a single word in her mind, "T this." Aaliyah Marquis, still mounted on horseback, trembles as she sees another fallen knight, with a sword stuck in the ground beside him, and the scene of devastation worsens. Aaliyah, disbelief still on her face, hears one of her knights urging her to move quickly to the next area. She nods uncertainly with a yes. Suddenly, Yuren, in a firm and urgent voice, shouts, "No," abruptly stopping Aaliyah and the rest of the group. With a serious look and an aura of determination, Yuren insists that they must not move right now, while Juranox watches him from behind. Aaliyah looks at him, completely surprised and confused by Yuren's sudden and authoritative intervention. "What?" she wonders, while staring at him and saying his name, Yuren. With a furrowed brow, Yuren rocks, the eldest son of the Marquis' house, shouts a firm no as he watches the battlefield. Yuren rocks, with a serious expression and furrowed brow, warns the person behind him, "We must not move right now." Lady Aaliyah Marcus, with her characteristic pink hair, looks surprised and asks, "What?" before exclaiming Yuren's name, Yuren. Lady Aaliyah Marcus is on horseback, while Yuren rocks listens to a soldier explain the situation. The orcs are scattered, hunting their soldiers one by one, and there is no chance of winning like this. Yuren rocks, with a determined look, declares that they need to stop the operation and fire a flare to gather our forces here. Lady Aaliyah Marcus looks worried while a soldier yells at Yuren rocks, "Shut up, what do you know to interfere?" As the soldier yells at him, Yuren rocks remembers, "I remember. The protagonist also got SCOLDEDAT this part." Yuren rocks closes his eyes with a distressed expression and thinks, suddenly I get PTSD. With one hand raised to stop the speaking soldier, Yuren rocks cuts him off with a forceful, "Shut up." The soldier looks at Yuren rocks with a shocked expression and says, The soldier is knocked off his horse by an invisible force, while Yuren rocks and Lady Aaliyah Marcus watch the scene. Someone screams desperately, "UGHHHHH," and no. After Yuren rocks' shocking display, Lady Aaliyah Marcus looks at him in astonishment, saying his name in a silent question, "Yuren." Yuren rocks stares at the fallen soldier and sternly orders him, "Know your place, do you understand?" while a subtle energy emanates from him. The humiliated soldier, trembling on the ground, can barely answer with a stutter, "Why yes, please." Yuren rocks turns to Lady Aaliyah Marcus and signals to her, "What?" Yuren rocks and Lady Aaliyah Marcus are on horseback, and Yuren internally reflects on the original story, remembering that, in the original, Aaliyah didn't listen to the protagonist and insisted on her own thoughts. With a serious look and a hint of concern, Yuren rocks tells Aaliyah, "Judge carefully." Lady Aaliyah Marcus looks at Yuren with an uncertain expression, processing his words while wondering, "Now what?" Lady Aaliyah Marcus, with an expression of understanding, admits to Yuren rocks, "You're right, as you said, I couldn't look at the situation calmly." With renewed determination, Lady Aaliyah Marcus gives orders, "Fire a blue flare right now, gather our forces here." A bright blue flare streaks across the sky, lighting up the landscape with its glow, signaling the regrouping of the forces. Yuren rocks watches with his arms crossed as Lady Aaliyah Marcus and the soldiers begin regrouping, showing strategic calm in the middle of preparing for battle. As Yuren rocks watches the situation, his loyal assistant Agnes looks at him with amazement and admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible, young master, because of how Yuren handled everything." Agnes continues expressing amazement, "You made them move according to your will," to which Yuren rocks responds with a modest smile, "Ha, it's nothing," although his expression suggests he knows more than he says. Agnes, Yuren rocks' assistant, asks him expectantly, "How many soldiers will gather again, right?" while Yuren maintains an enigmatic expression. Agnes becomes nervous and, with a surprised and uneasy expression, questions Yuren, "Well, what?" Yuren rocks reveals the harsh truth with a serious face, "Most of the soldiers probably won't be able to come." Then he adds with meta-knowledge, "That guy, Karuda, has already surrunded them and taken care of them." Agnes stands speechless, completely shocked by Yuren's revelation, and stammers fearfully, Then, young master." With a confident smile, Yuren rocks asks, "What are you waiting for?" while the text below clarifies that he means real combat. A soldier, probably the one who was knocked down, pants heavily as he tries to get back up quickly, the image emphasizing his desperation with the sound, panting, UFFF. Lady Aaliyah Marcus, with her sword drawn, prepares for battle, while a nearby soldier shouts, "Captain," signaling the imminent threat. A soldier, seized by panic, crawls along the ground, desperately reaching out a hand and pleading, "Run." Another soldier, with tears in his eyes, cries out in terror, "We have to run, right now showing the widespread panic at the situation. Lady Aaliyah Marcus reacts with surprise and an exclamation of "What?" at the grave situation unfolding before her. In the face of the overwhelming presence of the orcs, Lady Aaliyah Marcus stands firm with sword in hand, together with Yuren rocks and the other soldiers, ready for the imminent confrontation. Just as Yuren rocks had warned, an immense horde of orcs emerges menacingly from the darkness, towering silhouettes confirming the scale of the imminent and unequal battle. As the orc horde advances, several of these creatures are shown being cut down in the middle of battle, indicating the start of the clash. Lady Aaliyah Marcus and a soldier look in horror at the immense number of orcs, exclaiming, "Their numbers, there are too many." The desperation is palpable. Lady Aaliyah Marcus, with a pale face and eyes wide open, breathes with difficulty, completely overwhelmed by the situation, while a cold sweat runs down her temple. Lady Aaliyah Marcus apologizes to Yuren rocks. I'm sorry, Yuren, believing that he is about to die because of her. You're going to die because of me. Yuren rocks with a reassuring smile on his face, answers Aaliyah. It's fine, showing an unexpected calm. Yuren rocks steps forward confidently toward the horde of orcs, boldly declaring, we will not die here. Lady Aaliyah Marcus watches him in astonishment, wondering, Yuren, what are you? Anticipating his next move. Yuren rocks stands before the threatening horde of orcs and says to Agnes, his assistant, Agnes, let's try what we practiced these last 2 days. Yuren rocks prepares to use his skill, revealing, create black iron bullets with the secondary body, showing a small metallic object in his hand. A small golden orb floats above Yuren rocks' finger as he explains, a technique I obtained when the 10,000 poison absorption, divine energy REACHED 3 stars, but I hadn't had a chance to experiment. A pop-up window explains Yuren's new technique, Black Iron Explosion Level 1, throws hidden weapons that explode by infusing internal energy into black iron bullets. Required hidden weapon, black iron bullets. With an expression of fierce determination and power, Yuren rocks exclaims, take this, and unleashes a devastating attack that sends a black iron bullet charged with energy toward the orcs, marking the start of his new technique. Yuren's black iron bullet hits with explosive force, shredding the axe-wielding orc and releasing a powerful burst of blue energy that tears through the air, demonstrating the devastating effect of black iron explosion. A weapon, probably an axe, is sent flying through the air with tremendous force, accompanied by a thunderous impact sound. A group of orcs appears surprised and terrified as the energy from Yuren rocks' explosion rapidly approaches them. A massive explosion of fire and energy engulfs several orcs, demonstrating the devastating power of Yuren rocks' attack. Yuren rocks calmly watches the enormous explosion, which resounds with a thunderous boom, while the fire and smoke dissipate. The ground is littered with the remains of dismembered and injured orcs, while others scream in pain and terror from the impact of the explosion. Yuren rocks, with a cunning expression, raises one finger into the air, making a gesture to retrieve the object he threw. The golden orb returns to Yuren rocks' hand while he reflects, come back, black iron explosion, Agnes secondary body return ability MATCHES so well with MY skills, HEHE. A group of enraged orcs screams, KWAH, as it charges aggressively, still unaware of the power Yuren rocks possesses. Yuren rocks launches himself through the air, surrounded by intense purple and blue energy, ready to unleash another devastating attack. An orc is struck directly by Yuren rocks' explosion, disintegrating in a blinding blue light. Another massive explosion sweeps away more orcs, confirming the effectiveness and devastating power of Yuren rocks' technique, leaving a trail of destruction. At the display of power, Lady Aaliyah Marcus looks at Yuren rocks in absolute astonishment and asks him, visibly shocked, WWHT, what did you throw? With a subtle smile, Yuren rocks shows her a small coin, revealing the secondary body of his ability, setting the stage for his explanation. Yuren rocks, with a confident smile, explains to Lady Aaliyah Marcus, it's called Black Iron Explosion. I'll explain the details later. Lady Aaliyah Marcus looks at Yuren rocks in amazement and exclaims, Yuren adds with a wink. Anyway, I reduced the number of ORCS a lot. Lady Aaliyah Marcus turns to her still frightened soldiers and encourages them with a shout. What are you all doing? Look, we can win. With renewed determination, Lady Aaliyah Marcus raises her sword and proclaims forcefully, now is our chance. Let's defeat the remaining ORCS. Lady Aaliyah Marcus, together with her soldiers, bravely charges against the horde of orcs, resuming the battle with a new fighting spirit. With skill, Lady Aaliyah Marcus cuts her way through the orcs, bringing one of them down with a precise strike of her sword, while blood splashes into the air. Two of Lady Aaliyah Marcus's soldiers join forces to attack a larger orc, while the battle continues fiercely in the background. A smaller orc runs away in terror, screaming, KIYK, while a larger orc watches the scene, increasing the tension on the battlefield. A large, sturdy orc makes a sound of confusion or pain, KROK, suggesting that something unusual is happening in the middle of the melee. Another orc with an expression of agony screams, KWEK, while seeming to be affected by an invisible force or an unexpected attack. A small orc falls, its head wrapped in a reddish object that hits it with a dull sound, CHUK, surprising those present and drawing their attention away from the heat of battle. Lady Aaliyah Marcus, together with a soldier, watches the scene with a mixture of surprise and concern, exclaiming, while an unexpected figure begins to emerge in the distance. Lady Aaliyah Marcus is in a state of shock and astonishment, exclaiming, what that is, as she witnesses a shocking event on the battlefield. The legendary orc warrior Caruda makes an imposing entrance, holding a smaller orc by the head, displaying his ridiculous size and strength. The exclamation THAT ridiculous size highlights his gigantic presence. Yuren rocks with a grim expression and his gaze fixed on the horizon, reflects gravely. He finally appeared. Close-up of Caruda's threatening face confirms his identity. THE legendary orc warrior Karuda, while his eyes shine with ferocity. Yuren rocks with a face marked by determination and slight concern, declares the critical situation. If we can't take that guy down today, we'll die, ending the chapter on tense suspense. Caruda, the legendary orc warrior, roars with fury, surrounded by an intense red energy emanating from his body, displaying his immense power. Lady Aaliyah Marcus throws herself into battle, striking one of her subordinates, who staggers from the impact. It seems to be a moment of confusion or frustration amid the surprise attack by the orcs. Caruda attacks with his enormous weapon, unleashing a whirlwind of dark and powerful energy, dominating the battlefield with his brute strength. With a determined expression, Caruda holds his great sword, ready to deliver a devastating blow with his formidable weapon. Caruda leaps into the air, raising his sword with both hands for a downward strike, showing his agility and power despite his size. Lady Aaliyah Marcus, seen from behind, grips her sword with resolve, with two red exclamation marks indicating imminent danger or a crucial confrontation. The dark background suggests a forest setting. Lady Aaliyah Marcus's face shows concern and tension as she thinks about the need to dodge or avoid something, aware of the danger surrounding her. Lady Aaliyah Marcus, visibly frustrated, turns and shouts, "How can you just stand there watching?" While Yuren rocks behind her seems to have stepped in to protect her or intervene in the situation. Caruda descends with a powerful attack, leaving behind a blazing red trail, while Yuren rocks dodges him with agility, moving to avoid the direct impact. Yuren rocks and Lady Aaliyah Marcus walk together. Yuren scolds her, saying, "You almost died," while Aaliyah looks at him sideways, perhaps still annoyed or embarrassed by the situation. Lady Aaliyah Marcus reacts with a mixture of surprise and astonishment to Yuren's words or to a harsh reality presented to her. As Aaliyah processes what happened, her subordinates lie unconscious on the ground, a clear sign that Lady Aaliyah Marcus's forces have been overpowered by Caruda's overwhelming strength. Caruda faces Yuren rocks, the legendary orc growling with fury, showing his hostility and the immensity of his power, while Yuren watches him with calculated calm. Yuren rocks launches an attack with great skill, executing a black iron explosion, and releasing a burst of dark energy with a swift and precise motion. A projectile thrown by Yuren cuts through the air with a trail of blue energy, heading straight toward Caruda, who seems to be directly in its sights. Caruda takes the hit from the projectile, with bursts of blue energy crackling around him, showing that Yuren's attack had an effect, although it does not seem to have seriously injured him. A great explosion of fire engulfs Caruda, unleashed by Yuren, who uses his explosive projectiles in an attempt to weaken the formidable orc. Caruda stands covered in smoke and dust after the explosion, his massive figure remaining firm, demonstrating his incredible resistance to the attack. In a close-up of his face, Caruda lets out a roar of rage, croak, his expression showing anger and the impact of Yuren's attacks. Caruda roars furiously, grrgrol, while looking at Yuren rocks, who, despite the intimidation, maintains a calm expression, showing his composure in battle. Yuren rocks internally wonders whether his attacks are ineffective. It work, since he's an orc warrior, his skin was supposed to be as hard as steel, but. With a worried expression, Yuren rocks thinks, "Is this getting a little scary?" as he realizes Caruda's incredible toughness. Lady Aaliyah Marcus, filled with rage, exclaims, "This bastard, how dare you, my subordinates, unforgivable," while her sword begins to shine with an intense purple energy, activating her sword Empress trait. Lady Aaliyah Marcus rises into the air, her glowing sword in hand, ready to unleash a powerful attack against Caruda, driven by her sword Empress trait. Lady Aaliyah Marcus throws herself on the offensive with all her fury, executing a powerful charge with her sword, which shines with energy and leaves a purple trail in its wake. With a devastating movement, Lady Aaliyah Marcus strikes Caruda's arm with her sword, and blood can be seen, confirming the impact of her powerful attack. Lady Aaliyah Marcus's face looks determined as she continues her assault, her sword glowing with energy, reflecting her fierce determination in battle. Caruda screams in pain, "Kia," while blood drips from his arm, a sign that Lady Aaliyah Marcus's blows are working. Lady Aaliyah Marcus lands multiple strikes on Caruda, her attacks manifesting as powerful slashes of energy that the orc struggles to block. Yuren rocks, together with other soldiers who exclaim, "Captain, fighting, so cool," watches the battle with a serious expression, analyzing the situation and Lady Aaliyah Marcus's performance. Yuren rocks thinks internally, "As expected of Aaliyah, the sword Empress trait is overwhelming. It's still early in the novel, but she's strong enough to push Caruda this far," recognizing Aaliyah's immense power. Despite his resistance, Caruda's skin and armor show glowing cuts, with the text revealing, "Caruda's steel skin and armor are being cut," but close-up of Caruda's face shows his growing pain and rage as he shouts, "Grrruk," while continuing to endure Aaliyah's attack. Caruda roars with all his might, "Grrah," while Lady Aaliyah Marcus prepares to keep fighting, her stance showing that the confrontation is far from over. Caruda, driven by uncontrollable fury, emanates a powerful red aura that envelops him completely, transforming into an even more formidable force before Aaliyah's eyes. Lady Aaliyah Marcus is stunned, her mind unable to process what she sees. A mere orc, using aura, the revelation of the true magnitude of Caruda's power leaves her utterly bewildered. Caruda growls gruk, showing his anger and endurance, while his red aura remains visible, indicating that he is still a formidable force. Lady Aaliyah Marquis is violently thrown backward by Caruda's counterattack, screaming, "AAAH," completely overwhelmed by the orc's strength. Just as foreseen in the original novel, Caruda stands victorious over Lady Aaliyah Marquis, confirming her defeat with the text. As expected, just like in the original novel, Aaliyah is defeated by Caruda. Lady Aaliyah Marquis falls helplessly, her broken sword beside her, groaning in pain. Guh. Her defeat is evident with her weapon shattered. Two of her subordinates attend to Lady Aaliyah Marquis, who groans while they support her anxiously, exclaiming "Captain." With a mixture of frustration and resignation, Lady Aaliyah Marquis admits, "It's frustrating, but I can't defeat that monster," acknowledging Caruda's superiority. Lady Aaliyah Marquis, with a defeated expression, orders, "We have to run," while Caruda remains imposing in the background, surrounded by his threatening red aura. Yuren Rock steps between Lady Aaliyah Marquis and Caruda, who has defeated her, while she calls out to him in concern, "Yuren." He prepares to face the orc. Caruda appears surprised, and lets out a growl, gruk, when he sees Yuren Rock step in and challenge him. In a close-up, Yuren Rock's hand holds a brightly glowing dagger, channeling his power to execute his direct shot skill. Yuren Rox's eye focuses with unshakable determination, concentrating on his next move and on how to use his direct shot skill strategically. Yuren Rox darts forward agilely with his direct shot skill, executing a swift and strategic movement to attack Caruda. Caruda jolts with a UHHH, feeling the impact of Yuren's direct shot, which struck him by surprise. Caruda roars in pain, grah, while Yuren's attack hits his arm, which glows purple-blue, showing the effect of the strike. Yuren Rox watches Caruda and thinks, "Shattering the dagger I threw with a direct shot in a single blow, as expected," acknowledging the orc's power. Caruda roars grrr, with his back to Yuren, who remains disturbingly calm, highlighting the orc's rage and Yuren's strategic coldness. Caruda shouts gruk, with an expression of pain and anger, showing that Yuren's tactical attacks are repeatedly taking effect. Caruda shows confusion, after being struck, suggesting that Yuren's strategy is disorienting him and exposing his weakness. A close-up of Caruda's shoulder armor reveals a glowing blue crack, while his uncertain growl, grr, indicates his confusion at discovering this vulnerability. Caruda screams kirrh as an explosion hits his back, showing that Yuren has managed to exploit the weak point he found. A drop of dark liquid falls and spreads across the ground, showing that Yuren's attacks are managing to injure Caruda more significantly. Caruda remains standing despite the wound on his shoulder back, from which black liquid oozes and roars grrr, showing his pain and fury, but also his incredible endurance. With a cunning smile, Yuren Rox explains his deceptive strategy. The first one I threw was a fake. You couldn't see the one I threw from behind because you were blocking the direct shot, right? Revealing how he manipulated Caruda into exposing himself. Yuren continues his explanation in a provoking tone. "Your skin may be steel, but I guess not every part is like that, right?" Implying that he has found the orc's crucial weakness, the one he will now exploit. Yuren Rox explains his strategy, pointing to a weak spot in Caruda's cracked armor. "It shows up as a weak point in the broken armor, so I couldn't help throwing through the cracks, confirming his precise aim. Caruda growls grrr, and then more forcefully, grr, his face showing growing frustration and pain from Yuren's tactical attacks. Caruda leaps with a powerful attack against Yuren, who reacts with an AAH, showing either feigned surprise or a slight imbalance. Caruda adopts a dynamic attack stance, radiating aggression and power, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Yuren Rox is thrown through the air by Caruda's attack, exclaiming UWAH, confirming the orc's immense strength. Yuren Rox, still in the air, uses the momentum to throw an explosive projectile at Caruda, exclaiming "Eek," showing his ingenuity and agility even in a disadvantageous situation. Yuren Rox moves with astonishing speed, disappearing from Caruda's sight, and shouts, "Where are you going?" demonstrating his tactical superiority and provoking the orc. An explosion of fire hits Caruda from behind, and the orc screams "Kaek," indicating the success of Yuren's explosive projectile. Caruda stands with his back to Yuren, who confidently asks him, "Are you angry?" increasing the orc's frustration even more. Yuren Rox, with a small object in his hand, challenges Caruda, asking, "But I have no intention of letting myself be caught so obediently, do I?" reaffirming his control over the situation. Yuren Rox has moved again, dodging Caruda, and calmly asks him, "Hey, where are you looking?" disorienting the orc even further and preparing for his next move. Caruda turns around furiously, shouting "Hey," as he realizes Yuren has skillfully positioned himself behind him, ready for the final blow. This sudden revelation leaves him stunned. Yuren Rox's face twists in a mixture of surprise and determination as he shouts, "No," just as he prepares to deliver the final blow or reacts to Caruda's sudden realization. The orc warrior, a huge beast with reddish skin and a great sword, descends rapidly, ready to attack. Below, Yuren rocks and another figure watch in horror as the attack approaches. Yuren rocks shows an expression of pain and determination, his eyes glowing red while bolts of energy surround him. With his fists clenched, he thinks that he has to save her somehow. Two purple holographic panels appear, showing the activation of a skill. The first says Small Dragon Step, and the second adds Boost, confirming that Yuren is preparing to use a fast and powerful movement. Multiple blurred images of Yuren rocks appear as he channels maximum internal energy into his Small Dragon Step technique, moving at astonishing speed. The orc warrior descends with his sword, but his blow misses the main target, while Yuren rocks, now visible, is falling from a greater height. While the orc warrior remains in the air, multiple blurred images of Yuren rocks, surrounded by lightning, move rapidly away, having dodged the attack and brought his companions to safety. The orc warrior slams his enormous sword into the ground, creating an explosion of red and orange energy that lifts rocks and debris, revealing the devastating force of his attack. The orc warrior shows an expression of surprise and fury, letting out a guttural sound of confusion as he cannot understand how his attacks were dodged. Aaliyah Marquis, an elegant woman with long light purple hair, and her personal guard watch in astonishment at Yuren Rox's incredible speed, unable to understand what just happened. Aaliyah can barely utter a disbelieving no. Yuren Rox has achieved his goal, saving the person in danger. The person he protects appears shocked by the speed Yuren shows. With a determined look, Yuren Rox declares that it is time to end this and shouts Agnes, preparing to summon his secret weapon. Thus, from Yuren Rox's hand emerges a large luminous and colorful butterfly, revealing itself as the blood flower butterfly, the highest grade hidden weapon of the Tang family of Sichuan. Yuren Rox extends his hand, giving the luminous blood flower butterfly the order to attack with a curved shot, preparing for a precise and lethal move. Dozens of blood flower butterflies, each vibrating with energy, launch toward the orc warrior, who watches them with a mixture of surprise and disbelief as they approach rapidly. The blood flower butterflies fly elegantly through the air, their wings shining and their colors vibrant, creating a visual spectacle as they head toward their target. Aaliyah Marquis watches the scene in amazement and pure admiration, exclaiming, "Ah, how beautiful," at the display of Yuren's butterflies. The orc warrior reacts with an expression of pain and confusion, his reddish skin seeming to tense as he lets out a growl, indicating that the butterfly attack is beginning to affect. The orc warrior screams in pain, while multiple blood flower butterflies surround him and pierce his body, unleashing a mixture of red and green energies that shake. The orc warrior's suffering intensifies, and his cry of pain resounds while the burst of butterflies continues its assault, unleashing a chaotic explosion of colors and energy around him. One of the blood flower butterflies embeds itself deeply in the orc warrior's chest, and he looks on with an expression of pure disbelief and shock as he feels the impact of the powerful hidden weapon. Another blood flower butterfly shines with intense light as it pierces the orc's body, causing significant damage and showing the penetration of the attack. The orc warrior's face twists into an expression of pure agony, his eyes wide with terror, and his mouth releasing a heartbreaking scream as the butterfly's power wreaks havoc inside. The orc warrior's body explodes in a gigantic burst of red and orange energy, confirming the devastating impact of the blood flower butterfly. With the orc finally defeated, Yuren Rox watches the scene with a calm expression and a touch of satisfaction, his eyes still glowing red, evaluating the success of his first real battle and leaving Aaliyah Marquis in a state of astonishment. As Yuren Rox watches, Aaliyah Marquis expresses her amazement, as she beholds the power of the blood flower butterfly, filled with internal energy, confessing that she never expected such a display. The orc warrior staggers, letting out a weak gruk, while an immense hole opens in his chest, showing the devastation caused by Yuren's hidden weapon. The imposing orc warrior finally falls to the ground, motionless, and a voice off-screen exclaims, "What tremendous power!" reflecting the impact of Yuren's victory. Aaliyah Marquis, with tears of relief in her eyes and her guard both visibly shocked, exclaim, "He fell, and WWE won," celebrating the unexpected victory. But the euphoria is brief, as Aaliyah Marquis abruptly turns with a grave expression and warns, "Not yet," showing her constant vigilance. Aaliyah Marquis points at the remaining lesser orcs, saying, "There are still a few small ONES left," while the orcs react with growls of pain and confusion. With a fierce look and her sword unsheathed, Aaliyah Marquis, with Yuren Rox in the background, orders, "Let's finish them," ready to end the remaining orcs. The grateful guard bows to Yuren Rox, exclaiming, "Young master, thank you very much," while Yuren smiles slightly, thinking about how he has successfully completed his first real battle. Under the starry mantle of the night, Yuren Rox, worried about Aaliyah's safety, asks her, "Aaliyah, are you hurt anywhere?" Aaliyah Marquis, flanked by her guards, speaks to Yuren frankly, admitting, "I'm not completely fine but," and adds that, since she owes him her life, it is difficult for her to say anything more. Yuren Rox, with a reassuring gesture, responds to Aaliyah, "It's fine, it's natural to help each other." Then, to answer her curiosity, he continues, "By the way, to answer what you asked earlier." Yuren Rox explains to a bewildered Aaliyah Marquis, "I learned hidden weapons, not swords. Aaliyah, not fully understanding the implication, asks him, hidden weapons, like dagger. Yuren rocks, looking serious, explains that the previous explosive balls and the final butterfly are all hidden weapons from his arsenal. Aaliyah Marcus looks completely dumbfounded, exclaiming, "My God," as she understands the true reach and magnitude of Yuren's hidden weapons. Yuren rocks, with an understanding look toward Aaliyah, reflects that it must be difficult for her to accept such methods, having trained all her life believing swords were the best. He hopes this experience will broaden her perspective. Aaliyah Marcus looks in surprise at the guard who announces to her, "Captain, we have prepared the magic bag, ready to collect whatever is necessary." With a determined expression and gripping her sword, Aaliyah Marcus states that, although they cannot collect all the corpses at that moment, they do have a clear objective. Aaliyah declares that they must take the orc warrior's head, while it lies on the ground, separated from the body, with some blood stain. With a swift and decisive movement, Aaliyah Marcus decapitates the orc warrior, while Yuren rocks and the other guard watch her forceful action. Aaliyah Marcus holds up the enormous head of the orc warrior with her sword, which impresses the guard with its size. He worries that if they put it in like that, the magic bag will get dirty. Aaliyah Marcus reassures the guard, assuring him that it is not a problem, since the magic bag is specifically meant for storing the heads of enemy commanders, without worrying about getting it dirty. With a smile, Aaliyah Marcus decides that, since the night is advancing, it is time to leave, giving the order for the group to get moving. Aaliyah Marcus, Yuren rocks, and her guards mount their horses, preparing to depart as the night deepens. Just when Aaliyah says, "Alright, let's go," an unexpected interruption stops their departure. From a distance, Aaliyah Marcus spots Captain Musk and two more guards approaching on horseback, and with surprise questions, "Wait, Captain," his late arrival raising suspicion. Aaliyah Marcus addresses the newly arrived Captain Musk in an inquisitive tone. "Musk, where have you been? A lot of time has already passed since the signal flare was fired." Captain Musk, with a nervous expression and avoiding eye contact, stammers as he tries to give an explanation, saying, well. Captain Musk, with Aaliyah watching him, tries to justify his lateness by explaining that they had gone too far and were attacked by orcs, which delayed their return. Aaliyah Marcus, with a distrustful expression, replies, "Really? And the other soldiers? Why are there only two of you?" her voice showing skepticism. Captain Musk, with his eyes lowered and a guilty expression, claims that all his men were wiped out, since the orcs turned out to be stronger than expected. With a firm and suspicious expression, Aaliyah Marcus orders, "I need to see the BODIS. Lead me to that place," determined to verify Musk's story. Captain Musk tries to delay the matter, suggesting, "It's late tonight. How about we see them tomorrow?" But Aaliyah Marcus interrupts him with a firm no, demanding to be led there immediately. Captain Musk lets out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, seemingly relieved by an unexpected interruption in the tense conversation. While Yuren rocks watches Musk, who begins to explain the location they went to, the young man reflects internally, thinking, "It can't be avoided," implying that he already knows the truth. In an outburst of desperation and fury, Captain Musk shouts, "Damn it," as he unsheathes a dagger, ready to attack amid a dark and threatening background. Aaliyah Marcus watches in horror as a dagger heads straight toward her, her face showing surprise and imminent danger. But before the attack can land, Yuren rocks intervenes with astonishing speed. With movements impossible to follow, Yuren intercepts the flying dagger, grabs Captain Musk's arm, and disarms him instantly. The dagger flies through the air while an explosion of purple energy radiates from the struggle, neutralizing Musk's threat in the blink of an eye. Yuren rocks has acted quickly, knocking Captain Musk off his horse, and he screams "ahhhhhhh" as he falls to the ground after Yuren's swift movement. With a stern expression, Yuren rocks confronts Musk, asking, "Did you think you could fool me when men who claim to have fought fiercely against ORCS don't have a single drop of green orc blood, only red human blood?" Yuren rocks directly accuses him. "You definitely collaborated with the orcs and leaked information from the beginning." Musk, stunned, asks, "How do you know?" To which Yuren responds with a shocking revelation, "I know very well because I wrote this novel." Aaliyah Marcus, with a thoughtful expression, takes in Yuren's incredible revelation while he looks at her calmly. Her only response is a laconic, I see." One of Musk's subordinates intervenes, shouting, "Wait, Captain Illa. According to OUR family's traditions, MALLON has achieved the greatest merit for the MARCUS family," to which someone responds with a scornful nonsense. With implacable determination, Aaliyah Marcus quickly executes the subordinate, her sword piercing him as she shouts, "Enough." Aaliyah Marcus withdraws her sword from the subordinate's body, splattering blood, while Yuren rocks in the background thinks, "Wow, such a fiery personality, just as expected." Aaliyah Marcus orders with authority, "Capture that remaining bastard," while Musk, prostrated on the ground, begs, "Please forgive me, I only did what I was told." The scene shifts to the next morning, showing the majestic official residence of AAS Castle. Yuren rocks sleeps peacefully in his bed, while a voice gently wakes him, "Young master." Yuren rocks, still drowsy, begins to wake slowly in his bed, opening his eyes at his servant's call. Now fully awake, Yuren sits up and asks Juranox, "What's the matter, Juranox?" His servant, smiling, eagerly informs him, "Young master, wake up, it's almost lunchtime already. Lady Aaliyah has come to visit you." Lady Aaliyah Marquis, elegantly dressed in a black dress and wearing a charming smile, greets Yuren by asking, "Why you are in? Did you sleep well?" Yuren rocks with a surprised and slightly disoriented expression, answers with a puzzled A, still processing Lady Aaliyah's unexpected visit. Yuren rocks with a surprised expression and pointing, reacts to the presence of Aaliyah Marquis, who is standing with her back turned. A servant, Juranox, peeks out smiling behind her, also surprised by the visit. Aaliyah Marquis, with her characteristic pink hair and a serious expression, extends an invitation to Yuren Rocks, asking him to accompany her to her house. Yuren Rox's face shows a mixture of surprise and confusion, with a drop of cold sweat sliding down his temple, not fully understanding the situation. Aaliyah Marquis, with undeniable elegance and a piercing gaze, explains that her father, Marquis Marquis, wishes to see Yuren Rocks. With a smile, she asks if he will accompany. Yuren Rocks, still frowning and looking perplexed, mentally acknowledges the dazzling beauty of Aaliyah Marquis, confirming that she really is the. Aaliyah Marquis turns around, with a warm look and a gentle smile. She states that she will wait for Yuren Rocks outside, reminding him of a crucial event in the original novel where the protagonist will meet Marquis Marquis. Yuren Rocks watches Aaliyah Marquis, who turns her back to him while urging him to get ready and come out, appearing somewhat imposing. A system information window appears, showing Aaliyah Marquis's details, her name, her traits such as the. The view rises through a majestic hallway bathed in sunlight while Aaliyah Marquis walks. Yuren Rocks reflects aloud on how her affection had increased so much just from helping her once. Aaliyah Marquis stops and looks back, with a calm and expectant expression, while waiting for Yuren Rocks to arrive. Yuren Rocks arrives, raising his hand in greeting, accompanied by Juranox. With a confident smile, he urges Aaliyah Marquis that they should depart for their destination. People are already starting to notice them. From a balcony, a crowd watches Yuren Rocks and Aaliyah Marquis, and among the people's surprised exclamations can be heard as they recognize Aaliyah as the Iron Blood Knightess. A crowd of commoners enthusiastically cheers for Aaliyah Marquis, calling her the Iron Blood Knightess, the heroine who faced the orc warrior alone. Yuren Rocks watches Aaliyah Marquis, while it is revealed that the title Iron Blood Knightess is an honor she received for not retreating in the face of death before the orc warrior, and the name is exactly the same as in the novel. Yuren Rocks shows a surprised expression, while the people wonder who the person beside her is. Three young women get excited and shout Yuren Rocks' new name, Steel Mage Yuren, praising how attractive he is. Yuren Rocks is visibly bewildered, wondering, what Steel Knight? He understands that these nicknames came from the testimonies of the surviving soldier. Yuren Rocks reflects that, seeing him manipulate steel attacks, the soldiers must have considered him a mage who controls metal. At that moment, Aaliyah Marquis calls him by name, turning toward him. Aaliyah Marquis looks at Yuren Rocks with a kind and sincere smile, deeply thanking him for having saved her twice. Yuren Rocks laughs nervously, downplaying his actions and saying that it was the most natural thing. His embarrassed expression is obvious. Aaliyah Marquis recounts how, at dawn, she and her soldiers returned to the forest to collect the bodies from the terrible battlefield of the previous day. Aaliyah Marquis, riding on horseback alongside her soldiers, shudders as she realizes the devastation of the battlefield and the horrible corpses of her men scattered throughout the forest. It was far too desolate. With glassy eyes and deep sadness on her face, Aaliyah Marquis takes in the brutal reality of the battlefield. This realization leads her to seriously confess to Yuren Rocks that, had it not been for his intervention the day before, she would have shared the same tragic fate as the other. Looking directly at Yuren Rocks with a mixture of gratitude and newfound determination, Aaliyah Marquis confesses that if he had not been there yesterday, she too would have ended up like them. This marks a turning point in her resolve, driving her toward a future of greater strength. Yuren Rocks, with a thoughtful and serious look, reflects on Aaliyah's words, taking in the gravity of the situation and the meaning of his heroic act. Aaliyah Marquis, with her back to Yuren Rocks, declares with determination that she will train harder and become stronger, while Yuren watches her in silence. With a fierce and determined expression, Aaliyah Marquis states that she will rise above everyone else. Her gaze reflects a new resolve forged by the experience of battle. Yuren Rocks, with a furrowed brow and a serious look, vows to himself that he will never be defeated again, sharing Aaliyah's determination to become strong. Aaliyah Marquis expresses her desire for her talent to truly blossom, and for her to become a powerful warrior worthy of the Sword Empress trait. Below, preparations are being made for a journey. Aaliyah's father has called the family mages to transport them comfortably. A teleportation circle is revealed on the ground. Aaliyah Marquis, Yuren Rocks, and Juranox stand at the center of the teleportation circle, surrounded by mages. Aaliyah, with a smile, exclaims, "Now, let's go." A mage with his pointed hat and staff activates the teleportation circle, and a bright magical light begins to emanate from his hand. Another mage, frowning and focused, also contributes to activating the magic circle with his staff, intensifying the glow. An explosion of magical light envelops the area as the teleportation circle fully activates, and the surrounding landscape seems to distort. Yuren rocks and Juranox react with surprise and amazement at the power of the teleportation circle, with their mouths open and eyes wide. After the flashing journey, Aaliyah Marcus stands before the impressive and luxurious mansion of her family, House Marcus. With a smile, she welcomes them to her vast territory, as if they had returned home after a long time. Aaliyah Marcus invites Yuren and Juranox to enter the opulent estate. Yuren, still dazed by the teleportation, comments on the surprising change of scenery and the strange feeling of dizziness, realizing that the warping sensation the magic tower talked about is very real. Yuren rocks and Juranox, with expressions of amazement and admiration, take in the magnificence of the mansion. Juranox, surprised, asks Yuren if his home is just as grand. The imposing architecture of the Marcus family mansion rises majestically, with elegant towers and ornamental details, showing the wealth and power of the house. A servant helps Yuren Rock's dress in an elegant formal suit. Yuren reflects that it is time to be summoned for a meal, remembering that the original protagonist also had to change clothes. Yuren Rox recalls with annoyance the days when he only ate Tyrene soup every day at the Marquis' house, like the protagonist of the novel. Yuren Rox, already dressed in his new elegant outfit, looks enthusiastic, anticipating a true noble meal. An elderly servant watches him, while Aaliyah and Juranox wait. With a confident smile and a gleam in his eyes, Yuren Rox declares that he will finally eat noble food, full of anticipation for a feast worthy of his status. Marquis Marcus, a man with a mustache and noble attire, is seated at the head of a long dining table, next to Aaliyah Marcus, who is waiting. The Marquis invites Yuren to come closer. A close-up of Marquis Marcus, with a serious yet welcoming expression, shows him greeting Yuren. Yuren Rox formally greets Marquis Marcus. The Marquis tells him not to be so formal and to sit at the table. Yuren Rox nods and takes a seat beside Aaliyah Marcus at the opulent dining table, while the Marquis Marcus watches with interest. Marquis Marcus, with a serious expression, begins the conversation with thanks. Yuren, surprised, wonders, what? Marquis Marcus, with a gesture of gratitude, sincerely thanks Yuren Rox for saving Aaliyah's life, not only as his fiancée, but as his beloved daughter. Yuren Rox, with one hand on his head, humbly replies that it was nothing, that he only did what was natural in that situation, dismissing the Marquis' thanks. A chef brings the main dish, announcing the arrival of the food, while Yuren Rox looks at it with anticipation and a huge smile. A close-up of the covered dish emphasizes the anticipation of what could be a delicious, noble meal. Yuren Rox's face radiates pure joy and anticipation, with a little drool escaping from his mouth, dreaming of a true noble delicacy. Yuren's illusion bubble bursts when the dish is revealed, special Tyrene soup Marcus family style. His smile fades as he sees the dreaded food. Marquis Marcus, with a proud expression, explains that his family also has the tradition of eating Tyrene soup after battle, just like the Rox family, but that their secret recipe makes it even tastier. Yuren, meanwhile, has an expression of horror on his face. With a broad smile, Marquis Marcus urges them to eat well, unaware of Yuren Rox's dismay. Yuren Rox, with a forced and concealed smile, thinks to himself that he is someone who eats Tyrene soup mixed with poison, making his aversion to the dish clear. While the three are seated at the table, Marquis Marcus, with a piercing look, suddenly asks Yuren Rox, "So, when do you plan to get married?" Yuren Rox, still with food in his mouth, is startled by the Marquis' unexpected question, showing an expression of total surprise and discomfort. Marquis Marcus, with a calming gesture, clarifies that he means marriage with his daughter Aaliyah. Aaliyah, for her part, blushes and exclaims "Father," in embarrassment, while Yuren Rox processes the unexpected pressure. Yuren Rox, with a slight smile on his face, reflects that Marquis Marcus is testing him. He recognizes the Marquis' low affinity, -10, toward him, and understands that he must answer strategically, nodding that the Marquis' current affection is a big leap compared to what it originally was. An information window reveals that Raymond Marcus, Marquis Marcus, possesses traits of steel, will level 4 and sword master level 4, with an affinity of -10, mild disgust. Yuren Rox, noticing this, thinks that the affinity probably rose tremendously from the original to reach that level, and then with determination declares, "Then my answer is." Yuren Rox, with surprising boldness, proclaims, "I want to get married, right now." Aaliyah Marcus, with her face flushed and an expression of complete surprise and embarrassment, looks at Yuren in disbelief, while Marquis Marcus watches the scene calmly. Yuren Rox, maintaining his composure, explains his situation, "But I still haven't become the heir of the family. Besides, I still receive cold looks because of my past life as a scoundrel." With a determined look, Yuren Rox declares, "I will change myself to become a man worthy of Aaliyah. When I officially become the heir, then I will take Aaliyah." Aaliyah Marcus looks at Yuren with a mixture of surprise and emotion, a faint smile on her lips, murmuring his name, Yuren. Marquis Marcus, with a puzzled expression, wonders, is that possible? He then comments that he has heard that Yuren's brothers are known as geniuses. Marquis Marcus, with an inquisitive look, challenges Yuren Rox, "Are you saying that you can defeat them and become the heir?" Yuren maintains a serious and expectant expression. Yuren rocks with a look full of confidence and determination, responds firmly, "Of course." Marquis Marcus bursts into laughter, pleased with Yuren's answer, and exclaims, "Ha ha ha, you really have changed a lot, just as I was told. Good, I will support you." After the tense conversation, Marquis Marcus changes the subject, revealing, "Oh, I received a message from Willington before you arrived." Yuren rocks, surprised, asks, "What?" With an expression of surprise, Yuren rocks realizes that news of his actions has already reached House Rocks. A chill runs through him as he realizes that someone must have informed his father through communication magic, implying possible repercussion. Marquis Marcus asks Yuren what his father told him. He explains that his father asked him to contact him later through communication magic and offers to guide him to the communication room after the meal. Yuren rocks smiles falsely, thinking that his father, Marquis Rocks, is probably worried about him. He congratulates himself for having made the right decision by coming with Aaliyah. Yuren rocks seems thoughtful, perhaps noticing Aaliyah's sudden melancholy. He looks at her with a puzzled expression. Aaliyah Marcus, frowning and with a slight expression of displeasure, eats her tyrine soup. Yuren rocks thinks, why is she in a bad mood again? Marquis Marcus laughs with satisfaction, reading a book while Aaliyah and Yuren finish their meal. Yuren reflects that, in any case, he seems to have managed to make a good impression on Marquis Marcus. Yuren rocks stands in the communication room of the Marcus mansion, looking at the imposing exterior structure with a bright crystal sphere in the center, as he prepares to initiate communication magic. A mage with a pointed hat and robe, beside Yuren rocks, invokes the communication spell with a series of magical words. Suri Suri Masuri, Moshi Moshi Mashishi, Rock's family. The crystal sphere in the communication room lights up with an intense glow as the magic activates with a crackling sound. Marquis Rocks appears as a holographic projection inside the crystal sphere. Yuren rocks, astonished, thinks, wow, this feels like a beam projector and a video call. Yuren rocks, with a nervous expression and one hand on his head, greets his father with, ah, father. Marquis rocks, his face reddened with anger and a throbbing vein on his forehead, shouts furiously, Yuren, you scoundrel. Yuren, frightened, timidly apologizes, while his father scolds him for disappearing. But the Marquis rocks' anger quickly dissipates, turning into deep concern. With a distressed expression, he asks Yuren, are you hurt anywhere? Yuren responds negatively, and his father watches him thoughtfully before asking the next question. Marquis rocks, with one hand on his chin and a thoughtful expression, murmurs, but. In a more serious tone, Marquis rocks directly asks Yuren, is it true that you saved Aaliyah and killed the orc warrior? Yuren rocks replies evasively, ah well. Yuren rocks smiles nervously, scratching his head and says, well, I got lucky, that's how it turned out. Marquis rocks seems to doubt Yuren's answer, asking, oh, but luck. Then he adds, well, I will hear the details when you come back. When are you returning home? Yuren rocks, with a serious expression, answers, the day after tomorrow. Marquis rocks, with an approving expression, states, the day after tomorrow. Good then. Marquis rocks makes an unexpected demand of Yuren. Bring your siblings with you when you come back. Yuren rocks is stunned, asking, what? The luxurious mansion of the Marcus family rises majestically beneath an orange-tinted sky, while the question of whether they will leave as soon as tomorrow hangs in the air. In an opulent room of the mansion, Marquis rocks, Yuren rocks, and Aaliyah Marcus are seated and talking. The Marquis expresses his wish for Yuren to stay a few more days, since it has been a long time since the last time. Yuren rocks, with a faint smile, replies that he appreciates the invitation, but his father has entrusted him with a task. Marquis rocks, with a pitying gesture, offers Yuren teleportation magic so that he may travel comfortably. Yuren rocks, with a subtle smile, seems amused as he looks at Aaliyah Marcus, who watches him attentively. Marquis rocks appears surprised when Yuren declines his offer of teleportation, while Aaliyah Marcus watches with interest. Yuren rocks explains that he is still at a stage where he needs to grow stronger through training and prefers not to rely on something like teleportation. Marquis rocks exclaims in astonishment that Yuren truly has become a different person, noticing his change. Yuren rocks smiles gratefully and thanks him for the compliment, while the Marquis expresses his enthusiasm to see how much stronger he will become. Aaliyah Marcus, with an enigmatic smile, watches Yuren, apparently pleased with his answer and his newfound determination. Yuren rocks, noticing Aaliyah Marcus's enigmatic smile, wonders if his answer pleased her this time, feeling slightly surprised. With the conversations concluded, Yuren rocks and his loyal servant depart from the mansion. By refusing the Marcus family's teleportation, Yuren reveals that he has an additional reason for his choice as he tells his servant, let's go. Yuren's servant, with a surprised expression, reminds Yuren that they were heading to the capital and asks if the road is not in the other direction. Yuren rocks, with a cunning smile, tells his servant that they have to make a stop first. Yuren rocks points toward the great mountain visible in the distance, asking his servant if that is not where the dragon's lair is located, while the servant looks at him in surprise. An impressive view of the dragon's lair, a great mountain, while the servant recalls having been there before opening the forge, confirming his knowledge of the place. Yuren's servant, still surprised, asks if he will also go there to make a wish, with the Marquis mansion visible in the background. Yuren rocks in profile, firmly denies his servant's assumption with a resolute no. With a malicious smile, Yuren rocks reveals to his astonished servant that his true purpose is to claim a treasure, one that only he knows of, and that the original protagonist should have found much later. Yuren rocks and his servant walk along a forest path, heading toward the dragon's lair, the servant wearing a somewhat confused expression. At the foot of the cave known as the dragon's lair, numerous people can be seen praying. The scene shows the vastness of the place and the number of believers who have come so early. Yuren's servant, visibly worried, wonders if there will be any treasure left with so many people present at the place, while Yuren remains calm. Yuren's servant looks completely perplexed, while Yuren dismisses the crowd of worshippers as fake, suggesting that their devotion is not what it seems. With a determined gesture and an enigmatic smile, Yuren rocks assures his servant that the world is full of secrets and orders him to follow him to circle the mountain, implying that the true path is not the one everyone sees. Yuren rocks and his servant continue walking across the rocky ground surrounding the mountain, with the sun shining in the distance. As Yuren rocks and his servant move forward along a dirt road, the servant pants and complains of being exhausted. Yuren's servant, visibly tired and confused, tells his young master that there is nothing in that place, while Yuren ignores him with a calm expression. A close-up of Yuren rocks his eye, glowing with an intense red color, as he seems to be evaluating something with determination, wondering whether it is what he is looking for. The rock wall reveals a peculiar car door handle that Yuren rocks had installed, clear evidence of his meta-knowledge and his influence in this world. Yuren rocks and his servant look around, making sure that no one is nearby before proceeding with the hidden mechanism. Yuren rocks' hand activates the hidden door handle in the rock, opening a secret passage with a mechanical click. Yuren rocks and his servant watch with anticipation as the rock wall begins to move, revealing the secret it hides. The secret entrance to the cave opens completely, revealing a dark and mysterious corridor, leaving Yuren's servant dumbfounded. The dark passage opens before them, revealing a deep darkness, while Yuren's servant exclaims in astonishment, "What is this?" Yuren rocks and his servant stand before the now open secret entrance, and the servant, visibly astonished, can barely utter the word impossible. With a confident smile and an aura of determination, Yuren rocks tells his still astonished servant, "All right, let's go in." Yuren rocks and his servant enter the secret passage, leaving the hidden entrance behind. The secret door closes behind them, plunging the entrance into darkness, leaving behind a trail of sound echoing through the cave. To the servant's surprise, the inside of the cave is much brighter than he expected, illuminated by the light emanating from strange crystal formations. Yuren and his servant walk along the cave path. Yuren's servant, amazed, wonders if the large glowing rock formations are actually gemstones, and stretches out his hand to touch them. Yuren rocks reacts quickly and stops his servant, urgently warning him not to touch the crystal formations because it is a trap. Yuren's servant, with a frightened expression, asks his master what kind of trap it is, not understanding the warning. Yuren rocks explains the deadly nature of the trap, warning that if they touch them, the whole space will turn into a sea of fire. Yuren's servant is horrified upon hearing Yuren describe how both of them would be roasted alive if the trap were activated. Yuren rocks warns his servant that there are many other traps in the place and orders him to stay close to him, to which the frightened servant immediately nods. Yuren rocks and his servant continue their path deeper into the cave, heading toward what appears to be an ancient stone altar. With a determined expression, Yuren rocks advances toward the ancient altar, closely followed by his servant, both wondering what secrets that forgotten place might hold. Finally, Yuren rocks and his servant stop in front of the altar, a stone monolith that at first glance seems to offer nothing, leaving the servant perplexed. Yuren rocks' servant looks perplexed at the altar, wondering aloud why there is nothing there, while Yuren remains impassive. Yuren rocks asks his servant if he knows what lies behind this, while the servant looks at him with a confused expression, unable to understand the meaning of his master's words. Yuren explains that the fake dragon's lair ends there, and that he can feel the energy of people bowing in that direction from the other side of the wall, revealing that they are in a secret and venerated location. Yuren's servant is left gaping, surprised to realize that the people, without knowing it, are praying toward the hidden location where he and Yuren are standing. With a confident smile, Yuren rocks asks his still confused servant whether they should take a look at the treasure, leaving the servant completely shocked by the mention of treasure. Yuren rocks extends his hand and pulls a hidden handle beneath the altar, revealing a secret mechanism with a metallic sound. The altar opens, revealing a hidden compartment, and Yuren's servant reacts with an exclamation of astonishment. Yuren rocks smiles smugly while his servant exclaims in disbelief, "Incredible," at the revealed compartment. Inside the secret compartment, numerous bags filled with gold coins and a small blue box are revealed. Yuren's servant, with eyes wide open, excitedly recognizes that they are gold coins. Yuren rocks, with an elegant motion, takes the small blue box from among the gold coins. With an enigmatic smile, Yuren Rox opens the blue box, revealing a bright white orb that he considers far more valuable than the gold coins just discovered. This is the warrior's jewel with the precious rebirth effect, an essential item for becoming immensely stronger, and with its discovery, his treasure hunt has ended successfully. Yuren Rox instructs his servant to quickly pack all the gold coins into his magic bag, to which the servant responds with an energetic, "Yes, sir." With the treasure now secured, Yuren Rox tells his servant that their next destination is the magic tower of Ascent Castle, where they will teleport, leaving behind a figure watching from the distance. As Yuren Rox and his servant walk along the road, the servant comments in amazement that even at this hour many people are heading to the field, but Yuren stops abruptly, as if he senses something unusual. Yuren Rox comes face to face with a mysterious and sinister presence, his face twisting with a mixture of surprise and terror as he feels a chilling pressure. With his eyes glowing intensely, Yuren Rox exclaims in a tone of shock and recognition, "Creator's Eye," understanding the identity of the entity before him. The mysterious hooded woman reveals herself in all her splendor, her presence radiating immense power and a cold, threatening aura, leaving Yuren stunned. Yuren Rox is left breathless, his face filled with disbelief and fear, realizing that this formidable woman should only appear in the latter half of the novel he himself created. Yuren's servant, unaware of the magnitude of the threat, asks in confusion, "Young master," while the mysterious hooded woman continues to stand there, her presence a clear warning of imminent danger. Yuren Rox shrinks back in fear, his eyes full of terror, recognizing the overwhelming aura of the woman and the gravity of the situation. She is an existence he cannot defeat at this moment. Close-up of the mysterious hooded woman's face, with a slight smile on her lips, emphasizes her power and the fact that Yuren is facing her right now. With an expression of desperation and urgency, Yuren Rox thinks, "I need to get out of here quickly," realizing the seriousness of his situation and the immediate need to escape from the threat. In a peaceful wilderness area, Yuren Rox walks beside Juranox, his personal blacksmith, and a mysterious hooded figure. Juranox, surprised, addresses Yuren. Suddenly, a powerful energy emanates, alarming Yuren. The force is so overwhelming that he realizes it is an existence I cannot defeat right now. The hooded figure, with blonde hair showing through, is the source of this energy, confirming Yuren's sense of imminent and unbeatable danger at this moment. The tension is palpable on Yuren's face. "This place, we need to escape quickly," he thinks urgently. Yuren gives Juranox an order. "Juranox, let's get down to AAS Castle quickly," with an extremely serious expression, urging him to move. Yuren runs off in great haste while Juranox follows him, confused. To disguise his urgency, Yuren exclaims, "Hurry up, I'm hungry," to which Juranox, bewildered, replies, "Young master." Juranox, visibly frightened and confused by the situation, clings to Yuren, begging, "Let's go together," while the hooded figure can be seen in the distance. The mysterious hooded figure walks away, leaving the scene of panic behind, while Yuren watches her departure. The hooded figure turns around one last time, revealing more of her blonde hair before disappearing completely. The scene changes to a majestic view of AAS Castle, with imposing stone buildings and an orange sky marking the sunset, where Yuren and Juranox seek refuge. After the escape, the urban landscape of AAS Castle stretches out before them, showing the grandeur of its walls and towers beneath the setting sun. Later, back in the quiet of his room, Yuren sits on the bed, holding a small dark object. He reflects with deep concern. Something doesn't make sense. Yuren reflects on the previous encounter, realizing that the creature he saw is an existence that, according to his story, should appear much later, between the middle and final parts of the tale. With a deeply worried expression and his eyes reddened, Yuren wonders, why did it appear so early, and right in that place? Could it be possible? As he tries to unravel the mystery of the alteration in the flow of his own story. Yuren opens a box, revealing a bright white orb. He realizes that the monster seeking the treasure of the divine dragon cave should appear much later in his story, which heightens his concern about the deviation in the plot. With his eyes wide in shock, Yuren realizes that something seems to have subtly changed in the flow of the story. The deviation is so great that he is even unaware of the whereabouts and actions of the original protagonist of his own work. Frustrated by the uncertainty and the break in his predetermined narrative, Yuren makes an impulsive decision. "Whatever, I don't know." Right after that, his hand reaches out with determination toward the glowing orb. Without hesitating for even a moment, Yuren brings the orb to his mouth, determined to consume it, firmly intending to, let's just eat it quickly instead of storing it. After consuming the orb, Yuren feels a powerful reaction. My whole body is burning." He sits in a lotus position, surrounded by intense bright blue energy, and decides, "Let me circulate the energy." System messages confirm the transformation. Complete transformation begins, and changing into a stronger body, Yuren's need is clear. "I need to grow stronger quickly." Yuren emerges from his intense transformation, now in a meditative state, radiating remarkable serenity. The process is complete, leaving him with renewed calm and an unchanged presence. Yuren's gaze sharpens, his red eyes glowing with new determination. It is the visual manifestation of his newly acquired power and the concentration that accompanies it. A system message confirms the success of the transformation. You have become a heavenly martial body. With contained euphoria, Yuren rejoices inwardly. Jackpot. Heavenly martial body. The heavenly martial body is a legendary trait in martial arts novels, known for being the most powerful physical quality. Yuren now possesses a martial vessel, sent from heaven capable of instantly copying any move he observes, whether with swords or fists. Yuren Rox feels that his body is light as a feather after his transformation, while Juranox peeks through the door, asking if his young master is awake. With a calm look, Yuren invites Juranox to enter the room. Juranox enters the room, ready to offer breakfast, but stops in his tracks with a look of astonishment, noticing something peculiar about Yuren. Juranox, surprised, points at Yuren and exclaims, "Young master, you've grown a lot overnight." Yuren, in turn, reacts with a perplexed huh. Yuren smiles somewhat nervously, trying to downplay Juranox's comment, saying, "No way, it must be my imagination." Juranox, with a serious expression, refutes Yuren's denial, firmly explaining, "No, as a blacksmith I can measure length with my eyes." Juranox, with his hand extended to measure, reveals the surprising change. "Yesterday, young master, was definitely 178 cm, but today you're 182 cm. Yuren, in an embarrassed Chibai style, acknowledges Juranox's sharpness. "Wow, your eye for detail is no joke." Then he explains his increase in height as a positive effect of the heavenly martial body, asking, "Well anyway, thanks to the heavenly martial body, I grew taller, which is good, right?" The scene changes to a majestic cityscape, with an imposing bell tower rising toward the blue sky, marking the arrival at a new place. Yuren and Juranox arrive at the teleportation station, where a friendly hooded receptionist welcomes them and asks, "Welcome, how can I help you?" At the teleportation station, Yuren, accompanied by Juranox, addresses the receptionist to state his intention. "I would like to use the teleportation." The receptionist smiles kindly and asks them, "Where are you going?" not knowing the answer that will soon reveal Yuren's destination. Yuren tells the receptionist that his destination is to the capital, provoking a reaction of intrigue from the receptionist, who reflects on the mention of the capital. The receptionist informs Yuren and Juranox that travel to the capital is restricted, leaving both of them surprised and wondering, what? The receptionist explains that the capital could represent potential harm to royalty, and that common people without special status are restricted. Yuren reflects with some resignation on the situation, thinking, "That's aristocratic society, it can't be helped." Yuren states with authority to the receptionist, "I am the eldest son of the Marquis Rox family." With a confident gesture, Yuren introduces himself. "Yuren Rox, behind me is my personal blacksmith Juranox." Two hooded individuals react with surprise and admiration at the revelation of Yuren's identity. Those present bow respectfully and exclaim, "The Steel Mage, Lord Yuren." Yuren, somewhat surprised by the recognition, can barely respond, "Oh yes." Yuren smiles with a mixture of modesty and satisfaction, acknowledging, "Well, that's me, but..." Two of the hooded onlookers step forward curiously. One asks, "Is it true that you continuously throw iron balls?" The other adds, "They also explode. What's the magic formula?" The crowd of hooded people gathers around Yuren and Juranox, bombarding them with questions about his abilities, asking how he designates his targets, and why they do not sense mana in his feats. The curiosity becomes relentless, cornering. Just as the situation threatens to get out of control, an imposing figure intervenes, silencing the noisy crowd with a powerful stomp. "Enough, you all," echoes in Yuren's mind, foreshadowing another unexpected turn. Yuren and Juranox react with surprise to the sudden intervention, with Yuren exclaiming, "Huh," at the unexpected presence. A hooded figure appears apologizing for the discourtesy of my students, while Yuren, surprised, wonders, "What, suddenly here?" Upon seeing the mysterious presence. Yuren, visibly perplexed, asks the hooded figure, "Who are you?" while Juranox also shows his astonishment. The hooded figure reveals himself as an old man, Yubian, who introduces himself with a staff and robe, solemnly declaring, "I am Yubian." Yuren is startled as he recognizes Yubian's identity. Yubion, the head of the council of the magic tower of Aas Castle. Yuren remembers Yubian, a character he created for fun. On the surface, he seems like a kind grandfather, but in reality, when his mood changes, he is a serial killer who secretly and mercilessly kills anyone from behind. Yuren becomes distressed, realizing that he had forgotten Yubian after creating him and never made him appear in the story. So he was here. He thinks of the misfortune of encountering, one after another, such terrifying people. Yubian, with a reassuring smile, offers Yuren, "I will teleport you to the capital from this room." Yuren, surprised but grateful, replies, "Ah, yes, thank you." Yuren watches Yubian, who turns his back while heading toward the teleportation portal, with a silent "oh." Yuren and Juranox show a mixture of concern and surprise, while Yuren thinks, but Yubian, with a cunning and malicious smile, thinks to himself, "Somehow, I feel like I will meet Lord Yuren again." Despite Yubian's sinister premonition, Yuren, with his eyes wide open and a forced smile barely hiding his growing unease, could only nod and answer, Ah, yes, sealing his agreement and his immediate fate. Yuren, despite his unease about Yubian, thinks, no way, while the scene changes to the capital, where an imposing clock tower rises under a clear sky, marking his arrival. A powerful beam streaks across the sky above the clock tower, symbolizing the visual effect of the teleportation, which quickly transports them to the capital. Yuren and Juranox arrive at the capital, and an assistant informs them, you have arrived at the capital. Please exit the teleportation room. Juranox, somewhat disoriented, barely manages a hello. The city unfolds before them with the exclamation, welcome to the capital, revealing a grand landscape of white and majestic buildings beneath a brilliant blue sky. As Yuren and Juranox walk through the splendid capital, Juranox, amazed by the magnificence, exclaims, wow, why are all these buildings so elegant? The buildings and the people's clothes also look luxurious. It's truly a whole new world. Yuren, with a slight smile, advises Juranox to make use of the money he gave him to buy clothes fitting for the capital. You should buy yourself some clothes with the money I gave. Juranox, with a teasing smile, replies to Yuren, come on Tilda, what would I do with that? Even you dress simply, young master. The aerial view reveals the imposing Royal Academy of Knights, a majestic building surrounded by trees and with a pond in front, which Yuren and Juranox describe as how grand. It's like a university. At the entrance of the academy, Yuren addresses a guard to request a visit, while the guard asks him, what can I do for you? The guard asks Yuren to identify himself and give the name of the student he is looking for, with his back to the viewer. Yuren, with a confident smile, introduces himself to the guard as Yuren Rocks and states his purpose. I am looking for my brother Colin Rock. As soon as he finishes speaking, a piercing voice rings out from off-panel, exclaiming, Yuren Rox. The surprise makes Yuren turn around, wondering who has recognized him so unexpectedly. A handsome young man with silver hair, identified as a member of the Northern Ducalian family, approaches with a distinguished presence. Additional text asks, the handsome silver-haired young man, from the family of the Ducalian of the North. Yuren, with a surprised expression, confirms his identity. Yes, I am Yuren Rox. The silver-haired noble asks Yuren whether he is the same Yuren Rox who defeated the orc warrior. Yuren, surprised, thinks, the rumors have already reached the capital, realizing his growing notoriety. The silver-haired noble smiles cunningly as he prepares to make a remark about Yuren, anticipating a conclusion. Then, the noble finishes his sentence. Something strong, Yuren, with a serious face and red eyes, reflects the unexpected attention that his actions are attracting in the capital, bringing the chapter to an end. While Yuren Rox meets an elegant silver-haired man, he internally wonders why this guy is speaking to him so casually on their first meeting. The silver-haired man seems to be Aaliyah. With a smile on his face, Yuren Rox responds politely, stating that his counterpart is too kind, and then, with the same politeness, asks his identity. The silver-haired man introduces himself as Aaliyah, the second son of the Ducalian family, with an open and confident gesture. Aaliyah tells Yuren Rox that he is Colin's friend, which Yuren acknowledges with a thoughtful look. Aaliyah invites Yuren Rox to follow him, offering to guide him to Colin. Yuren, accompanied by Juranox, assumes that Karik must be from the Aaliyah family, just as he suspected. Yuren Rox asks Juranox to wait there, while reflecting that, although the atmosphere with Aaliyah is not ideal, he has to follow him. Aaliyah and Yuren Rox walk through the grounds of a castle, moving away from Juranox, who remains waiting. Aaliyah turns to Yuren Rox, commenting that he has heard rumors about how he defeated the orc warrior together with Lady Aaliyah. Watching Yuren's reaction, Aaliyah looks fixedly at Yuren Rox, expressing that not much is known about. Yuren Rox responds that he cannot explain it in detail, but that he is not a mage, while Aaliyah looks at him over his shoulder. Aaliyah smiles smugly, seeming not to fully believe Yuren Rox's denial. With an enigmatic and perhaps slightly sinister smile, Aaliyah asks Yuren Rox whether they should continue, while Yuren looks at him with a perplexed expression. Aaliyah moves forward, and Yuren Rox follows him, internally questioning Karik's attitude and whether he really smiled strangely. Aaliyah, with a smile on his face, exclaims here, while Yuren Rox looks at him in surprise upon arriving at an unknown place. Yuren Rox realizes that he has been brought to a training ground, a place completely different from what he expected. Several individuals are practicing in the center of the space, while he and Aaliyah observe. One of Karik's subordinates greets him, asking whether he has returned. Aaliyah, with a smile, confirms his return. Aaliyah, with Yuren Rox at his side, asks his subordinates whether they have seen Colin, maintaining his facade. Aaliyah's subordinate, surprised, asks him whether he did not take Colin with the professor a moment ago. Karik pretends not to remember, subtly revealing his deception. Yuren Rox reacts with an expression of anger and surprise as he realizes that Karik has tricked him. Internally, he wonders who that person they are referring to might be. Aaliyah, with a complicit smile, introduces Yuren Rox to his subordinates as Colin's older brother, and the person who captured the orc warrior together with Lady Aaliyah. Yuren Rox remains silent, while Aaliyah's subordinates observe him, surprised by the presence of Lord Yuren Rox. One of the subordinates, with Aaliyah smiling at his side, comments that Yuren Rocks said he was not a mage, which means that he uses his body like us, while they look at Yuren expectantly. Ilian's subordinates continue speculating about Yuren Rocks' abilities, mentioning the use of daggers, iron balls, and even butterflies as throwing weapons, while Yuren listens attentively. With his friends expectant, Ilian turns to Yuren Rocks and with a smile, hints that he should show what he is capable of, since everyone's curiosity is palpable, thus setting the stage for an imminent challenge. Yuren Rocks realizes the truth behind the challenge. This was Ilian's plan all along. His expression becomes tense and determined. With a confident smile and an aura of determination, Yuren Rocks accepts the challenge, thinking that there is no other choice but to show his abilities. It is his chance to test his heavenly martial body. Ilian introduces Melee, one of his subordinates with average skill, as Yuren's first opponent. Melee holds a wooden sword with an arrogant smile, while Yuren also prepares himself with a wooden sword, observing the training ground scene. Ilian, with an expression of curiosity, addresses Yuren Rocks, asking whether he does not use daggers as rumored. Yuren Rocks, holding the wooden sword, tells Ilian that, since this is not a real fight, he will use this instead. Looks at him with interest. Ilian, together with his subordinates, watches Yuren Rocks. With a smile, comments that, despite hearing that Yuren cannot use swords, this is surprising, and encourages him to do his best. With a piercing gaze, Yuren Rocks reflects on the attitude of the noble elites, who despised him from the beginning when they learned that he used dagger. Yuren Rocks, with a slight bow of his head, decides that it does not matter what they think, his true power will speak for itself. Surrounded by a dark aura, Yuren Rocks grips his wooden sword with determination, ready to test his newly acquired, heavenly martial body. Then, let us begin, he declares. Melee, Yuren Rocks' opponent, approaches with an arrogant smile, inviting him to a confrontation with a confident attitude. With a defiant posture and an arrogant smile, Melee offers Yuren Rocks the first move, underestimating the true skill Yuren was about to unleash. As Melee prepared for his attack, Yuren Rocks' hand firmly gripped the handle of the wooden sword, his muscles tense, anticipating the perfect moment for his decisive move. Yuren Rocks executes a movement so fast that Melee's wooden sword is intercepted and disarmed with a powerful CHAK. Melee, surprised, can barely react. Melee looks stunned, eyes wide open, while his sword disappears from his hand. An incredulous "what" escapes his lips, showing his astonishment at Yuren's speed. A powerful clash of wooden swords resounds in the air, with impact lines and particles flying, showing the force of Yuren's blow that disarmed Melee. Yuren's wooden sword strikes directly into Melee's face, and he cries out, "Ugh," as he is knocked down, showing the lightning-fast end of the first round. Ilian and his other subordinates watch with faces full of pure disbelief and confusion, wondering aloud, at Melee's instant defeat. Yuren Rocks remains impassive, wooden sword in hand, while internally wondering whether he really just disarmed Melee that easily. Ilian, trying to hide his astonishment, laughs nervously and jokes, "Oh, Melee must have let his guard down too much," trying to downplay Yuren's skill. Ilian, with a forced smile, apologizes and proposes doing the fight one more time, then calls out Rula, indicating that a new opponent is approaching. Ilian introduces Rula, an upper mid-level opponent and stronger than Melee, warning him not to let his guard down. Rula, with green hair, wields his wooden sword and shows a confident stance. Rula, with an arrogant smile, rejects any comparison with Melee, calling him a muscle pig, and eagerly prepares for the fight, exclaiming, "Good." With a new opponent, Yuren Rocks and Rula position themselves in the center of the training ground, both with wooden swords, ready for the second round of the skill demonstration to come. Rula, overflowing with confidence and wearing an expression of determination, launches his opening attack against Yuren Rocks, rushing at him with his wooden sword, unaware of what awaits him. As Rula charges in, Yuren Rocks watches him calmly and thinks, so slow. His heavenly martial body allows him to perceive his opponent's movements at astonishing speed. Yuren Rocks, in amazement, realizes that Rula's movements are incredibly slow. Internally, he understands that his heavenly martial body has granted him strength, speed, and reflexes incomparably superior to those of ordinary people. With a quick movement, Yuren Rocks' hand grips the wooden sword. Internally, he thinks, "I just have to swing it." Yuren Rocks, with astonishing speed, slips past Rula's attack and counterattacks with his wooden sword, leaving Rula with an expression of surprise and desperation. Rula's wooden sword collides violently with Yuren's, emitting a forceful TSK that resounds in the air, demonstrating the force of the impact and the effectiveness of Yuren's counterattack. Rula is struck squarely in the face by Yuren's wooden sword, just like Melee, and an audible confirms his defeat as he falls to the ground from the powerful impact. Ilian, eyes wide and mouth open, looks completely horrified and shocked, while the impact of Rula's defeat is reflected on his face. Yuren Rock stands calmly over Rula, who lies defeated on the ground. With an impassive expression, Yuren asks, "What?" again, emphasizing how easily he has defeated his opponents. With a confident smile and a slight Yuren Rocks reaffirms that thanks to his heavenly martial body, His strength, speed, and reflexes are incomparably superior to those of any ordinary person. Aaliyah, visibly frustrated and annoyed, exclaims in astonishment, "Does the Knights Academy only raise weaklings?" questioning the quality of the warriors there in the face of Yuren's overwhelming power. Aaliyah, his pride wounded by how easily Yuren has defeated his subordinates, and under the worried gaze of those present, firmly declares, "I am sorry, but let us do it one more time." His voice shows forced determination, despite his earlier arrogance. With an expression full of rage and unbreakable pride, Aaliyah stands before Yuren rocks and throws him a direct challenge. "This time, the strongest person here, I will be your opponent." His posture indicates that he will not tolerate any more humiliation, seeking a personal confrontation to restore his honor. With a confident expression and a touch of mockery, Yuren Rocks responds to Aaliyah, as if to say, "Well, as you wish." His posture shows that he is not intimidated by the direct challenge. Aaliyah and Yuren Rocks stand in the center of the training ground, wooden swords in hand, surrounded by Karek's subordinates. The tension is palpable as they prepare for their duel. "Now, let us begin," announces the start of the confrontation. Aaliyah prepares for battle, radiating an aura of intense concentration as he grips his wooden sword. Yuren Rocks watches Aaliyah, who appears ready to attack, while maintaining an expression of unshakable calm. Aaliyah takes a quick step, showing surprising speed as he begins his attack. Aaliyah attacks with astonishing speed, creating multiple images around him that seem to surround Yuren Rocks. Yuren Rocks is surprised by Karek's incredible speed, which makes him appear multiplied, perceiving that he is moving at an amazing pace. Aaliyah smiles cunningly, revealing a tactic intended to find an opening in Yuren's defense. Yuren Rocks moves quickly, twisting his body, while bright lights surround him, indicating his own speed. Aaliyah attacks with his wooden sword, but his surprised expression suggests that something is not going as he expected. With a determined look, Yuren Rocks demonstrates his extremely developed senses thanks to his heavenly martial body, which allow him to anticipate Karek's attack. Yuren Rocks dodges Karek's attack with ease, even pushing him and disarming him momentarily, while Karek looks at him in astonishment at Yuren's skill. With a quick and imperceptible movement, Yuren Rocks grips his wooden sword, showing his superior agility. Yuren Rocks strikes Aaliyah's wooden sword with precision, causing him to stagger back with an expression of surprise. The impact of the blow is reflected on Aaliyah's face, who reacts with an expression of astonishment and pain. Yuren Rocks remains standing calmly, letting out a faint sigh of satisfaction, while Aaliyah lies on the ground, disarmed and defeated. Karek's subordinates, including Rula and Melee, watch the scene with their mouths open, completely stunned by their leader's defeat. The subordinates remain in a state of shock, one of them unable to understand what just happened and wondering what happened. Suddenly, Colin Rocks, Yuren's brother, appears and addresses him, interrupting the confrontation and leaving Yuren visibly surprised. Colin Rocks, with a serious expression, looks around and asks what is going on, showing his concern about the situation. Yuren Rocks looks at Colin in surprise, while Aaliyah, still on the ground, questions him about his identity. With an intense and piercing gaze, it is dramatically revealed that the newcomer is Colin Rocks, Yuren's brother and a sword genius, leaving a cliffhanger at the end of the chapter. Colin Rocks arrives at the training ground and, seeing Karek defeated, sternly asks, "What is going on here?" He turns toward Yuren Rocks, whom he does not recognize at all, and demands to know, "Who are you?" A dramatic panel identifies the family's sword genius, Colin Rox. A flashback reveals that a companion informed him, "Lord Colin, your older brother Lord Yuren Rox has come," to which Colin reacted with disdain, "What, that person?" The flashback continues with Colin and his companion searching the hallway, "Where is Yuren?" without seeing Yuren standing right in front of him. Yuren Rocks, with his face shadowed, confirms his presence in the flashback. He's right there, leaving the companion stunned. "What?" The companion, astonished, shouts at Colin, "What nonsense, Yuren looks like this." Colin, still in the flashback, refuses to believe it, muttering, "That can't be, he's a pig." Wait. The horrible realization hits Colin as he compares the mental image of his fat brother with the slim man standing before him. Sikud itb. Back in the present at the training ground, Colin Rocks, completely shaken, points at Yuren and shouts, unable to process his brother's transformation and strength, "It can't be, how the hell?" Yuren, standing in front of the academy pillars, calmly explains, "I lost some weight." Colin looks at him from the side, completely shocked by the transformation. "Not just that, you even look taller too." Yuren picks at his ear indifferently, brushing it off. "Well, when I lost weight, I grew too," while Colin reacts with a stun. Colin turns his gaze toward the defeated knights on the ground, including Karek, and asks out loud, not understanding the scene, "Why are these guys like this?" Colin's companion hurriedly whispers in his ear what he witnessed. "Lord Colin, this is what happned," while Colin's expression fills with disbelief. After hearing the story, Colin abruptly turns and points at Yuren, shouting in complete denial, "That's impossible." His finger remains fixed on Yuren, who reacts with surprise in a comic panel. Then, Colin's expression darkens as he processes the information, connecting Karek's defeat with the rumors he had heard. Does that mean catching the orc warrior is true too? Yuren Rock stares at him, his red eyes confirming the unbelievable truth with unshakable seriousness. Well, it's true. Completely overwhelmed by the reality that his useless brother has not only changed, but accomplished incredible feats, Colin stammers. How could you? While Yuren simply watches him in silence. Colin, recovering from the shock, explodes with rage, calling your older brother you, bastard. With his fist clenched in front of a stoic Yuren holding a wooden sword, he continues shouting, I can't believe it. He points with his finger, the realization turning into fury. I can't believe you became this strong. Yuren finally speaks, his voice calm but sharp as he looks from the side. Little brother, are you going all out? Yuren's calm only enjures Colin more, and he growls with contempt. This guy still. I never treated you like my older brother from the start. Surrounded by a comical aura of little pigs, Colin throws out the final insult. All you have is being born 2 years earlier, pig. Yuren's expression hardens, a vein of anger appears while a defiant smile forms on his face. Good, I'll show you why I'm your older brother, come to me. Colin smiles smugly, eagerly accepting the challenge. Good, that's what I wanted. And, with his fist clenched and his companion watching, Colin proposes his own condition. Let's make a bet, to which Yuren responds from behind. What? Yuren's eyes glow with a red light and a sinister smile as he reveals the true stakes. The loser grants the winner a wish. Colin, surrounded by an aura of fury, accepts the bet with a condition. Fine. If I win, I'll make you crawl at my feet. The two brothers stand in the center of the training ground, ready for the duel, while Colin shouts, Now, get ready. Someone give me a sword. As the wooden swords are brought to them, Colin's companion whispers the information about the previous fight to him, while Yuren watches in silence. Yuren smiles confidently, while Colin's companion explains to the sword genius how Yuren defeated the previous 3 knights. Colin takes his position with his wooden sword, his face turning serious as he announces the start of the fight. Now, let's begin. Immediately, Colin unleashes his power, and an intense blue aura explodes around him as he shouts, Hiya. A mysterious green-haired man watches from a balcony, impressed. Oh, not lowering his guard from the start and going all out with aura. Purple status window opens in Yuren's vision, revealing his brother's stats. Name, COLINROX. Traits, Fast Sword LV2, Fast Movement LV2, Affection of the Sword Emperor, -78 Extreme Disgust. Yuren smiles smugly, analyzing the Sword Emperor, someone born with an innate talent for SWORDS. HAVING never lost 2 peers his age, his confidence must reach the sky right. Wrapped in his blue aura, Colin Rox charges in to attack, his face a mask of fury as he swings his wooden sword for the first strike. Yuren's red eyes narrow as he analyzes his brother's stance, calmly thinking, but what can I do? Using his small dragon step, Yuren, wrapped in a golden aura, effortlessly blocks Colin's aura-infused attack and completes his thought. No matter how I think about it. With a smile of absolute superiority, he declares, I don't think I'll lose either. Yuren moves at blinding speed, striking a surprised Colin's leg with the wooden sword. Dodging Colin's counterattack, Yuren strikes his chest and warns, I won't finish you in one hit like those 3 before. A cruel smile appears on Yuren's face as he promises, I'll beat you thoroughly all over. A caption reading 10 minutes later shows an exhausted Colin, huff, barely able to block Yuren's blows, hiya, while the knights watch. Yuren mercilessly strikes Colin's back, and Colin, covered in dirt and bruises, screams, Before Colin can recover, Yuren lands another brutal hit to his side, making him scream, AH. The watching knights are horrified by the one-sided beating, one of them covering his mouth and murmuring, how cruel. Colin lies on the ground, completely defeated by Yuren, and desperately shouts, Stop, it hurts too much, I lost. Yuren hits Colin again without mercy and asks with a mocking smile, still speaking casually, provoking a pained AH. Covered in dirt, Colin tries uselessly to block the rain of wooden sword blows with his hands, screaming, AHHH. Yuren's hand tightens around the wooden sword, ready for another strike, while Colin, off-panel, tearfully begs, SOB, please stop. Yuren stands over the kneeling Colin, pointing the sword at him, and gives a final warning. If you ever behave like this again, I'll hit you twice as much as today. Understood. A close-up of Colin's bruised and tearful face shows his complete submission as he sobs. Why yes. Yuren, having won the bet, stands before a confused Colin and demands his reward. Then declare your wish, to which Colin replies, What? Yuren's red eyes glow intensely as he gives his humiliating order. From now on, when you're with me, you must always call me great older brother. Colin's face fills with tears and horror at the ridiculous demand, stammering, What? That's a bit. Yuren, in a comedic style, raises the wooden sword threateningly. You don't want to, forcing a terrified Colin to shout, No, great older brother. Yuren, standing in front of a clock tower, announces, Now let's go, while a confused Colin asks, What? To where? The scene shows the capital of the empire, and Yuren declares his destination. Let's go to the Empire where the third one, RAON, is. A flash of magical energy and lightning surrounds the clock tower as the group teleports. Yuren, Juranox, and Colin arrive at the new magic tower, and Yuren exclaims, "Wow, coming to another country through the magic tower is amazing." As they walk through the capital with Colin following him, Yuren explains, "Basically, the magic tower is neutral, so it exists in all countries." They stop in front of a modern-style building, and Yuren thinks in amazement, "This must be the Imperial Knight's Academy. Wow." Yuren picks his nose and gives a stunned Colin an order. "This time, you go in and bring RAON," to which Colin responds, "What? Yes." In a comedic panel, Yuren scolds Colin, the title, and a tearful Colin corrects himself. "Yes, great older brother." Colin returns walking beside a tall young man with light blonde hair and a red uniform, announcing, "I brought him." Yuren greets him with a wave, "Yo," while Juranox watches and Yuren thinks to himself, "Is that RAON? He's tall." Rayon, the younger brother, looks with absolute disbelief, stammering, "Hyungyuren, is that you?" Yuren smiles confidently in front of the academy, confirming his identity. "Yes, it's me." With Colin and Rayon now together, Yuren praises Colin for his work. "Good job, Colin," which confuses both brothers. "What? Colin's expression turns sour while Rayon, startled, quickly corrects himself. "No, great older brother." Rayon explains to Yuren, "I heard the story in broad terms from the second brother." And Yuren, ready to leave, replies, "Really? That's good. Come out quickly and let's go home." Rayon turns to stop Yuren with a serious expression, "But there's a problem," to which Yuren asks, "A problem?" With his face pale from worry, Rayon reveals the grave situation. "The imperial capital is in an emergency right now. We can enter but we can't leave, because yesterday at dawn." Yuren's face fills with shock, his red eyes widening as he hears the news that alters the plot. The imperial crown prince was assassined. Colin reacts in disbelief. "What? The crown prince is dead?" While Yuren processes the information, thinking, "Is the incident I know happening?" Rayon confirms the terrible truth to the whole group. "Exactly as I said. At dawn, the crown prince was assassined, so the imperial capital is in a state of emergency." Yuren, looking distressed, thinks, "What should I do?" While remembering, "Oh, the way to the Knight's Academy I saw," and Colin asks Rayon, "Does that make sense?" In his memory, Yuren walks alongside patrolling soldiers and reflects on the serious atmosphere, wondering, who the hell is that possible? Yuren, Juranox, and Colin listen attentively while Yuren thinks, "I heard it as a rumor, so it's not exact, but..." Rayon begins explaining the rumor. "The crown prince's fiancée, a princess from another country, has been here for a few days. The prince wanted to proudly show her his training." A flashback shows the crown prince practicing swordsmanship in front of the princess. So he called the princess to the training ground at dawn, and he was showing off his swordsmanship to her. The crown prince approaches the applauding princess, and while he was finising and walking toward the princess who was applauding, suddenly, a sharp stone pillar violently pierces the crown prince. A sharp stone pillar shot up from the ground in front of him and instantly pierced the crown prince's body. The princess screams while priests surround the impaled prince's body. The nearby priests tried to save him somehow, but he had already died Back in the present, Colin, indignant, says to Yuren, "That's magic. Magic be used freely in imperial or royal places." Rayon concludes the explanation to the group. "That's why the lords of the magic tower have been summoned to the palace, and it's total chaos." Colin, visibly shaken, murmurs about how crazy the situation is. "Wow, to think the crown prince died in his own courtyard, and in front of his fiancée. What the hell is going on?" Yuren, with a grim expression and sweat on his temple, processes the information about the stone pillar and reaches a conclusion. "Stone spear. I'm sure. I think I know who killed him, why." His red eyes narrow as he recalls the plot, and where that assassin is now. The organization the culprit belongs to APPARS, all over the continent STRTING, with the crown prince's assassination. He remembers a future war scene, realizing that the plot has broken. However, this was supposed to happen after the middle of the story. What is going on? I feel like the story is being twisted, and that incident has been moved up considerably. His concern grows as he thinks about the consequences. At the very least, there should have been time for me and the original protagonist to grow. A flash of determination crosses his gaze as he remembers his new power. But even so, what if? What if now that I have the heavenly martial body? Yuren turns toward his brothers and calls them by name, Colin, Raon, to which Rayon answers yes, and Colin reluctantly adds, "Yes, great older brother." Rayon, in a comedic aside, asks a distressed Colin, "Second brother, why do you keep adding that?" And Colin, with his eyes shaded by trauma, begs, "Don't ask." Ignoring the comedy, Yuren focuses on the next step and asks, "What famous INNs are there here?" Rayon responds with the options, Dragon's Tears and Giant's Oath, and Yuren makes an immediate decision. Dragon's Tears SOUNDS good. Yuren with a calculating look gives precise orders to his brothers. First request permission, then go to the magic tower, with the ROX family's name and alibi. Go to Dragon's Tears and wait there. Juranox, Colin, and Rayon look at him, and Rayon asks uncertainly, yes, what will you do, brother? Yuren reveals part of his plan with an enigmatic smile. I'm going to see an old friend after a long time. As he walks away, Yuren says goodbye with a casual warning. Don't bother Giranox. The three are left stunned and Rayon murmurs incredulously, does older brother have friends, and in the Empire? To which Colin replies, I don't know. Night falls over the capital, the full moon illuminating the empty streets, while Yuren's plan is set in motion. Juranox waits anxiously outside the inn, Dragon's Tears, carrying out the orders under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Yuren stops in a dark alley, his target in sight, That Place, Flamberge, a bar only members of the nobility can enter. Hidden in the shadows, Yuren removes his traveler's cloak and puts on an elegant suit, declaring, first, let me change into the clothes I prepare. Now dressed in a noble suit, Yuren adjusts his sleeve with cold eyes, ready for the next step of his infiltration. Good, once I'm dressed, the next thing is. Yuren in the alley raises his hand while the ring glows intensely and summons, Agnes. Agnes from the ring complains, why are you calling me? I was sleeping. While Yuren smiles and replies, really, sorry but. He brings the glowing ring closer and asks, could you disguise my face? To which Agnes answers in shock, oh my god. Agnes, stunned, asks, how did you know about that? And Yuren smiles smugly, somehow I thought you could do it. The ring, now with annoyed eyes, asks, what exactly are you? Well, who should I disguise you as? Yuren looks over his shoulder, interrupting Agnes when he sees someone. Wait a moment. A noble with a hat and cane comes out of a building, and Yuren whispers to the ring, can you copy the face of that person who's coming out right now? Yuren raises his hand and the ring summons a liquid substance, thinking, good, first summon the secondary body in liquid form, then apply it to your face, and the liquid spreads over his face while he concentrates, mentally commanding, just imagine the appearance you're thinking of. Yuren's face transforms into a white, glowing canvas, the magical disguise taking shape in the darkness of the alley. With the disguise complete, Yuren smiles confidently, now looking exactly like the noble, and exclaims inwardly, done. The doorman at the Flamberge recognizes the face copied by Yuren and asks doubtfully, what, Viscount Ver? The guard addresses Yuren, who is facing away. You came again, but Yuren keeps up the act, pretending to leave. I was about to go. Yuren turns around, changing his mind with a lazy smile, but I want more drinks, and the guard sighs resignedly, well, don't drink too much. Defeated by the noble's insistence, the guard finally gives in and allows him entry. And please come in. Inside the bar, a waiter approaches Yuren at his table. Viscount Ver, you came again. And Yuren, keeping up the act, orders, yes, just give me one more of what I was drinking. Once the waiter leaves, Yuren, with his new face, thinks with satisfaction as he watches the hall. Good, the entry was completed successful. Yuren's red eyes narrow as he activates his martial arts abilities to spy on the surroundings. Now let me focus my inner energy on hearing. Sitting with his arms crossed, Yuren listens to fragments of conversations from other nobles. They confirmed it at the magic tower. That kind of magic doesn't exist. What about the regional business trip? And my brother won't say anything. Ho. His enhanced hearing catches a more sinister conversation, and his eyes turn cold as he hears. He gave me a look he had never shown me before. You're so awful. Right, to leave someone like me, he must have lost his mind. Yuren keeps listening to the conversation, hearing the woman lament. So you left without even confessing, and then between sobs, that man is dead, sob. His red eyes sharpen as he locates the woman at the bar, inwardly exclaiming, I found her, while she laments to the waiter, what should I do now, sob. The waiter tries to comfort her. They say love is forgotten with another love, but she doubts it, really, and he assures her, yes, you'll definitely meet a good person. The woman smiles, feeling comforted. Really, as expected, talking with you makes me feel better, ho. While the woman laughs, Yuren watches her from his table, his face serious and his eyes fixed on her, with other customers in the background. With his gaze fixed on the woman, Yuren concentrates, his face serious as he activates his ability. Good, once, through sound transmission. The woman jolts at the bar, reacting with us, as she hears a voice in her head saying, envy. The voice continues, resonating only for her. So, did you enjoy yourself with the crown prince? She turns on her stool, confused and alarmed, searching for the source of the voice. Who is it? Just now someone. Her face transforms into a mask of pure fury, her eyes bloodshot as she screams, That bit. The Flamberge building begins to tremble and crack violently, while a cloud of dust rises from its foundation. A huge explosion of white energy bursts from inside the bar, destroying the ground floor. Civilians on the street flee in terror, screaming KYAA, and gasp, while rubble rains down around them. The structure of the building gives way completely, collapsing into a pile of rocks and broken beams while someone shouts, the building collapsed. Another explosion of light erupts among the ruins, sending more fragments flying through the night air. Yuren takes cover among the rubble, staring in disbelief at the destruction he has caused. With a pale face and cold sweat, Yuren thinks in horror, insane, to think she'd go berserk so suddenly. Amid the ruins, the woman, now transformed and surrounded by a dark aura and stone pillars, demands, "Where is he, that guy from a moment ago?" While Yuren thinks, but this destructive power is. A status window opens in Yuren's vision. Name, envy, traits, 7 deadly sins, envy, affection, -99, murderous intent, and he thinks, I knew she was strong since she's not human, but envy, with her cracked face and eyes glowing with power, smiles sinisterly and locates Yuren. It's you, right, a human. While envy throws out her threat, I'll tear you 2 pieces. Yuren's face twists in terror as he realizes the overwhelming power gap, thinking desperately, can I win? Amid the destruction, a mysterious woman asks about someone's whereabouts, astonished by the destructive power she has just witnessed. A status window appears, revealing the woman's identity. Her name is Envy, her trait is one of the 7 sins, envy, and her affection is, which indicates clear murderous intent. Yuren, our protagonist, thinks to himself that he knew she was not human, but her strength is on another level. With a malicious smile and a cracked face, Envy finally finds her target, and surprised, wonders if he is human. The scene shifts to a man with a beard and goatee who looks terrified. Envy screams that she will tear him to pieces, and he wonders if he has any chance of winning. Despite the fear, his expression changes to one of pure determination. He decides that he has to try, because that is why he came. Calmly, the man decides his first step. He needs a weapon. The perspective returns to our protagonist, Yuren Rocks, who appears with a serious and determined look. Yuren declares his plan. He will recover the nearby corpse and forge it into a dagger. Immediately, a dagger materializes in his hand. Envy looks at Yuren, who is now holding his weapon, and mockingly comments, "Ah, so that is your true form." From a distance, she watches him, and noticing his attractiveness, declares that he is a good specimen. Her intention is to capture him alive, and to turn him into a trophy. Envy reveals her monstrous form, a giant spider-like creature towering over Yuren. Envy launches a swift attack with her sharp rock limbs, but Yuren manages to dodge with agility. Yuren wastes no time and counterattacks with a direct strike, wielding a sword he just created. However, the attack is useless. The sword bounces off Envy's hard skin as if it were nothing. Without losing heart, Yuren jumps back and prepares a new technique, the black iron explosion. A flash of energy strikes Envy directly in the face. The technique culminates in a huge and blazing explosion. But to Yuren's shock, Envy emerges from the smoke completely unharmed, wearing a mocking smile. The attack simply faded without causing her any damage. Envy mocks him, asking whether he uses some kind of funny magic. Yuren, frustrated and out of options, prepares for his next move. He decides to use a final move, the same one that brought down an orc warrior in a single blow, the bloody fire palm. Yuren unleashes his attack, which manifests as a butterfly of energy, but it seems to take an unexpected hit that makes him scream. The attack, in the form of several fire butterflies, flies straight toward Envy. One of the butterflies strikes one of Envy's limbs, causing a clash of energy. After using that powerful technique, Yuren is shown in a chibi version, sweating and wearing a panicked expression. The attack has left him completely exhausted, as if he had run out of every drop of energy, and now he feels doomed. Back in reality, Yuren stands there exhausted in front of an Envy who remains intact. With no more tricks up his sleeve and completely drained, he desperately wonders what he is supposed to do now. Seeing the civilians fleeing and screaming about a monster, Yuren curses himself. He knows that to avoid more victims, he has no choice but to step in. With renewed determination, Yuren focuses on his objective. He only has to hold out until the Capitol Guard arrives. Envy gives him no respite and goes on the offensive again, launching her sharp rock claws toward him. Yuren is pushed back by the force of the relentless attacks, barely managing to dodge the deadly limbs. He is forced to block one of the attacks with his arm, screaming in pain from the impact. Despite his efforts, Envy's attacks are too fast and too numerous, and one of them slams violently into the ground right beside him. After barely dodging another strike, Yuren lands and looks at the devastation around him, exclaiming that the situation is complete chaos. With an expression of pure frustration, Yuren realizes that he cannot keep going like this. If he keeps doing nothing but dodging, he will undoubtedly die. It is time for a change in tactics. He decides that, even though he has not learned it properly, this time he will use the sword. Yuren takes a combat stance, deciding to channel his inner energy into the blade of the sword, instead of using hidden weapons. Envy sees him preparing to attack again and growls, anticipating his move. Here it comes. Yuren charges forward, swinging his energy-infused sword against Envy's stone spear. With a powerful downward slash, he crashes his sword against one of Envy's limbs, determined to shatter it. It works, the stone spear breaks. Yuren realizes that although they are hard, he can cut. A smile of relief and hope lights up his face. Good, this means he still has a chance. Far from being worried, Envy seems to find Yuren's resistance amusing. "You are quite entertaining, aren't you?" she says. With a sadistic smile, she challenges him. "Let's see how long you can keep this up." Envy intensifies her assault, launching a barrage of countless stone spears at a lone Yuren. Yuren braces himself for the impact, overwhelmed. Damn it, the number of those stone spears keeps increasing, he thinks. Just as Envy laughs, about to deliver the finishing blow and shouting, "Try to block TH," something interrupts her. Suddenly she stops. Wait, what? She thinks, while an expression of pain and confusion appears on her face. A groan of agony escapes her lip. Envy staggers, unable to understand what is happening to her body. Yuren reveals his strategy. "I have been secretly infecting you with all kinds of poisons since before." Finally, his plan bears fruit. 3 status windows appear, confirming the activation of extended poison, blood poison mental art, and burning flame toxin, which cause unbearable pain throughout her body. However, a new system notification leaves Yuren frozen. The remaining paralysis time is only 1 second. "Huh," is all he can manage to say. In his mind, Yuren panics, wondering why the paralysis time is so short, but he regains his composure instantly. Even so, he cannot waste this opportunity. Without losing a single instant, Yuren activates the small dragon treasure boost. His body becomes surrounded by crackling electrical energy, increasing his power. At blinding speed, he lunges at the paralyzed Envy and drives the sword directly into her chest. At that exact moment, the paralysis timer reaches 0. His only chance is over. But Yuren does not stop. With the sword still inside her, he executes a devastating slash. Taking advantage of the opening, he prepares his final blow, to pour every last drop of his inner strength into the black iron explosion. With a shout, Yuren unleashes a ray of concentrated energy at point-blank range into Envy's body. The attack hits with tremendous force, causing Envy's body to light up from within. A violent explosion erupts from inside Envy, shattering her stone body. Yuren lands nimbly while the dust and debris settle around. With a smile of satisfaction and relief, he believes that at last, he has done it. He watches Envy's body crumble, wondering whether he has really defeated her. But something strange happens. The stone remains begin to transform into a red, sticky substance. Yuren does not understand what is happening. The fleshy mass begins to move and gather itself back together. Panic takes hold of Yuren, who shouts, "No." The mass transforms into a new grotesque humanoid figure wrapped in a dark aura. Yuren stares in horror, whispering, "It can't be." Although he tries to gather his courage to finish the fight, his face shows pure terror at the situation. Then a terrible memory strikes him. A system window appears with a warning. Envy is awakening into Phase 2. Yuren realizes his fatal mistake. He completely forgot that these monsters have multiple phases before they die, and with each phase, their strength and magical power skyrocket. Before him rises Phase 2 of Envy, a far more powerful and threatening version than before. The new Envy simply watches him with lifeless eyes, letting out an ominous "hem." And with a single chilling word, she declares Yuren's fate: die. In an instant, Envy attacks. Yuren is thrown through the air by an invisible and overwhelmingly fast force. He desperately tries to block the avalanche of attacks, but he is completely overwhelmed by Envy's new speed and power. Cursing, Yuren realizes that Envy's attacks are much faster and more unpredictable than before. As one of the claws brushes past his face, Yuren reaches a terrifying conclusion. At this rate, he will die. The scene cuts to a black background splattered with blood, signaling that Yuren has been gravely wounded, leaving his fate uncertain. The battle continues. Yuren is pressured by Envy's ferocious attacks, which force him to defend himself desperately. Envy manages to land a slash on him, and shock and pain are reflected on Yuren's face as blood gushes from his wound. With an agile leap, Yuren barely dodges an attack of stone spears erupting from the ground, showing his incredible speed. As he lands, Yuren cannot help but curse under his breath, aware that he almost lost his head in that last attack. Panic takes hold of him. He realizes that if he makes even a single mistake, he will truly die. His only thought is to run away. But Envy has no intention of letting him escape and mocks him with a sinister smile, asking where he thinks he is going. The bombardment of attacks is relentless, and Yuren is forced to keep dodging and blocking continuously in order to survive. Despite his efforts, Envy's speed and ferocity are overwhelming, pushing Yuren to the very limit of his endurance. Finally, one of Envy's sharp appendages reaches him, striking him with brutal force. Yuren is sent flying through the air, screaming in pain as his body is mercilessly thrown by the impact of the blow. Envy bursts into laughter, enjoying Yuren's desperation, now that he is completely at her mercy. The monster continues her psychological torture, sarcastically asking him whether he really thought he could escape so easily. Cornered and wounded, Yuren can only curse silently, feeling hope fade away. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the night passes with apparent calm beside the Marquis' mansion. A mysterious hooded figure, dressed in an elegant blue cloak, walks decisively through the street. Suddenly, the figure's steps are interrupted by the panicked cries of the citizens. "A monster has appeared, call the guards." The hooded figure stops upon hearing a man describe in terror a monster covered in stone spears in the southern district. Upon hearing the description, the hooded figure reacts in silence. The mention of stone spears seems to carry a special meaning. A word escapes her lips, full of surprise and recognition. Impossible, envy. The citizens continue arguing in fear, while the hooded figure has already processed the terrible truth. One of the men even speculates whether the commotion could be related to the crown prince, showing the level of chaos reigning everywhere. Without wasting any more time, the hooded figure climbs onto a rooftop, observing the city to locate the source of the disturbance. With a privileged view, she quickly identifies the direction of the battle and prepares to intervene. With a powerful and elegant leap, the hooded figure launches herself from the rooftop, racing at full speed toward the battlefield. As help approaches, Yuren's situation is critical. He is completely at Envy's mercy, whose attacks give him no respite. With a twisted and sadistic smile, Envy prepares to deliver the finishing blow, savoring the moment of victory. She launches a final attack, a swift and deadly thrust designed to end Yuren's life once and for all. With no possible escape, Yuren prepares to take the hit, his eyes fixed on his inevitable fate. In his final moments, a question full of desperation and resignation echoes in his mind. Is this how I die? Envy's attack is about to reach him, but just when all seems lost, something extraordinary happens. A system window appears before him. A true life-or-death crisis has unlocked two special privileges. The first privilege upgrades his Creator's Eye to level 2, granting him the ability to see the predicted trajectory of his opponent's attacks. Yuren is stunned. He cannot understand what is happening in the middle of a life-or-death situation. Suddenly, his perception changes. The trajectories of Envy's attacks appear in his mind like simulations of light. Instead of a chaotic storm of attacks, he now sees clear lines showing him exactly where and how the enemy will strike. With this new vision, he locates the trajectory of the attack that was heading straight toward him. It's this one. Now that he can read the predicted path, dodging the deadly attack becomes an easy task. With minimal and precise movements, Yuren effortlessly evades every one of Envy's blows, which had been unstoppable before. A confident smile lights up his face as he realizes the incredible potential of his new ability. He could dodge even with his eyes closed. Envy cannot believe what she is seeing. Her prey, who was on the verge of death, is now dodging her attacks with insulting ease. How did you do it? The system notifies him of the second privilege, the realm of Ascension, a temporary power that activates right before a mortal crisis. At once, his sword begins to shine with an intense light as his inner energy rises to its maximum level. Pure white energy wraps around the blade of his sword. Yuren wonders whether it is sword chi or a sword aura. Whatever it is, with this new power flowing through him, Yuren's desperation transforms into absolute confidence. With this energy, I can win. From the window of a nearby building, a child watches the battle in amazement and calls to his mother to come see the spectacle. Seeing Yuren wrapped in a glowing aura, the child excitedly shouts that the Knight of Light has appeared. Frustrated, Envy unleashes a barrage of her razor-sharp appendages against the newly empowered Yuren. But now Yuren moves at blinding speed, easily cutting through the stone spears with his energy-infused sword. Every one of his movements is now precise and lethal. His desperate defense has turned into an elegant and powerful counterattack, leaving Envy with no option. With a battle cry, Yuren charges directly at Envy, channeling all his energy into a single devastating strike to end the threat once and for all. Faced with the overwhelming energy of Yuren's sword, Envy can only scream in disbelief and fear. With his sword imbued with power, Yuren stands over the remains of the monster, ready to end the battle. With a war cry, Yuren unleashes a final and devastating blow upon Envy's body. The impact is brutal, and an explosion of pure energy disintegrates the monster on the spot. A pillar of light rises into the night sky, illuminating the entire street with the power of Yuren's final attack. From their window, the child and his mother watch the scene with amazement and joy, having witnessed a miracle. Yuren remains standing among Envy's remains, while the child celebrates joyfully. The Knight of Light has defeated the monster. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Yuren can hardly believe it. He asks himself whether he really did it, whether the nightmare has ended. But the system sends him a harsh notification. He is completely exhausted. His inner power and stamina have been entirely drained. Yuren reflects that he barely managed to win, thanks to the two privileges that appeared just in time. Now, with no strength left, his only priority is to run away before the guards arrive. Just as he is about to escape, a strange movement among the rubble catches his attention. His eyes widen in disbelief and horror. It cannot be. Something impossible is happening. A reddish energy begins to rise from Envy's fragments, and the pieces of stone begin to tremble and come together again. With astonishing speed, the remains are reconstructing themselves. Yuren murmurs, frozen in terror, impossible. A new and terrible system warning flashes before his eyes. Warning, Envy Phase 3, the final version has appeared. Desperation overwhelms. Envy is reborn, now in a far more grotesque and powerful form, and roars with fury. Bastard, I won't let you get away with this. Yuren is paralyzed with panic. He thinks, I'm doomed. I didn't even get the chance to pay her back. In the middle of the devastated street, Envy's final form, a monster of stone tentacles, roars in fury. With crimson energy crackling around him, he shouts his intention to annihilate everyone, while Yuren rocks watches from a distance. In a close-up, Envy's face twists with pure hatred. His only thought is a deranged scream, kill them all. With a devastating movement, Envy's gigantic mass hurls itself toward Yuren, who stands his ground, looking tiny compared to the monstrous creature. Yuren stares helplessly at the overwhelming size of his enemy. What a massive size, he thinks, sweat running down his face. My inner strength is completely exhausted. Envy's attack, shining with destructive power, descends on Yuren. In his mind, one question echoes in despair. Is this really the end? In profile, Yuren's face is pale and covered in sweat. His eyes are wide open, reflecting the terror of the approaching attack. Envy's sharp claws are about to pierce Yuren. Accepting his fate, he can only let out a choked cry of surprise. But the fatal blow never comes. Envy growls, confused and frustrated. What? He wonders, feeling his attack stopped cold. The monster's arm is suddenly wrapped in strange white bindings, like bandages, which completely neutralize its power. Envy cannot understand what is happening. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appears. It is a woman with blonde hair and violet eyes, wrapped in a dark blue hooded cloak. She walks with a calm and authority that contrasts with the surrounding chaos. With a simple gesture, the bindings of the woman, whom Envy calls Lust, completely immobilize the monster. Yuren watches from behind, utterly stunned by the sudden intervention. Lust looks at her companion coldly. Stop, she orders. This is not the time to reveal ourselves. Yuren stammers, unable to process what he has just witnessed. The appearance of another being with such immense power has left him speechless. From the top of a rooftop, Lust seems to be reporting to someone. Hey, aren't you watching? We ran into that thing when we came down from the Divine Dragon Palace. An information window appears before Yuren, identifying the newcomer. It is Lust, one of the 7 deadly sins. Yuren whispers her name, understanding the magnitude of the situation. Lust remains silent, her impassive face revealing no emotion. Her gaze is cold and calculating as she evaluates the situation. Despite his exhaustion, Yuren's mind works at full speed. If this isn't the time to reveal themselves, does that mean they'll retreat? He correctly deduces. Confirming Yuren's suspicions, Lust turns around, her cloak billowing behind her. Let's go, she says, determined to leave. With incredible agility, she leaps across the rooftops, dragging the gigantic Envy along with her bindings as if he weighed nothing. Yuren can only watch from below. Seeing them disappear, Yuren finally exhales. The immediate danger has passed. Either way, he thinks in relief, we're alive. He takes a moment to recover, still shaken by having survived such a close brush with death. But his rest is short. The sound of murmurs and footsteps alerts him to a new presence, and he looks over his shoulder cautiously. The city guards have arrived at the scene of destruction. The guards are here, Yuren thinks, knowing he must disappear before they question him. This will be troublesome if we run into them. Let's avoid it, Yuren thinks as he slips into an alley to sneak away unseen, leaving the chaos of the battle behind. The night of the exhausting battle comes to an end, and with the first light of dawn, a new day begins in the city. The following morning, Yuren finally arrives at the Rock's family residence. A servant sees him and exclaims in relief, "Young master, you finally returned." Already inside his room, Yuren walks exhausted toward his bed. Yeah, nothing happened, right? He asks casually, then adds, are Colin and Leon still asleep? The servant, with a nervous expression, hesitates before answering, clasping his hands uneasily. The servant explains that a terrorist appeared in the city last night, and that his brothers, Colin and Leon, ran out at dawn saying they would catch the culprit. Yuren takes off his cloak with an ironic smile. Heh, well, kids do those things, he comments, knowing perfectly well that he was the one who faced that terrorist. The servant, not understanding the irony, nods his head. All right, then he says, waiting for Yuren's order. Without even changing his clothes, Yuren collapses face first onto the bed. I'm going to sleep first, he shouts into the sheets. I'm exhausted. The servant startles for a moment, but then smiles knowingly. Yes, I'll be outside if you need me, he says before withdrawing. Yuren lies motionless on the bed, his face buried in the pillow. The exhaustion from the battle has finally caught up with him. But he is not sleeping. He opens his eyes and the memory of the previous night returns to his mind. The battle with Envy was brutal, but thanks to that, a system window appears, notifying him that he has reached the 4-star level in the 10,000 Poisons body scripture. However, his reflection does not end there. With a dark look, he admits his own weakness. I've also realized how much I still lack. I couldn't even properly defeat Envy, the weakest of the 7 deadly sins. The memory of Lust and another mysterious woman appears in his mind. It's still not time, but when that time comes, he thinks, anticipating future conflicts. He remembers Lust's warning. Sins far more terrifying than envy and hidden forces of evil will be unleashed, he tells himself, understanding the scale of the threats ahead. Driven by this terrible revelation, Yuren sits up on the bed and takes a meditation posture, surrounded by a golden aura of energy. His eyes shine with steel-like determination. I need to grow faster, much faster, he vows to himself. Later in the mansion's living room, voices can be heard. Someone mentions the appearance of an assassin who killed the crown prince, showing how the public has misunderstood the events. Yuren is sitting with his two brothers, Colin, the orange-haired one, and Leon, the blonde one. Colin boasts, if I had found him, I would have caught him. Meanwhile, the more sensible Leon replies, judging by the damage to the buildings, it wasn't someone at our level. Colin, excited, continues with the popular story. They say the killer was a monster beyond human capability. Stone spears were bursting out of his entire body, smashing buildings. Apparently it was total madness. Colin pauses dramatically, but then, suddenly, bam. Leon, confused by the simplicity of the description, asks, bam. Ignoring his brother, Colin enthusiastically narrates the heroic version of the events. A knight of light appeared, someone wielding an aura of light. They say he drew light from his sword, struck the monster with a shining blade, and even blew it up. In the end, the monster fled, and the Knight of Light disappeared too. Leon is completely amazed. Wow, that's incredible. When will I get a title like that? He laments, then adds curiously, I wonder who it was. Ironically, while his brothers admire the unknown hero, the camera focuses on Yuren, the true Knight of Light, who simply yawns, oblivious to his own fame. Interrupting his brother's heroic fantasy, Yuren abruptly changes the subject. By the way, what happened to our departure request? He asks. Colin and Leon look at him, pulled out of their daydreaming and visibly surprised. Yuren calmly gives them the good news. It was approved today. Using the Rock's family name really worked, he informs them. Upon hearing this, Leon's surprise turns into uncontainable joy, a spark that ignites the urgency to act immediately. Leon, the blonde brother, smiles enthusiastically. Then let's not waste any time, let's leave right now, he exclaims, while Colin adds urgently, if something happens again, we won't be able to get out. Leon jumps to his feet. Pack your things and meet us in the lobby, he tells his brother. Colin nods, determined. As they leave, Colin notices the look of his older brother. You said you met a friend, did something happen? You look exhausted. Yuren simply replies in a tired voice, don't ask. The scene changes to a panoramic view of the city, with its imposing clock tower standing out against the blue sky. Suddenly, a symbolic lightning bolt strikes the clock tower, a premonition of the shocking news that is about to arrive and shake the foundations of the family. The camera pulls back to show the majestic Rock's family mansion, a symbol of power and nobility. Outside, Marquis Rox, an imposing man with a red cape and a well-groomed beard, laughs heartily, waiting for the arrival of his children. Seeing my children like this makes me so happy, exclaims the Marquis. Colin and Leon run toward him, shouting, Father, while Yuren and his servant follow at a calmer pace. The Marquis warmly embraces Colin. You rascal, he says affectionately, you've grown. Leon and Yuren also pay their respects. Father, I have returned, says Leon. Marquis Rox nods, pleased. Oh, good, good. The Marquis welcomes them and gets straight to the point. I've heard that something important has happened in the Empire. Is it true? Colin, always eager to be the center of attention, immediately offers himself. Yes, father. Do you want me to explain it? But his father stops him. Haha, I'm sure it's entertaining, but you must be tired from the journey. Rest for now, he says and adds, we'll talk during dinner later. Back in his room, while Yuren relaxes, a voice greets him. It's been a while, young master. Yuren turns around and smiles as he recognizes the newcomer. It is Aaron, a woman with silver hair and a professional appearance. Aaron, he exclaimed. Aaron looks at him with admiration. Incredible. You were only gone for a short time, and yet you've come back with 2 new titles and become much stronger. Yuren looks at her, completely confused and sweating a little. Huh, what are you talking about? He asks, having no idea about the titles she mentions. Aaron begins explaining his unrecognized achievements. At Ascent Castle, you earned the title Iron Mage, and in the royal capital, they gave you the title Rookie Killer. Yuren repeats the second title, bewildered. Rookie Killer, Aaron, with a smile, asks if he truly didn't know. She refreshes his memory. At the Royal Knights Academy, you beat up 4 students from the master class. The faces of the students he defeated appear in his mind, and Yuren finally remembers. Ah, those guys, I guess I did. Aaron smiles, satisfied. All of them are rising talents that people call rookies, she explains. And since you defeated them all, people call you the Rookie Killer. Yuren runs a hand through his hair, embarrassed and confused. They were rookies, he murmurs to himself, while Aaron watches him curiously. Trying to change the subject, Yuren says, anyway, I have gifts for you and Clyde, so tomorrow. But he is interrupted by a servant who bursts into the room shouting, young master. Just as Yuren tries to change the subject, the door flies open. It is Peru, the servant, who comes running in with a panicked face. Young master, now is not the time for that, he says, out of breath. Peru delivers the message that brings everything to a halt. The Marquis has summoned everyone to dinner. The atmosphere changes instantly. Yuren and Aaron's expressions turn serious, understanding that such a sudden summons can only mean that something important is about to happen. The scene changes to an opulent dining room. Marquis Rock sits at the head of a long, empty table with his 3 sons seated in front of him. I trust you have all rested, he asks. Colin and Leon answer with an energetic, yes, yes, sir, while Yuren remains silent with a calm expression. The Marquis makes a gesture. Before the food arrives, I will tell you why I called you here. The camera shows the reactions of the three brothers, Colin's curiosity, Leon's tension, and Yuren's impenetrable seriousness. With a grave expression and a voice that echoes through the room, the Marquis makes his announcement. "We will begin," he says, pausing to heighten the drama, "the test to determine the successor." The chapter ends with this shocking declaration, which promises to change the destiny of the family forever. At the house of Marquis Rocks, the patriarch has gathered his three sons. He explains that, as tradition dictates, the eldest son, Yuren, should have been the successor, and adds that he himself became heir at an even younger age than Yuren is now. The Marquis continues, with a stern face, expressing his disappointment. He states that Yuren wasted too many precious years and that, because of that, he intended to appoint his second son, Colin, as the next heir. However, the Marquis admits that Yuren has finally got his act together. Meanwhile, Yuren listens with a confident half-smile. For that reason, the Marquis announces that he will no longer make the decision by himself. Upon hearing this, the other two brothers, Colin and Evan, look at each other in surprise and concern. With an imposing gaze, the Marquis tells them that they will have to prove with their own hands which of them is worthy of becoming the heir. Colin and Evan swallow hard, feeling the weight of the pressure from their father's declaration. The tension in the room is palpable. Yuren, calmly and seriously, asks his father how he will determine the winner of this contest. The Marquis turns around and explains that, since there is no precedent, he plans to divide the trial into several stages. The first will be territorial defense. He explains that it will not be long before adult monsters begin approaching the coast. If they are not exterminated quickly, the people in their lands will suffer heavy casualties. In other words, the first test consists of defending the territory. They will be deployed to 3 battle zones and must demonstrate all their skill. For the evaluation, he will assign 3 butlers, one for each of them, who will observe and report objectively. And he adds a crucial rule. For this test, they may use anything at their disposal. One of the brothers asks in astonishment, anything. The Marquis confirms it. Their personal strength, the forces they have gathered, their connections, their wealth, everything is allowed. Colin, the blonde-haired son, smiles slyly and asks if that is really allowed, clearly pleased with this rule. Colin addresses Yuren smugly, telling him that they are not trying to become knights but a Marquis. Yuren looks at him in confusion. The Marquis intervenes firmly, stressing that strength is important, but for a Marquis, there are things far more important than brute strength. He tells them that if they have the ability, they can even borrow knights from other places. The only thing that matters is getting the best results. With a determined look, Yuren nods and says, "Understood." Colin, for his part, smiles with overflowing confidence and exclaims, "Very well." With the rules established, the Marquis clasps his hands together and announces that it is time to continue with the evening. At that moment, a group of chefs enters with the food. "Let's eat," says the Marquis. Evan, the youngest son with orange hair, gets excited when he sees the dishes. The Marquis says with a smile that, since his second and third sons have returned home after such a long time, he has prepared the family's original Kyrene soup. A dark and sinister aura emanates from the dish, while the Marquis bursts into laughter. Yuren's face fills with panic when he sees the infamous soup, inwardly begging for everything to end soon. With the tense dinner over, the scene shifts to an exterior view of the imposing mansion. The Marquis's voice echoes like a final refrain. "The deployment will be in 1 month. Prepare yourselves with everything you have. The challenge has begun." Yuren's butler approaches him, worried, and asks if he is not going to prepare for the test. Yuren, with a disconcerting calm as he adjusts his clothes, replies, "Is there really anything I need to prepare?" The butler, exasperated, informs him that his brothers have already started making moves, especially the second one, Colin, who is even receiving support from the Livingtine family. Yuren reflects on the news. Kyna's family, the Livingtines, has decided to bet everything on Colin. However, he does not seem worried. The butler, still anxious, reminds him that the Marquis told them to get the best results, unable to understand Yuren's calm. Yuren explains his logic. "That means whether we borrow an order of knights or slaughter monsters by ourselves, what really matters is killing as many as possible." The butler is left speechless, admitting that it is true. Yuren smiles slyly and adds that the help he needs is already on the way. He points toward the door, saying, "The friends who will help me wipe everything out." The door opens at that very instant. Through the door come his 2 allies, the white-haired knight Aaron and the formidable warrior Clyde. Yuren welcomes them and tells them he has something for them. Yuren turns first to Clyde, who responds with a firm yes. Yuren mentions the old tradition, in which a lord gives a sword to his knight. He walks over to a table where there is a covered object. He uncovers a magnificent sword and offers it to Clyde, saying, "This is yours." Clyde takes it gratefully, but his expression changes to one of complete surprise as soon as he grips it. The moment his hands touch the hilt, an aura of red power bursts out from the sword. The sword erupts into flames, surrounding a completely stunned Clyde. "Wait, this flame," he exclaims. But his astonishment grows when he realizes it does not burn at all. "But it's not hot. What is this?" he asks, while Yuren and the others watch. Yuren explains with a smile, "It is the fire of a flame spirit." Clyde repeats the words, incredulous, "A flame spirit." Yuren asks him about the weight. Clyde, with a huge grin, replies that it is excellent, very light. Yuren is glad that the sword has accepted him. He advises him to talk with it often so that he can push its destructive power to the limit. Meanwhile, Aaron watches the scene with a clear expression of envy on her face. Yuren notices and calls her. Aaron responds, still with a trace of longing in her voice. Yuren tells her she has no reason to be jealous, because now it is her turn to receive a gift. Aaron receives another sword, this one with a more ornate golden hilt. She takes it with gratitude, not knowing what to expect. Just like with Clyde, the moment she grabs it, the sword reacts, but this time with a bright greenish glow. A powerful gust of wind bursts from the sword, stirring Aaron's hair and leaving her completely dumbfounded by the power she now holds. Aaron, her eyes shining with excitement, feels the aura of the sword and exclaims, "This aura, it's wind." Yuren confirms it with a satisfied smile. Correct, it is a wind spirit sword. Aaron, in a whisper of amazement, feels a connection with the weapon and says, "It says that it likes me." The revelation surprises even Yuren. Filled with enthusiasm, Aaron turns to Yuren and asks for permission to go test it immediately, unable to contain her excitement. Clyde, equally excited, joins the request. Yuren, with a nervous smile at their enthusiasm, gives them permission to go. As they run toward the training yard, Clyde, competitive, challenges Aaron to a fight, sure that this time he will be able to beat her. Yuren watches them leave, laughing to himself and thinking, haha, what a pair of rascals. The butler, who has watched everything, looks at Yuren and comments with a certain envy about the spirit swords he has just given away. Yuren smiles at him knowingly and assures him that he too will receive something good later. But first, there is another matter to take care of. Yuren reminds the butler that he still has to repay his debt. The butler's face lights up, remembering the money Yuren owes him. The scene shifts outside the mansion, where the butler lets out a sigh of anticipation. Suddenly, Yuren empties a bag onto the table, releasing a cascade of gold coins that leaves the butler speechless. What is all this?" he shouts. Yuren calmly reminds him that he said he would pay him back with interest. The butler, stammering, replies that this is not with interest. The butler shouts, completely incredulous, "It's several dozen times more." With a new understanding in his eyes, the butler looks at Yuren and says, "Young master, now I see it." He reaches a hilarious conclusion. "You are a genius not only in dark magic, but also in gambling." Yuren, embarrassed, tries to deny it. Yuren changes the subject quickly, explaining that he needs that money to buy the poisons he wants, and asks the butler to let him know at any time. Later, Yuren heads to the blacksmith's district and calls for Juranox, the craftsman who sold him the sword. Yuren kindly asks him how he is doing and whether he is adapting well to his new workshop. Juranox, sweating but happy, replies that yes, and that thanks to Yuren, everyone has been treating him very well. Yuren gives him good news. He has found masters for the two swords he bought from him. Juranox is surprised to hear about the greatsword and the thin blade. Yuren confirms with a smile that both swords have accepted their wielders and promises that he will show them to him later. Juranox feels relieved to hear it. "Really," he says, confessing that he thought they were failures. Yuren corrects him energetically. "Failures? Not at all, they are master blades that choose their own wielders. They are incredible weapons." Juranox, moved, thanks Yuren for trusting someone as insignificant as him. Yuren becomes a little confused by his sudden emotion. Yuren asks him what is going on. Juranox, with a dramatic pause, begins to say, "There is." The chapter ends with a shocking revelation from Juranox, a serious problem inside the Marquis' house. Yuren's expression hardens, leaving the story at a moment of maximum tension. A servant approaches Yuren with a worried look on his face. He tells him that he has been thinking a lot and that he really needs to tell him something about the young master. Yuren, curious, asks what it is about. The servant, with urgency in his voice, reveals that the problem is in the Marquis' armor. "There is a very serious problem," exclaims the servant. Upon hearing this, Yuren's face turns grim and his red eyes shine intensely, understanding the gravity of the situation. With the imposing mansion of the Marquisate in the background, Yuren, shocked by the news, asks what is going on. The scene changes to the interior of the mansion. Yuren stands before his father, Marquis Rox, and asks him for permission, assuring him that if he grants it, he will uncover the truth. The Marquis, with an angry expression, shouts at him that he should at least know what it is for. He warns him that permissions are not granted so easily. Yuren, unfazed, addresses him by calling him father. The Marquis is left speechless for a moment, surprised by his son's audacity. Yuren reminds his father with determination that, since he was defeated by Aaliyah, he does not believe he has disappointed him even once, trying to appeal to his trust. He begs him to trust him this time as well and grant him the permission, promising that he will not be disappointed. The Marquis looks at him warily, weighing the request. Finally, the Marquis yields to his son's insistence. "Fine," he tells him, and informs him that he will notify the butler so he can collect the permit the next day. However, the Marquis sets one condition. The permit will only be valid for 24 hours. Yuren, relieved, thanks him. Yuren bows respectfully and takes his leave. "I'm leaving now," he says, to which his father responds with a simple "all right." As he walks away, a crafty smile appears on Yuren's face. His father watches him from behind, unaware that his son already has a plan in mind. Now alone, Marquis rocks sighs, thinking to himself with a mix of resignation and affection, seriously, when he calls me father, it softens my heart. With the mansion in view again, the Marquis reflects with concern, hopping his son will not cause problems, though he calms himself thinking it will only be 24 hours. The next day, the calm is interrupted by a servant calling out in a hurry, "Young master." A blonde servant approaches Yuren, who is now wearing an elegant suit. He informs him that people are looking for him at the entrance of the Marquis' house, and that they are carrying boxes. Yuren smiles knowingly and says, "They nailed it," while adjusting his tie. The servant looks at him in confusion, not understanding what he means. Yuren gives him a clear order, tell all the male servants to collect the things at the entrance and take them to Armory 1. The servant, surprised, asks if he should take them all. With a mischievous smile, Yuren tells him that he has something else to carry and that they will meet in front of the armory. The servant, completely bewildered, can only say, "Huh, all right." A butler hands Yuren a document. "Here is the permit from the Marquis that he said he would give you today," he announces. Yuren takes the permit calmly and says, "All right," and he prepares to give his next instruction, continuing with his plan. He directly asks the butler where the Marquis is at that very moment. The butler, a little nervous, gets ready to answer. The butler informs him that the Marchioness is visiting and that both of them are having tea in a private room. When Yuren hears this, he remains silent, with an unreadable look that foreshadows his next move. With the information he needed, Yuren gives his next order. He tells the butler to inform the Marquis that he must bring an inspector to Armory 1 before noon. The butler is stunned by the bold instruction, not knowing how to react. With chilling calm, Yuren warns the butler, "If you do not tell him exactly what I told you, you will regret it." The butler, visibly frightened, remains silent. The scene changes to the entrance of the Marquisate Armory. A guard shouts, "Stop, this is the armory," blocking the way. The guards block Yuren's path, firmly declaring that unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Without losing his composure, Yuren points behind him with his thumb and asks, "Do you see the boxes back there?" In the background, the servants prepare to move them. The guard, bewildered, looks in the direction Yuren pointed and replies with a stutter, "Huh, why yes." Yuren explains that those boxes contain swords, shields, and armor that he obtained at AAS Castle, purchased for the upcoming troop deployment, while his servants begin transporting the goods. "I need to get them inside, so open the door now," Yuren demands. The guard nervously replies that the quartermaster has to come first. Yuren smiles cunningly. "All right, the quartermaster should be here, maybe," he says, as if he had been expecting exactly that. The guard, realizing the trap, exclaims, "You must have called him yourself." Yuren, pretending innocence, simply replies, "Excuse me." Yuren accuses the guard, insinuating that someone ordered him to call the quartermaster if something happened. "That person running over there is the quartermaster, right?" he adds, pointing to a man approaching. Indeed, Quartermaster Juranox runs toward them shouting furiously, "What do you think you're doing?" Juranox arrives out of breath. Yuren, unfazed, repeats his demand, "I bought weapons and armor for the deployment, so open the door." Juranox refuses, insisting that the armory needs a special permit to enter. Yuren, with a smug smile, replies, "Exactly." Yuren reveals his trump card, showing the official document. "I prepared the permit, so open the door," he exclaims triumphantly. Defeated, Juranox clenches his teeth. Fine," he reluctantly concedes, "but please just put the things inside and do not touch anything else." Finally, the doors are opened. The servants begin moving the heavy boxes into the armory courtyard under the watchful eyes of Yuren and the guards. Yuren changes his tone to a playful one. "Juranox, since we're bored, let's inspect some weapons," he proposes, asking him to bring out one of the old boxes. Juranox is startled by the request. Juranox immediately protests, "Young master, you need a special permit to inspect the weapon." With a charming smile full of hidden intentions, Yuren insists, "I'll only look at one, just one." Under pressure, Juranox gives in once again, sweating nervously. Then I'll bring it out for you," he says, resigned. The servants place one of the old wooden boxes in front of Yuren, who in a firm and authoritative voice gives the order, "Open it." The box is opened, revealing a pile of swords. Yuren turns to Juranox and asks him directly, "Juranox, what do you think?" One of Yuren's servants, who looks like a blacksmith, picks up one of the swords and examines it. "Most of the weapons in this box seem to be in good condition," he reports. "Really?" Yuren asks, pretending surprise. Yuren pretends to be impressed and sarcastically congratulates Juranox on his good work, suggesting that he should recommend him to the Marquis for a reward. Juranox, believing he has passed the test, laughs with nervous relief, completely falling into the trap. But the farce ends abruptly. Yuren's smile disappears, replaced by an icy stare and eyes glowing with an intense and threatening red. His voice turns sharp as he gives the final order. "Then, this time bring out all the other boxes. Do not leave a single one." Yuren's sudden and threatening order leaves Juranox completely terrified. His face twists in panic as he realizes that he has fallen into a trap. Desperate, Juranox steps in front of him and shouts at Yuren to stop. "This is an abuse of power. Even if you are the heir, this is too much," he exclaims, trying to stop. Fed up with the corruption and lies, Yuren does not hesitate for a second and punches Juranox straight in the face, silencing his protests at once. Juranox falls to the ground from the force of the blow. Abuse of power, don't come at me with that nonsense, Yuren shouts at him, full of righteous fury. Yuren raises the permit again, questioning the constant scheming of corrupt officials. Can't you see this? Why are you always plotting? He asks, while his servants watch the shocking scene. Just at that moment, exactly as Yuren had planned, Marquis Rox arrives at the scene, accompanied by his wife, the Marchioness, and an inspector. Yuren, he shouts, his voice echoing through the courtyard. The Marquis takes in the chaotic scene, Juranox kneeling on the ground, Yuren standing with determination, and dozens of boxes of weapons opened. What is going on here? He demands to know. With icy calm, Yuren addresses his father. All the weapons from the armory have been brought out. Check it yourself, he invites. The Marquis falls silent for a moment, carefully observing the boxes full of low-quality weapons that his son has exposed. Slowly, the Marquis approaches one of the boxes and extends his hand to take one of the swords and examine it closely. As he holds the sword, the Marquis's expression fills with anger and contempt. You call this a sword, he murmurs, confirming the terrible quality of the weaponry. Furious, the Marquis turns to the man in the green robe who had accompanied him. Inspector, explain yourself, he orders. You said the armory had no problems during last month's audit, didn't you? The inspector, a frail-looking old man, stammers without being able to give a coherent answer, trapped in his own lie. That is all he manages to say. Seeing an opportunity, Juranox tries to shift the blame. Kneeling and crying, he points at Yuren and accuses, that guy must have tampered with things, that's for sure. The inspector joins the farce, accusing Yuren of having stolen and replaced the weapons. Don't say nonsense. Did you steal that much in 1 month? He shouts at Yuren. Yuren unleashes his power. A greenish aura surrounds him while his eyes glow. He states that it is impossible for such theft to happen without someone high-ranking turning a blind eye. The corrupt inspector falls victim to Yuren's invisible pressure. He clutches his throat, struggling to breathe. Suddenly I can't breathe. He gasps in terror. Unable to withstand the pressure, the inspector falls to his knees, confessing through tears. I'm sorry, please spare my life, he begs, revealing his guilt. Once the truth is exposed, Yuren addresses his father. Now you can see why I wanted the permit and why I couldn't tell you beforehand, he explains calmly. The Marquis, with a grim expression, reveals the true scale of the problem. Not just here, he says, but Armory 2, Armory 3, and even the food warehouse probably have problems. Yuren looks at his father, understanding the gravity of the situation. Sure, we might get through this year's deployment, but what about next year or the year after that? He asks. The Marquis acknowledges that in times of war they would have good weapons and food, but Yuren interrupts him, full of passion. But what about the soldiers? Yuren's servants listen in horror, understanding the implications. One of them thinks aloud that if those at the top do not do their job, our soldiers will end up using trash weapons, continues the servant who originally warned Yuren, his face pale from the revelation. And eating what might as well be poisoned food, concludes the Marchioness, who had remained silent until now, with an expression of absolute horror. With his red eyes burning with rage and unshakable determination, Yuren makes a solemn vow. I will never forgive anyone who toys with people's lives, he declares, his voice filled with icy fury. I will never forgive. Yuren Rox is in the mansion courtyard, presenting boxes of new equipment in front of several blacksmiths. Firmly, he declares that these swords, armor, and shields were purchased directly from the castle, thus guaranteeing their impeccable quality. Addressing his father, Marquis Rox, directly, Yuren orders him to get rid of the useless equipment and replace it with the new materials he has brought. His tone is authoritative and leaves no room for doubt. With a cold, piercing stare, his red eyes shining with determination, Yuren demands that not only the two main culprits but the entire network of corruption be severely punished. He makes it clear that the problem goes much deeper than it seems. Marquis Rox, visibly enraged by his son's audacity, grits his teeth and can barely contain a shout of anger. Yuren's insolence has left him speechless. Unfazed by his father's anger, Yuren calmly turns his back on him and announces that he is leaving, ending the conversation on his own terms. Yuren walks away with determined steps, leaving behind his stunned father and the corrupt guards kneeling on the ground in submission. His authority has been clearly established. As he walks away, Yuren reflects that he has done everything within his power. Going any further would exceed his authority, so now the responsibility of cleaning house rests entirely on the Marquis. A few days pass. On a quiet afternoon, with the sun setting over the imposing mansion of the Marquisate, Yuren is summoned by his father. Yuren enters his father's office, and seeing him standing with his back turned, formally asks the reason for his summons. Still facing away, the Marquis begins to speak. He informs Yuren that, thanks to his intervention, they were able to eradicate the corruption, and that he felt he should update him on the results. Yuren listens to his father, maintaining a neutral expression and simply nodding in acknowledgement of his words. Beside a steaming cup of tea, the Marquis seriously admits, "You were right." The Marquis takes a sip of his tea and confesses that the corruption was far more extensive than he had imagined, affecting not only the first armory, but also the others and the food warehouse. In the dim light of the room, the Marquis explains to Yuren that the number of people involved was overwhelming, and that although he could understand it from servants or soldiers, he did not know well. Seeing that those who had served him for more than 10 years, such as the weapons manager and the inspector, betrayed him breaks his heart. His face shows deep bitterness and disappointment. Yuren, with an almost cold calm, replies that despite everything, it is good that he managed to identify all the culprits. The Marquis comments on how strange it was that the weapons manager and the inspector confessed everything so easily, even revealing crimes they had not been asked about, which greatly simplified the investigation. Yuren's eyes shine with cunning. In his mind, he reveals his secret. It was all thanks to the effect of his new poison, the truth serum. Secretly poisoning them that day had borne fruit. The Marquis sets the cup down on the table with a clack, and with new seriousness in his voice, declares that he has learned a great deal through this incident. Standing up, the Marquis steps away from the table and begins to tell a personal story, starting with, "Not long after I became Marquis." As he walks through the room, he recalls how he was reprimanded by the former king in front of many nobles, a moment that caused him incredible shame. However, the Marquis admits that the reprimand he received from Yuren a few days ago hurt him even more, and made him feel even more ashamed. With a pained expression, the Marquis turns toward Yuren and confesses that he felt pathetic, not only because Yuren told the truth, but because he came prepared to back up his words. Yuren, surprised, can only say, "Father." In an emotional outburst that breaks with his usual composure, Marquis Rox shouts an apology to his son. Yuren is left completely bewildered, not knowing how to react to his father's sudden vulnerability. With an expression of sincere regret, the Marquis lowers his head and deeply apologizes for showing his son such a shameful side of himself as a father. His confession hangs in the air, awaiting Yuren's reaction. Faced with his father's sincere apology, Yuren remains silent for a moment, with an unreadable expression as he processes the Marquis's shocking confession. The Marquis, bewildered by his son's silence, asks if something is wrong. Yuren, coming out of his stupor, quickly denies it, which confuses his father even more. With an unexpected smile, Yuren downplays the apology, reminding his father that he himself was a troublemaker until recently. With wisdom, he adds, "All humans make mistakes." Yuren's words, filled with unexpected maturity and understanding, strike the Marquis, who can only stifle a cough, moved and surprised by his son's empathy. The tension dissipates with the Marquis's laughter echoing outside the mansion. He admits that he can no longer win an argument against Yuren and promises not to make the same mistake again, sealing their reconciliation. Later at night in the mansion, a voice calls Yuren. It is his loyal assistant, who has come to deliver something he ordered. The assistant presents Yuren with the vials he requested. A system window details the contents, a potent neurotoxin from the iron shell mushroom, capable of causing respiratory failure and paralysis. Yuren examines the poison while his assistant, Peru, explains that he prepared it with its effectiveness against fish-type monsters in mind. Pleased, Yuren praises Peru for his good work. While Yuren holds the vial of poison, Peru curiously asks if he has already heard the latest news, to which Yuren responds with genuine confusion. With a nervous but excited smile, Peru reveals to Yuren that his popularity outside the mansion has skyrocketed. Yuren looks incredulous and somewhat embarrassed, unable to believe what Peru is telling him about his supposed popularity. Peru, gesturing enthusiastically, insists that it is true. He tells him that while he was looking for the ingredients for the poison, he kept hearing people in the territory talking about it. Peru explains that the people are moved by the phrase Yuren said about how a leader must take care of his soldiers, and also by the fact that he bought new armor and shields with his own money. Yuren panics as he realizes that his trash image may have been cleaned up so easily, a consequence he had not anticipated at all. To make matters worse, Peru adds that there is a real frenzy of people who want to enlist as volunteers in his unit for the next expedition. One panel shows men from the town raising their swords with fervor. With eyes shining in admiration, Peru praises Yuren as a genius, assuming it was all a master plan to make recruitment easier. Yuren, meanwhile, starts sweating, overwhelmed. Completely overwhelmed by the situation, Yuren covers his face with one hand and dismisses Peru, brusquely telling him that he can leave now. Peru withdraws with a bow and a smile, completely unaware of Yuren's internal chaos, while Yuren watches him leave with an expression of pure resignation. Once the door closes, Yuren remains alone in his room, sighing tiredly at the unexpected turn of events. Still bewildered, he reflects on how his popularity is on the rise, a result that took a direction he did not expect at all, and that he now has to manage. Setting aside his unexpected fame, Yuren decides to focus on his real goal and prepares to develop a new poison. Without hesitation, Yuren consumes the neurotoxin. Immediately, a system window flashes, confirming that he has ingested the poison from the iron shell mushroom flower. His special ability, the 10,000 poisons absorption technique, activates instantly to neutralize the toxin running through his body. Just as the poison is completely neutralized, the system shines with a momentous notification. As a reward for overcoming the trial, a new trait has been unlocked that will change the rules of the game for Yuren, immune to all poison. And to complete the incredible improvement, one final system notification reveals the most striking benefit of all. His new trait not only protects him, but completely eliminates the pain and symptoms associated with toxin absorption. The greatest obstacle to his training had just disappeared. Yuren's eyes open wide, reflecting his astonishment and excitement as he understands the true scope of his new ability. Sitting on his bed and surrounded by an aura of power, Yuren realizes that the process of consuming and assimilating poisons is no longer painful. On the contrary, it now feels comfortable and pleasant. A smile of pure satisfaction appears on his face. Immune to all poisons, this is the jackpot, he thinks to himself, savoring his new and incredible advantage. The scene changes to an exterior view of the majestic mansion of the Marquisate under a blue, cloudless sky, marking the passage of time into a new day. Back in his room, Yuren, still sitting on the bed, watches as a new system window appears before him. The system window notifies him that, as a result of his progress, a new poison is being developed. The description reveals the name of the poison, Deadly Spear of Sea Gon, a legendary neurotoxin capable of killing the mythical sea creature Gon and a human with a microscopic amount without leaving a trace. Yuren is perplexed. He had tried to develop a lower-level poison, but instead, the system unlocked a mid-rank one. This seems strange to him. Standing up, Yuren reaches a conclusion. The level of the poisons he can develop must be directly related to the level of his internal energy art, the 10,000 poisons absorption technique. Just as Yuren has this realization, his assistant Peru enters the room again, calling out to him. Yuren greets him, an idea forming in his mind. Yuren tells Peru that he has arrived at the perfect moment and asks him to come closer. The assistant, though confused, obeys. Without further preamble, Yuren hands Peru a note with a clear order. Obtain all the poisons on the list as soon as possible. Peru opens the note, and his face turns pale when he sees the amount of substances requested. The list is a bit long this time, he exclaims in astonishment. Yuren, with a smile of absolute confidence, simply replies, just do it. There is no room for discussion. As Peru leaves, Yuren decides on his next course of action. He will use his immense fortune and his new immunity to absorb poisons non-stop, with the goal of reaching the 5th star of his technique before the expedition. Time passes and the day of the expedition ceremony arrives. Soldiers and knights gather in the main square of the Marquisate, ready to depart. Yuren stands among those present, dressed in his military uniform. At his side are his 2 knights, Aaron and Cried, and his assistant Peru, who whispers something in his ear. Peru, with a face full of concern, asks Yuren if they will really be okay. Yuren, calm, asks what he means. What do I mean? Peru exclaims in panic. He points out that the other young masters, his brothers, have gathered huge orders of knights for the expedition. Peru, desperate, reproaches him that he only has Aaron and Cried, and asks why he did not accept any of the volunteers who were eager to join his unit. Yuren simply smiles with an air of smug mystery, assuring Peru that he has his reasons for everything he does. In the distance, his 2 brothers, white-haired Karik and the orange-haired 3rd son, quietly laugh at him. Yuren notices and his expression turns sour. His brother's mockery ignites Yuren's anger, and he grits his teeth, seeming ready to explode. Frightened, Peru tries to calm him down so he will not make a scene. Just as the tension rises, a herald announces the arrival of the Marquis, drawing everyone's attention. The leader's arrival halts the imminent confrontation between the brothers. Under the order of everyone rise, Marquis Rox climbs onto the platform, his imposing figure dominating the square. After a brief silence, he asks if everyone is assembled, ready to begin the speech that will start the expedition. From the platform, Marquis Rox begins his speech with a promise. I will not speak for long. With a powerful voice, he addresses the troops and his sons, swearing that he himself will be in the most dangerous place, fighting on the very front line. I will be wherever you are, he proclaimed. With patriotic fury, the Marquis lets out a shout that echoes throughout the square. Let us fight to protect our land. Inspired by their leader's words, the soldiers raise their fists and let out a thunderous war cry, their morale at its highest point. Yuren watches the scene with a slight smile. The expedition has begun. As part of the succession test, each of the 3 candidates has been assigned a different defense zone. 2 days later, Yuren arrives on horseback at the gates of a coastal fortress. Open the gates, I am Yuren Rox, he announces to the guards on the wall. A middle-aged soldier with a goatee welcomes him from atop the wall. You have finally arrived, young Master Yuren. I am Hans, the wall commander. He introduces himself, but his tone turns doubtful at the end. The reason for Hans's doubt becomes clear. Yuren's force consists only of himself, his 2 knights Aaron and Cried, and his assistant Peru, all on horseback. A tiny group for a war zone. With an expression of disbelief, Commander Hans asks, hoping he is mistaken, surely. This is not everyone, right? Yuren, completely oblivious to Hans's concern, tilts his head in genuine confusion and asks, why? Hans, horrified, explains that every year, hundreds of monsters known as Balaks invade that same coast. It is unthinkable to defend against such a horde with so few people. Pale and sweating coldly, Hans looks at Yuren in despair, leaving the final question of the chapter hanging in the air. Additional reinforcements are coming, right? High atop the castle walls, Yuren rocks gazes at the sea and predicts a grim future. In just a few days, the entire coast will be filled with sea monsters known as Balak. Yuren explains the seriousness of the situation. If the monsters attack in a massive wave, they could bring down the walls and the gates. That is why he says they must go beyond the walls to eliminate. One of the guards, his face covered in sweat, expresses his fear. He shouts that with only 5 knights, it is absolutely impossible to stop them. Yuren, however, remains silent, with unshakable calm. Yuren corrects him coldly. There are not 5 people. The guard is left perplexed, not understanding what he means, and asks, "Excuse me, then." With a smile, Yuren begins pointing at those present. First, the Marquis' steward, a middle-aged man with glasses, explaining that he has only come to watch over him as part of the succession test. Then Yuren introduces his own butler, Hans, a young man with a nervous appearance who can barely force out an awkward laugh amid the tension of the moment. Finally, Yuren clarifies the situation. His only knights for this mission are 2, the white-haired girl, Aaron, and the dark-skinned man, Cried, and he adds that the most important part is still to come. Then Yuren drops the bombshell. He's going to fight alone, so do not worry. Cried, the dark-skinned knight, is left in shock, unable to believe what he has just heard. Completely pale with fear, Cried stammers. "What do you mean? How am I supposed to?" The idea of facing a horde of monsters alone is inconceivable to him. Yuren places a hand on his shoulder with unshakable confidence. Cried, "Trust me," he tells him, assuring him that he has latent potential inside him that has not yet awakened. With an intense look in his eyes glowing red, Yuren reveals his true plan. He is going to draw out that hidden power. The time has come to awaken the Berserker, sleeping inside Cried. Without wasting a second, Yuren turns and gives an order to his butler, who is watching from a distance. "Hans, can you bring me 2 training swords?" Yuren turns to his 2 knights and explains the training plan. "From now on until the monsters appear, you will fight continuously throughout the day. 1 fight, a 1-hour break, and then again. Understood." Just before they begin, Yuren approaches the white-haired female knight. "And Aaron, a word before you start." She nods, somewhat surprised. While Cried has already started warming up behind them, Yuren asks Aaron directly, "Aaron, how have your training matches with Cried usually gone?" Aaron takes a moment to think, her expression turning serious as she searches for the right words to answer Yuren's question. With complete honesty, she admits, "Well, honestly, I win without much difficulty." This confirms Yuren's suspicions, and he smiles cunningly. Yuren smiles, confirming his suspicions. "Which means," he says, setting up his next order, "that you were not going at 100%, but were holding back against him, right?" Aaron falls silent, unable to deny the accusation. She tries to justify herself, saying there was no need to try that hard, but Yuren cuts her off. Then, starting with this match, use 100% of your strength and crush him. The order is so brutal and direct that Aaron cannot hide her surprise and disbelief. With a malicious smile, Yuren insists, "Beat him down so hard that he feels the difference in skill in his bones. It does not matter if you leave him turned to pulp." Already on the beach with Aaron and Cried ready for combat, Yuren gives one last encouraging word to the worried Aaron. It is to bring out Cried's potential. "Trust me." The training begins. Cried, with renewed determination, warns his superior, "Lady Aaron, prepare yourself," his voice ringing with a mix of respect and challenge. With a powerful battle cry, Cried lunges forward, channeling all his strength into the first clash of this brutal training regime designed to break his limits. Cried launches himself from the air toward Aaron, his training sword ready to strike. She waits below, motionless and prepared. Cried's attack comes down furiously, but Aaron, with absolute calm, gets ready to block the blow. The difference in temperament is obvious. With astonishing ease, Aaron stops Cried's powerful attack with one hand, her sword not even trembling from the impact. Cried's face twists into a mask of disbelief. He cannot understand how his attack, loaded with all his strength, was stopped so easily. Aaron looks at him with a cold, focused expression. Now that she has permission to use her full strength, she shows no mercy. Before Cried can react, Aaron unleashes a swift counterattack. Her body moves with deadly fluidity, striking him with overwhelming force. The blow is so powerful that Cried can only scream in pain, completely at the mercy of Aaron's superiority. The first match ends in an instant. Aaron stands victorious while Cried falls to his knees in the sand, defeated. "I lose," he murmurs, out of breath. From the wall, Yuren, Hans, and the guard watch with their mouths open. Aaron's display of power has left them all speechless. "Whoa," Yuren manages to say. With his eyes shining with excitement, Yuren admits that he is getting goosebumps. He did not expect Aaron's level to be so extraordinarily high. Yuren analyzes the situation with his author knowledge. Her stats are broken, he thinks, as a status window reveals Aaron's abilities. Fast Sword LV2, Clear Mirror, Still Water LV3, and Aura Adaptation LV2. He wonders when her Clear Mirror, Still Water skill rose so much in level. While drinking a refreshment, Yuren reflects on Aaron's abilities. She's not only fast, but her Clear Mirror, Still Water, allows her to predict the trajectory of her opponent's sword and react accordingly. Is this a fight between a child and an adult? The second round begins, and the result is the same. Aaron disarms Cried with a precise kick, showing overwhelming superiority. In the third fight, the story repeats itself. Cried launches an attack, but Eren intercepts and deflects it with insulting ease, maintaining complete control of the confrontation. We reach the 9th round and nothing has changed. Eren effortlessly dodges Cried's attack and strikes him in the side, again and again, the same scene of defeat. Hands cannot contain his amazement and shouts to Yuren, "Wow, she is completely destroying him, it is not even a competition." Yuren, however, keeps calmly drinking, watching in silence. The scene on the beach is bleak. Cried is once again on his knees, completely humiliated. Hands comments worriedly that Lord Cried must be in shock. Cried, panting and sweating, can barely process what is happening. This cannot be, he thinks to himself. Is the difference really that huge? Doubt starts to consume him. At the end of the day, Yuren approaches the exhausted Cried. "Cried, that is enough for today," he says. Cried looks up and calls to him in a weak voice, "Young master." With desperation written all over his face, Cried asks Yuren, "Is it even possible? For me, his spirit is completely broken." Tears of frustration well up in Cried's eyes. "During all those matches, I could not even touch the edge of her clothes, and you say I have hidden potential," he laments. Yuren tries to hold back a laugh. "HMPH, I told you so," he replies, as if Cried's despair were exactly what he expected to see. With a confident smile, Yuren insists, "It is hidden." His calm stands in brutal contrast to Cried's anguish as he remains on the ground, defeated. Yuren looks at him with a calculating smile. "Did you think it would come out easily? Just trust me for now," he orders, making it clear that Cried's despair is a necessary part of his plan. And with an unrelenting order, "Keep fighting," Yuren begins a hell that would continue for several days. At the prospect of this endless suffering, Cried's face collapses into pure despair. Time passes. On the 2nd day, the brutal training continues without pause. Eren keeps dominating Cried, who has no chance against. The 3rd day arrives and nothing has changed. Eren once again strikes Cried with relentless force. The physical and mental torture seems endless. Meanwhile, Yuren meditates calmly in his room. Despite the imminent danger that he himself predicted, he remains in a state of total calm. Suddenly, a guard bursts into the room, shouting in panic, "Young master, we have a huge problem." Yuren opens his eyes, his peace undisturbed. Unfazed, Yuren calmly asks, "What is happening?" The guard, terrified, can barely get the words out. Finally. With his face twisted in terror, the guard shouts the news everyone feared. "The Balaks are coming. The invasion has begun." On the walls, that same guard frantically points toward the horizon. "There, look at the sea," he shouts, alerting Yuren and Hands. On the surface of the water, hundreds of fins and monstrous heads begin to emerge. They are the Balaks, and their numbers are overwhelming. Like a plague rising from the depths, an endless horde of Balaks, piranha-like creatures, advances toward the coast. Yuren's reaction is bewildering. With strange nostalgia, he comments, "Oh ho, it has been a while since I saw them. The little Balaks are so cute." Yuren turns to Eren, who has joined them on the wall, and asks, "By the way, Eren, where is Cried?" She looks away uncomfortably. Eren explains that Cried lost another fight a little while ago, and that since then, he has been sitting on the beach, completely dejected. A malevolent smile spreads across Yuren's face. "Perfect," he exclaims. "Then go deliver this to him. The final act of his plan is about to begin." On the beach, Cried is a miserable wreck, sobbing without comfort. "Sniff, sniff, I guess there is no hope for me," he laments, defeated. Eren approaches him and calls his name, Cried. He looks up, his face soaked with tears, surprised to see her. Eren presents him with a huge, heavy greatsword. "This sword is incredibly heavy. The young master told me to give it to you, and to fight the approaching Balaks with it." Cried is left completely speechless, unable to process the order. Cried's confusion turns into pure horror. "What did you say?" he asks with a trembling voice, unable to believe the suicidal mission he has been given. Standing before a kneeling Cried and a tide of monsters, Eren delivers Yuren's cryptic message, "Surrender your body to the smoke." Cried's despair grows when Eren adds, "He said that once I told you that, I should leave you here and go back." Cried screams in terror, "What?" Eren turns around and runs back toward the castle, shouting, "If it gets dangerous, I will come help." But Cried, abandoned, shouts after her, "Lady, it is already dangerous right now." Alone on the beach, facing an army of monsters advancing without mercy, Cried feels the weight of an impossible task. This is too much. How? Panic takes hold of him. His face is a poem of terror as he wonders, how am I supposed to win this? Back on the wall, Hands and the guard are desperate, suggesting they call for reinforcements. But Yuren remains at the center, unshaken, silently watching the scene. Finally, a confident and calculating smile spreads across Yuren's face. His eyes shine as his master plan reaches its climax. Now, he thinks. Continuing from the previous chapter, a horde of winged, piranha-like monsters known as Balaks charges fiercely, threatening to destroy everything in its path. On the battlefield, the knight Cried, overwhelmed by the number of enemies, drops to his knees in despair. "Damn it," he exclaims, feeling the weight of imminent defeat. From atop the wall, Yuren and his companions watch the desperate situation. One of the knights, gripped by panic, shouts, "What do we do?" as he watches Cried face the endless tide of monsters alone. However, unlike the others, Yuren remains absolutely calm. His serene face contrasts with the chaos unfolding below, as if everything were within his expectation. A cunning smile spreads across Yuren's face. His red eyes shine intensely as he whispers, "Now, it is time to put his risky plan into motion." Yuren extends his hand toward the battlefield and calls out to the lone knight with a single word, "Cry." With a gesture of his hand, Yuren activates his skill and gives Cryde an enigmatic command, "Surrender to the smoke." Yuren reflects on Cryde's hidden power. In the original novel, the Berserker trait has immense potential, but the problem is that it rarely manifests because of the user's typically gentle nature. And to illustrate that gentle nature, the scene shows an incredibly shy Cryde, embarrassed about having to take off his shirt, modestly covering his muscular body. Yuren knew that the method for breaking that seal on the Berserker was complicated. From his elevated position, beside Eren, he watched Cryde, ready to begin the process. The first step was reaching a limit and surpassing it. The second step, facing an even greater limit. And the final step, falling into despair and reaching a state of extreme sadness and fear. A memory from the past shows Cryde kneeling and defeated before Eren, a moment that pushed him to one of those limits. Yuren concludes his plan. If that happens, then he unleashes his ultimate power, soul-killing smoke. A system window appears describing the skill, soul-killing smoke LV2. It spreads a hallucinogen over a designated area that causes fear and confusion. Back in the present, the tide of Balax is about to overwhelm the lone Cryde, who is still kneeling, bracing himself for the worst. Suddenly, Yuren's red smoke spreads across the entire battlefield, enveloping the legion of monsters in an ominous mist. The Balax affected by the gas stop dead in their tracks, completely disoriented and confused. Chaos reigns among their ranks. Cryde is also hit by the strange mist and looks around in confusion. What the hell? Suddenly, this smoke is. On the wall, Eren remembers Yuren's order, "Surrender to the smoke." Now she begins to understand the true intention behind those words. The hallucinogen takes effect. Cryde's face twists into an expression of pure terror as Yuren's command echoes in his mind. The hallucination transports him to his worst nightmare. He sees himself kneeling in the middle of the red mist, screaming desperately, "Mom." He relives a traumatic memory from his childhood. A small and helpless Cryde stands between an abusive man and his mother, begging, "Don't hit my mom." But the man looks at him with contempt. Without mercy, the man delivers a brutal kick to the child, who cries out in pain as he falls to the ground, unable to protect his mother. The abuser laughs cruelly, holding a bottle. "If it's so unfair, then get stronger," he mocks, calling him little brat as he scorns him on the ground. Surrounded by the darkness of his trauma, the young Cryde can only cover his head and scream, consumed by absolute despair and fear. It is this memory of helplessness that Yuren is using to break the seal on his power. In his hallucination, the young Cryde embraces his injured mother, crying bitterly. "Mom, I'm sorry," he sobs, "I definitely." With tears running down his face, the boy makes a desperate promise. "I'll become stronger, and I'll protect you." The adult Cryde, still trapped in the nightmare, watches the scene in horror and realizes it. "That is my childhood," he whispers with tears in his eyes. The hallucination grows crueler. The image of his abuser appears, mocking his promise, "You'll become stronger." Then the vision changes to another failure, a memory of himself defeated on the ground, while a companion looks at him in disappointment. The image of Eren from that day appears, asking disdainfully, "Just this much," reminding him of his weakness. The hallucination Eren smiles maliciously and tells him the words he fears most. "You can't even brush my clothes, and you think you can become stronger. You'll never be strong." The nightmare continues, showing all his companions looking at him with contempt while he lies helpless on the ground. "That is," Cryde. Even the figures of Yuren and Eren appear with sinister smiles. "I'm sorry, I think I misjudged you," says the hallucination Yuren, twisting the knife in the wound. The voice of his abuser returns, now with a distorted and malevolent face. "You never had any potential to begin with. You will only be weak forever." Completely shattered by the visions, Cryde screams with all his strength, refusing to accept that reality. And no, that isn't true. The image of his mother and his younger self appear, their voices full of accusation. "You said you'd become stronger. You have to become stronger to protect your mother." Finally, the ghostly figures of Eren and Yuren join the chorus of torment, their smiling faces and black, empty eyes. "A weakling who can't even touch my clothes is talking big. You'll be weak forever." Driven to the limit of despair, Cryde's spirit finally breaks. With one last drop of willpower, he screams, "No, I said no." It is at this exact moment that Yuren's plan reaches its culmination. When a Berserker falls into extreme sadness and fear, the Berserker awakens together with true rage. Cryde's final scream is the trigger. Back on the wall, the red smoke begins to clear. The knight beside Yuren points toward the battlefield and asks, "Young master, what the hell is that smoke?" Before he can finish the question, a blinding light bursts from the center of the battlefield, so intense that it lights up the entire sky. Both Yuren and the knight are left bewildered. "Huh, and what is that now?" asks the knight, while Yuren watches in silence, sensing that his plan has worked. Yuren smiles in satisfaction. Success, he thinks. In the original novel, Cryde awakened after suffering the tragic loss of those around him, but now, although it was an artificial awakening, it was a success. Amid an aura of fire, Cried rises, growling like a wild beast. His power has finally been unleashed. The spectators on the wall cannot believe what they are seeing. Huh, why is that knight acting like this? They shout, unable to understand the transformation they have just witnessed. With a sinister smile, Yuren prepares for the next step. Now, if I remove the soul-killing smoke, he says, ready to unleash the beast upon his enemy. As the smoke dissipates, the horde of Balaks can finally see again. The first thing they find is Cried's silhouette, now wrapped in a menacing aura. The monsters, who were previously the hunters, now feel a primal fear. They shriek in terror as they sense the overwhelming power radiating from Cried. Cried stands in the middle of a hell of flames, completely transformed. The Balaks can only stare, paralyzed by fear, at the new predator that has awakened. With the Berserker awakened, Yuren gives him his first order. Cried, take that flame spirit sword and roast them all. Obeying the command, Cried, his eyes blazing with power, unleashes all his fury. His sword becomes a whirlwind of fire, and he hurls himself at the horde of monsters. With a single swing of his sword, Cried releases a massive wave of fire that consumes dozens of Balaks in an instant, incinerating them completely. The knight on the wall cannot believe what he sees. How is that possible? He stammers, 5 at once. Meanwhile, Yuren smiles, pleased with the result. But Cried is not finished. With a battle cry, he raises his flaming sword, ready to continue the slaughter. He launches himself into the air, a blur of fury and fire, crashing down upon the remaining monsters with unstoppable force. His sword cuts through the Balak's ranks, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The monsters do not stand a chance. The Balaks, who moments ago were a deadly threat, are now mere victims, unable to defend themselves against Cried's whirlwind of fire and steel. Every slash of his sword is a killing blow, and the monsters' bodies fall one after another, consumed by the flame. In an incredible display of power, Cried becomes a tornado of swords and fire, annihilating all the enemies around. The knight looks over the battlefield, now cleared, in amazement. Wow, he took on all those Balaks by himself, he murmurs, while Yuren remains silent, watching. Yuren turns to him with a smug smile. I told you, didn't I, he says, that he could fight alone. The victory is total. On the smoking battlefield, Cried stands victorious. Most of the Balaks are dead, or fleeing. However, Yuren's smile fades and an expression of concern appears on his face. Now that I think about it, there's a problem. Yuren watches Cried, whose eyes glow with an empty light. Maybe because I awakened him artificially. He doesn't seem to be in his right mind. With no more monsters left to kill, Cried, the Berserker, now turns his attention toward the wall, where his supposed allies are standing. In his state of fury, his mind cannot distinguish between friend and foe. He sees Yuren, Aaron, and the others as new threats, and a dark aura surrounds them in his perception. Cried raises his sword toward them, his intention clear. Yuren realizes the serious problem. As expected, he sees us as enemies too. Yuren grits his teeth in frustration. We need to subdue him without hurting him, he thinks, but that won't be easy. At that very moment, a calm voice interrupts his thoughts. Then I will subdue him. Yuren turns, surprised. It is Aaron. With a calm and determined expression, she steps forward, ready to face her out-of-control companion. Yuren looks at her in disbelief. Are you sure you can subdue him without hurting him after seeing that battle? He asks, pointing to the destructive power Cried just unleashed. Aaron looks at him with complete confidence. I don't know what you did to him, young master, she says, but his sword path is still the same, so I can subdue him. Aaron's confidence leaves Yuren speechless. Surprised by her perception and courage, he can only stammer, all right. Thus, the chapter ends with a new confrontation about to begin. The scene continues from the previous chapter, where Cried, now consumed by Berserker power, stands in the middle of a battlefield in flames, sword raised and ready for the confrontation. A close-up of Cried's face shows his anguish, and the effort it takes to control the power flowing inside him. Cried prepares for battle, taking a determined step as his opponent approaches. Standing before him is Aaron, the white-haired knight. Calmly, she tells him, you worked hard to catch those Balaks. Now, Aaron continues with a warning. I will subdue you with the least amount of pain. The provocation makes Cried react with a growl. Enraged, Cried charges forward, shouting as he runs at Aaron with his flaming sword. With both hands, Cried raises his sword, which is imbued with powerful fire energy, ready to unleash a devastating blow. With a powerful downward swing, Cried unleashes all his power upon Aaron, creating a trail of fire in its wake. Cried roars with fury as he completes his attack, expecting to annihilate his opponent. To his surprise, Aaron dodges the strike with incredible agility, moving like the wind and leaving Cried bewildered. Stunned, Cried realizes the truth. That's a wind spirit. When did Aaron learn? The knight floats surrounded by a green aura. Watching from the wall, Yuren is also surprised, wondering how Aaron came to master a wind spirit with such skill. Cried can barely endure the pressure of Aaron's power, his face twisting with pain and frustration. Aaron's face remains calm and focused, her gaze fixed on her opponent while the wind spirit wraps around. Cried launches another desperate attack, but Aaron, with the grace of a dancer, dodges again effortlessly, proving the superiority of her speed. Concentrating his fire energy once more, Cried prepares a wide and powerful horizontal slash, determined to reach his swift adversary. Aaron, unfazed, prepares for the next phase of her plan, her body glowing with the energy of the wind spirit. In an instant, Aaron disappears from his sight and reappears right behind him. Cried's face fills with pure shock, unable to believe what just happened. Without giving him time to react, Aaron strikes him on the back of the neck with the hilt of her sword, a precise and solid blow. The strike is effective. Cried lets out a cry of pain, completely incapacitated by the surprise attack. Finally, Cried falls to the ground, defeated. Aaron calmly walks away from his unconscious body, having won the battle. Aaron proudly declares her victory. I subdued him without hurting him. Her mission has been a success. From a distance, Yuren sighs in disbelief. One of his men asks what is wrong, and Yuren can only think, why is she so strong? Now calmer, Yuren turns to speak to his subordinate. Anyway, hands, he says. Yes, the soldier responds attentively. Yuren looks at him seriously, seeking answers. This is not how you described it. Weren't the monsters supposed to attack non-stop? He asks, casting doubt on the current situation. Hands, the soldier, looks confused and confirms Yuren's suspicions. He says he has never seen anything like this, because normally, once the monsters start appearing, they do not stop attacking all day. Yuren falls silent, processing this new information. The pause in the attacks is an anomaly that does not fit the expected pattern, making him suspect that something else is happening. Changing the subject, Yuren turns to his steward and asks directly, Steward, how is performance evaluated in this trial? The steward, notebook and pencil in hand, prepares to answer the young master's question, ready to explain the criteria of the succession trial. As the steward speaks, Yuren's mind reviews the key points, the number of monsters killed and the power those monsters possess. The steward finishes the explanation, adding that it is also taken into account whether the walls were defended perfectly and whether allied casualties were minimized. That is how you are evaluated, he says with cold sweat running down his face. Yuren smiles confidently. I see, he thinks to himself. Aside from the monster count, everything is perfect. The steward, however, does not share his calm. The monsters are not appearing, he tells him. Aren't you worried? Yuren shrugs with a carefree attitude. Well, it's a shame, but what can I do? He replies. The successor is not decided by this expedition alone. The steward adjusts his glasses, amazed by Yuren's composure. Staying calm in a situation like this, he thinks. He really has changed a lot. The scene changes. Cried wakes up with a start on the beach, completely disoriented. Huh, he exclaims when he finds himself on the ground. As he gets up, he sees Aaron standing in front of him. Huh, why am I? He murmurs in confusion. Aaron calmly asks him, Are you awake now? Cried. Still dazed, Cried addresses her. Senior Aaron, what happened? My memory is. He remembers nothing of what happened. Aaron answers him, hiding the fact that she was the one who knocked him out. Don't you remember? You were defeating all those Boleks by yourself. It was amazing. Hearing this, Cried is left speechless. Wow. Cried looks at his hands, incredulous and astonished by his own feat. I did that. Wow, he says, processing the news. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain. But why does the back of my neck hurt so much? He wonders as he touches the spot. Aaron looks away and tells him abruptly, Hurry up and pull yourself together, let's go eat. Still rubbing his head, Cried perks up. Yes, let's go together, he replies, and the two of them begin walking back to the fort. As they walk, a panicked shout echoes from the walls. MONSDRS. Aaron and Cried stop in their tracks, alerted. Back on the wall, the lookout uses binoculars to see the threat. Monsters, where? Yuren asks while the lookout searches the horizon. Through the binoculars, multiple fins can be seen emerging from the water in the distance. The lookout shudders. The size of that fin. No, that's. An information window appears in Yuren's mind, revealing the identity of the new threat. Don't tell me, he thinks in horror. Sharkrai. The window details the characteristics of the Sharkrai. See monsters over 2 meters long with immense strength, sharp teeth, and several combat abilities. The lookout, not understanding the scale of the danger, puts on his glasses with a smile. Ah, those guys, he exclaims with strange excitement. Yuren snatches the binoculars from him, his face full of panic. It's not just those guys, he shouts while the lookout is left bewildered. Hands and the steward, their faces pale with fear, explain how serious the situation is. A single Sharkrai has the combat power of an advanced knight or higher. Young master, if I may add. The steward, with panic written all over his face, adds that there has never been a recorded case of more than 50 Sharkrai appearing at once. To capture them, the entire military force of the Marquisate would need to be mobilized. Hans advises Yuren to forget the trial and retreat, but Yuren remains silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon, evaluating the situation with unsettling calm. The horde of Sharkrai approaches, an army of sea beasts with open jaws and red eyes full of fury, a terrifying sight that promises a massacre. Down on the beach, Cried, now recovered, asks Aaron what they should do. They're coming much faster than the Boleks, he exclaims, feeling the pressure. Aaron watches the overwhelming horde of monsters rushing toward them. With a sigh, she admits the harsh reality. Yes, with just the two of us. From the wall, Yuren smiles arrogantly and finishes Aaron's sentence. It will be hard to stop them. His subordinates, scandalized by his tone, shout at him. What do you mean just the two of? With confidence bordering on madness, Yuren declares, I guess I'll have to step in. His men are left speechless, completely stunned. Yuren prepares to leap into battle. Here I go, he shouts as he launches himself. Then in a low voice he says to himself, Agnes, shall we try what we prepared? Extending his hand, Yuren summons his secret weapon with a clear command. Summon Black Disc. A dark, jagged object, similar to a circular saw, appears floating above his palm. Yuren catches the black disc in the air, holding it with a familiarity and confidence that confuses those around him. Hans and the steward look at the strange object in total confusion. No, what is that? They ask, while Yuren simply smiles, enjoying their reaction. Yuren calls to his steward, who, startled by the sudden call in the middle of the chaos, answers with a nervous yes. With the black disc in hand, Yuren gives him an order with a knowing smile. You need to keep your eyes wide open and start counting. Yuren's confidence is absolute. With a defiant look, he ends his order with a chilling promise, because this will be over in an instant. Yuren Rox pulls out a metallic disc and tells Philo and the guard not to blink, because this is going to end in a second. It is the ink seal, a blade that starts spinning at full speed on his finger as if it were a toy. The buzzing it makes is so deafening that the guard and Philo have to cover their ears in fright. With a quick motion, Yuren throws the blade into the air with a shout of now. The disc shoots toward the horde of monsters, while the air rumbles with its roar. It turns out these sharkrai have super-sensitive hearing, and that hellish noise is their worst nightmare. The creatures freeze completely when they hear that buzzing that sounds like a swarm of furious bees. The blade not only makes noise, it cuts through everything it touches as it flies at full speed across the beach. Yuren's plan works perfectly. The sharkmen can barely move from the stun. That is when the massacre begins. The blade goes back and forth, piercing through the sharkrai without any mercy. Philo watches the scene with his mouth hanging open, unable to believe the deadly efficiency of his young master. The ink seal keeps doing its job, buzzing across the entire battlefield like a lightning bolt. The monsters fall one after another, screaming in pain as they uselessly try to flee from the noise. Yuren controls the blade's trajectory with a simple, fluid movement of his hand. Black blood splatters everywhere, while the blade keeps searching for new targets to tear apart. In the blink of an eye, the beach is carpeted with the corpses of the sharkmen. Yuren smiles in satisfaction because everything is going exactly as he planned in his head. He asks Philo if he is keeping count properly, and the butler confirms that they already have 44 confirmed kills. Good then, says Yuren, deciding to give his deadly tool a little break. He stops the blade dead in the air and calmly makes it return to his hand. Then he calls Aaron and cried to step forward and get ready. He explains that exactly 6 sharkrai are still alive, the ideal number for them to train a little. Cried is stunned when he realizes they are the ones who have to fight, but Aaron is already ready for action. Aaron does not hesitate for even a second and unsheathes her sword to charge into battle alongside her companion. While the two of them take care of cleaning up the rest, the beach finally seems to be completely under control. Yuren walks over to Philo to ask whether this deployment will help with his succession results. The butler worries that, honestly, no one will believe that a single boy caused all this destruction. Yuren laughs and tells him not to worry, because that is why he has several witnesses present. Philo sincerely congratulates him, because with that many kills, he is definitely in the light in the trial. But suddenly, Yuren's expression changes completely when he feels a strange vibration in the air. He senses a heavy energy moving beneath the water, something much stronger than any orc warrior. He shouts at everyone that something is coming fast, while Philo and the guard fall into total panic. The sea begins to churn with brutal force right in front of where they are standing. A gigantic fin breaks the water's surface with a thunderous crash that makes everyone's hair stand on end. A huge, muscular body emerges from the water, covered in ritual tattoos that command respect. The creature unsheathes a massive sword made from the vertebrae of some prehistoric animal. The monster's gaze is pure bloodlust, with red eyes glowing with murderous hate. It is a giant more than 4 meters tall, surrounded by a terrifying icy blue aura. The guard is left breathless at the sight of that monstrosity. They had never seen anything like it on the coast. Yuren immediately remembers reading about this beast in the ancient books of the Rox family. The system confirms his worst suspicions on a red screen. It is the legendary Sharkrai King. And the worst part is that the beast already has him in its sights and is only thinking about how to devour him alive. Yuren shouts at everyone to get away from him as fast as possible. A shark jumps out of nowhere and Yuren has to shove Philo and the guard aside to get them to safety. He realizes that the situation has just escalated to a level of danger he did not expect. The Sharkrai King smashes the fortress wall with a single blow. What monstrous brute force. The whole place fills with rubble and dust from the creature's tremendous impact. Yuren barely dodges the attack and goes cold when he sees that the wall broke as if it were made of paper. The kid does not back down and challenges the monster to fight directly on the beach so they have more space. The beast does not waste time and attacks with everything it has, using that giant bone sword. Yuren pulls out his ink seal again to try to stop the monster's assault. He throws the spinning blade, but it bounces off the monster's weapon without leaving even a scratch. The clash is clear. Metal against that incredibly hard bone does absolutely nothing. Yuren starts to worry when he sees that his favorite weapon is not working against this enemy. The Sharkrai King roars furiously and lunges at him with completely murderous intent. Those ritual tattoos on its body make it look even more terrifying up close. Yuren is surprised because the giant moves much faster than its size would suggest. He uses his rapid movement technique to dodge the broadsword and avoid being split in half. He manages to get close and launches a nerve poison directly into its body, hopping that will stop it. The monster feels the sting, but it does not seem to affect its attack rhythm at all. Unbelievable, the beast shakes off the poison's effect with a simple tensing of its muscle. Yuren is frozen when he sees how quickly the monster's immune system dispersed the toxin. This Sharkrai King's resistance is on another level. Normal poison barely even tickles it. The kid curses his luck as he realizes he will have to change strategies immediately. Well, in that case, time to test my secret weapon. We go to a flashback from a week earlier, when Yuren visited a specialized workshop. We see Yuren Rox consulting Juranox about crafting some very specific pieces. Juranox looks at the blueprint Yuren drew and is left impressed by the terrifying design of the weapons. Yuren explains that it is not a simple dagger. In the East, they call them secret weapons because of how deadly they are. Juranox asks when he needs them by, because the design looks rather complex. They realize that Yuren's deployment is in just a few days, so they do not have much time. Juranox commits to working all night, if necessary, to deliver them before Yuren leaves. Back in the present, Yuren mentally prepares himself to use what Juranox made. He prepared them in case he ran into creatures like Envy, knowing that Agnes can only transform into one thing at a time. He reveals the 12 secret weapons of the Tang family, ultra-thin daggers hidden between his fingers. The 12 zodiac daggers. It is time for their first real trial by fire. The Sharkrai King roars with all its might, unaware of the deadly trap waiting for it. Yuren throws the daggers with a swift and coordinated motion. The blades shoot out and split apart in the air as if they had a life of their own. Each weapon can fly in a straight line or a curve, adapting to the target's movement. They behave like guided missiles, actively seeking out the beast's weak point. They are so thin that they slip through its tough skin and go straight into the blood vessel. Impact, the daggers manage to pierce the Sharkrai King's defense and sink in deeply. Yuren smiles confidently when he sees that his plan worked. They are already inside, he thinks. The monster notices that something is wrong and blinks with its threatening red eye. Unbelievable, the Sharkrai King tenses its muscles so hard that it starts ejecting the daggers from its body as if they were projected. Yuren is left stunned by such a display of physical power. That thing is a true beast of nature. The kid cannot believe that monster's resistance, ejecting the blades with muscle power alone, is something out of this world. Despite its strength, the beast seems to be exhausting its last reserves of energy. Yuren watches from a prudent distance, waiting for the exact moment to deliver the finishing blow. Yuren smiles smugly. He knows perfectly well that the fight is already over, even if the monster keeps trying to battle on. Since the poison was injected directly into its bloodstream, it does not matter how strong its resistance is. It is doomed. The Sharkrai King begins to stagger as its movements grow heavy and clumsy. Unless you have some kind of total immunity ability, all that is left for you is to die, Yuren thinks coldly. The imposing creature falls to its knees, unable to hold up its heavy bone sword any longer. Its legs no longer respond, and the poison paralyzes each one of its dense muscles. Yuren stands in front of it, watching as life slowly slips away from the giant of the sea. From the top of the wall, people cannot believe what they are seeing. That thing has been defeated. The guards and staff are left speechless by the overwhelming display of power from the young heir of House Rock. Even so, you are a worthy king for your species, Yuren admits, showing a moment of respect for his opponent. He decides to end its suffering quickly and cleanly with his own sword. Slash, with a precise and lethal movement, Yuren ends the Sharkrai King's life once and for all. Suddenly, something bright starts to emerge from the remains of the defeated creature. Yuren notices a small glowing object floating in the air. But what is that? He stares fixedly at that pearl-like thing levitating in front of his eyes. It is a perfect bead that seems to emit a strange energy, almost from another plane of existence. When he touches it, the object bursts into blinding light that wraps around Yuren's entire field of vision. A system notification appears out of nowhere. You have obtained a fragment of a shattered world. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, Yuren finds himself transported to a dark and empty place. He looks around in total confusion, unable to understand where that strange pearl has taken him. Suddenly, the surroundings begin to change, and Yuren feels himself being drawn toward something in the distance. Before him appears what seems to be a huge crack in the very fabric of reality. He approaches the fracture, while the pearl's light seems to be trying to seal the damage. Boom, an explosion of energy shakes Yuren's entire mental space. What the hell is all this? Another system screen appears in front of him, glowing with unusual intensity. The message tells him that he has directly contributed to the restoration of the world. The system announces that it will evaluate his personal aptitude in order to grant him a reward appropriate to his rank. Reward selection complete. A mysterious female voice echoes inside his head, very different from the usual system voice. Yuren is left in total shock. That voice, where did it come from? What do you mean you're going to repeat my own death? The Eye of the Future suddenly activates and shows Yuren rocks the death that is coming for him. Out of nowhere, he appears in the middle of a mystical forest he does not recognize at all. Did a place like this even exist? While asking himself that, he notices someone else in the distance. Yuren goes cold when he sees who the person in front of him is. It is himself, but in a future version that looks much more experienced. His other self greets him with complete calm, as if he had been waiting for him. Without giving him time to process it, his future version prepares for what is coming. Suddenly, a blinding light floods everything, and an imposing presence appears. It is a Killen, a divine beast that should not even exist in his own novel. Yuren cannot believe it. He knows he wrote about mythical beasts, but he never thought he would see one here. While he racks his brain, the future Yuren simply raises his hand decisively. He summons something through Agnes, and the protagonist wonders what kind of crazy weapon he is about to pull out. But what appears is a giant umbrella that looks pretty strange for a fight. Yuren is left with a poker face, wondering if he really plans to fight with that. The beast does not wait, and unleashes a burst of divine lightning that would turn anyone to ashes. The attack is brutal, but his future version does not even flinch in the face of the electrical storm. He holds the weapon confidently, while the lightning crashes down with all its power. He opens the umbrella, just in time to receive the electric strike. The impact is direct, but something happens that Yuren did not expect. That thing works like a perfect lightning rod, and absorbs all the energy. The electricity is discharged straight into the ground, without leaving him a single scrap. It is such a brilliant tactic that the young master is left speechless. Taking advantage of the beast lowering its guard, he closes his special accessory. Yuren notices that there is a hidden weapon in the handle that looks deadly. Sure enough, he pulls out a blade wrapped in a very powerful blue energy. With one fast and precise movement, he cuts through the Killen in a single slash. The beast lets out a howl of agony as it starts bleeding from the wound. The monster falls defeated, and it looks like the fight ended easily. Yuren cannot believe he beat a creature like that without even breaking a sweat. But the relief does not last long. The animal gets back up as if nothing happened. Everything turns confusing when another intense light starts pouring out of the creature. It is so bright that both of them have to cover their eyes to avoid being blinded. The boy tries to see what is happening, but the light is too strong. Then he hears a groan of pain and a gasp that puts him on alert. The beast faked its defeat and pierced the other Yuren's chest with its antler. It was a fatal blow from behind that ended his life in an instant. The vision cuts off abruptly, and the system announces that the playback of his death has ended. Yuren wakes up with a start, still feeling the shock of seeing himself die. He is back on the beach, in front of the Sharkrai King's corpse. It all lasted only a second. Suddenly, he hears someone calling him from afar with great urgency. Peru and the rest of the guards come running to see if their lord is still okay. He forces a smile and tells them that nothing is wrong, even though he is still processing his future. Everyone is freaking out over the size of the Sharkrai King's head, while Yuren tries to get his bearing. He asks Peru if he did not happen to disappear for a moment. Peru gives him a "what are you talking about" look and assures him that he was there fighting the whole time. It turns out the vision only happened in his mind, even though it felt super real. Peru points over there, where the knights are already finishing up cleaning the area. The knight keeps praising the young master's eye for recruiting talent. Marquis appears and orders everyone to return to base and rest at once. Yuren walks in silence, realizing that only he experienced that playback. Knowing exactly how he is going to die is a pretty crazy reward, but it helps him plan what to do. He looks back toward the castle, still with 1,000 doubts in his head. He wonders what the hell that white room and the crack he saw in the vision were. He even begins to doubt whether this world is still the same novel he wrote. A week passes and all the action shifts to Hewaport, the meeting point of the Rox family. The entire fleet and army are lined up neatly to receive the chief's order. Marquis Rox looks quite satisfied that everyone has returned alive. There are the three brothers, waiting for the real inheritance show to begin. Colin rushes to praise his father, saying that he personally took charge of the most dangerous front. The Marquis simply laughs and says that it is his duty as the leader of the Rox family. Without further delay, he gets straight to what everyone wants to know: the evaluation to choose the heir. They decide to start with the youngest, Rayon, and call the officer to read the results. The report says that Rayon defended the southwest wall perfectly, without letting anyone through. The soldiers celebrate the performance of the youngest member of the family in grand fashion. The scribe starts listing numbers. Thousands of low-rank monsters fell under his command. And to top it off, they mention that he took down 22 high-level Sharkrai. In the end, Rayon gets 5,620 points, which is not bad at all for a start. His father congratulates him, and then it is Colin's turn, who already feels like the winner. He walks past Yuren with a very annoying smile of superiority. The official report states that Colin also held the wall like a champion. But his numbers are another story. He killed many more monsters than his younger brother. The Marquis is surprised to hear that Colin eliminated 35 of those terrifying sharks. With a total of 7,354 points, Colin already feels like the undisputed owner of the throne. Marquis Rox showers him with praise, admitting that he exceeded all expectation. He acts humble, but that satisfied face says the exact opposite. The father asks for silence to announce the last report of the day. Finally, it is Yuren's turn, the one everyone had already written off. The scribe begins with news that makes everyone look at each other strangely. Part of his wall was destroyed. Colin and Rayon cannot help bursting into laughter when they hear about the supposed failure. They mock each other, thinking Yuren got beaten up for being useless. But the scribe keeps reading, and the laughter starts fatting from their faces at the very first count. The number of lesser monsters is extremely high, far surpassing those of his brother. But the bomb drops when he announces that Yuren killed 169 Sharkrai, giving him a total of 8,230 points, and leaving everyone speechless. Philo has just revealed the results, and Colin cannot believe what he is hearing. 169 Sharkrai plus 1. Colin jumps up like a spring, shouting that it is impossible for Yuren and his little group to have hunted that many with so few people. But the butler Philo, perfectly calm, tells him to wait, because there was actually a small mistake in the count. Philo gets ready to drop the real bombshell, while Yuren keeps that smug little smile, and Colin starts to sweat cold. He adjusts his glasses and clarifies that the +1 he mentioned earlier is not a normal Sharkrai, but none other than a Sharkrai king. It turns out that single beast is worth 10,000 points, which shoots Yuren's total up to 18,230 points, making everyone else look ridiculous. Colin is left frozen, eyes wide, processing that his brother just doubled his score in a second. The guards and the people around them start murmuring like crazy, because many of them do not even believe the Sharkrai king really exists. Colin completely loses his temper and starts yelling that it is all a lie, that it is impossible to have hunted more than 100 of those creatures. Philo admits that he would not believe it either if he did not have the proof right in front of him, so he decides it is time to shut everyone up. At the butler's order, a pair of guards enter the scene, carrying an enormous bundle that seems to weigh a ton. The atmosphere becomes super tense, while the soldiers start unwrapping what they brought to show the physical evidence. Boom, they reveal the beast's head, and it is something from another world, so huge that the guards can barely hold it up. The entire guard is stunned when they see that trophy. It confirms that Yuren faced a legend and won. Colin and Rayon are in absolute shock when they see that thing is 3 times bigger than a normal shark. But Philo is not done showing off his master's achievements and says that there is still one more thing to display. The guards lift a sort of gigantic sword made entirely of bone, which turns out to be the monster's spine. The weapon is insane, and those present cannot help but wonder whether Yuren really swung that around in the middle of the fight. Philo explains to the Marquis that the corpse matches the ancient records about the Sharkrai king point by point. Marquis Rox, although trying to act tough, has a look of surprise that says everything. His son has done something historic. The butler comments that he already sent the rest of the body to the mansion to study it, making it clear that there is no room for doubt. The Marquis places a hand on Philo's shoulder, acknowledging that he fully trusts him after so many years of service. Philo adds one final chilling detail. If the young master had not defeated that beast, they all would have been annihilated. Colin is on the verge of a nervous breakdown, unable to understand how his brother suddenly became so strong. The father turns to Yuren and directly asks whether he used that mysterious power he showed him some time ago to win. Yuren, taking it all in stride, closes his eyes and nods, confirming that yes, he had to use it. Marquis Rox admits that the result is splendid, but confesses that it terrifies him to think about what would have happened if he had not been there. The protagonist has a fake modesty moment, saying that he was only doing his duty by being on the front line. Behind him, Colin is literally trembling with rage, with a look like a vein is about to burst at any second. But the older brother is not done humiliating him and steps right behind him, with a smile that already says the ultimate trolling is coming. He mocks his brother for his pathetic reaction, enjoying like a child the deathly silence that has fallen after his victory. Colin Rox stammers trying to say something smart, but all that comes out is calling him Big Brother with a completely defeated face. That guy with a lot of cheek says that giving him 10,000 points for the Sharkrai King seems a bit excessive, and that it is not necessary. Colin does not understand where he is going with this, but Yuren delivers the final stab by suggesting that they just give him 1 point for the beast. He scratches his head as if it were no big deal, leaving poor Colin completely thrown off. Then he drops the real numbers. Even with only one extra point, he has 8,231, and his brother only has 7,354. He still wins even without the bonus. With all the nerve in the world, Yuren says he hopes the second test will be more balanced, so he can have a little fun. The other two brothers cannot believe it, while the Marquis thinks to himself that Yuren is right, even if he is annoying. Marquis Rox interrupts his firstborn's moment of glory to remind everyone that this campaign was only the first test. He becomes serious and explains to them that being the Lord of Rox is not a bed of roses, but a constant war against the monsters that appear every year. He looks at them closely, making it clear that the title of Marquis comes with a responsibility as heavy as the honor it carries. In the end, he lets out a small cough to change the subject and tells them they will continue discussing the exam when they return from the trip. Marquis Rox orders everyone to board the ship behind them before it gets late, bringing the meeting to an end. He explains that the vessel is protected with concealment magic, so they can sail through these waters without sea monsters detecting them. Their final mission will be to patrol and scout the surrounding area. Rayon is impressed when he sees the imposing ship of the Sea Dragon Knight's Order docked at the harbor. Already on board, Rayon enthusiastically points out that there are also mages among the crew. Yuren takes it calmly, since it makes sense that a magical ship would need specialized personnel. While walking across the deck of the Knight's Order, Yuren notices a familiar face among the soldiers. It turns out to be Aaliyah. Yuren recognizes her immediately, but the atmosphere feels heavy. Yuren's system activates and shows him Rekka's profile. Level 1 in Fast Sword, but the terrifying part is her affection level of -91, marked as murderous intent. Rekka gives him a smile that seems friendly, but hides a dark intention that only the protagonist can see. Yuren feels uncomfortable. The bloodlust coming from her is so intense that he does not even want to make eye contact. He has to tread carefully. Soon after, the ship sets sail and heads out into the sea under a radiant sun. Marquis Rox calls his 3 sons over. The father decides to use the trip to give them a geography lesson, something he believes will be very useful for them in the future as leader. He points toward the horizon and explains that the dog-shaped island is Polian Island, a place famous for being home to many man. Yuren watches his father give the explanations and cannot help thinking that, for a moment, he looks like a normal dad taking his sons on a trip. He feels someone staring at him and sees Aaliyah watching him from another part of the deck while the ship continues on its course. Rekka finally approaches Yuren and, in a kind tone, asks him whether he gets seasick from the movement of the sea. She looks at him curiously, waiting for his answer. The tension of her murderous intent is still there, but she hides it very well. Yuren responds curtly that he does not think he gets seasick. She smiles and says she is glad to hear that. Aaliyah, one of the knights, comments to Yuren that luckily she does not suffer from seasick. She looks at the horizon in fascination, while Yuren, leaning on the railing, asks what she means by saying this is fascinating. Rekka admits that just a few months ago, she could never have imagined traveling alongside the young master. Yuren lets out a small laugh, thinking to himself that the Yuren from back then no longer exists. Suddenly, he becomes a little confused when he notices her attitude turn more serious. Rekka sincerely thanks him for giving her the chance to become a knight. She says that thanks to that change, she finally feels like she understands what true happiness is. Yuren watches her in silence, analyzing her words while the ship continues calmly on its way. He replies that he is glad for her, but right at that moment, a massive crash shakes everything. Out of nowhere, the ship tilts violently, throwing the crew members through the air. Marquis Rox struggles to get up, shouting that it seems they just crashed into something huge. A gigantic column of water slams into the side of the vessel with terrifying force. Chaos erupts on deck, while Yuren and Rekka struggle not to fall from the heavy impact. Yuren leans over the railing and goes pale when he realizes what is really attacking them. In front of them emerges a sea serpent, a legendary beast roaring with savage fury. The system throws out a red alert. It is a monster that spits a venom capable of burning its enemies alive. A green liquid starts falling over the deck, and the soldiers' screams of agony quickly begin to ring out. The poison seeps everywhere, leaving the men writhing in pain on the floor. Marquis Rox collapses, lamenting that this would happen right when all his children are on board. Even Yuren and Rekka fall to their knees as the air turns toxic from the monster's presence. But suddenly Yuren's system activates, absorbing the poison and instantly strengthening his divine energy. Yuren goes cold when he sees that his divine energy suddenly rose to 5 stars. The system notifies him that he unlocked the ability to absorb poison, and he is already thinking about how to use the monster's poison to his advantage. Without wasting time, he stretches out his hand to start extracting the toxin from one of the fallen. Poison absorption activated, Yuren gets to work. Meanwhile, the sea serpent continues stalking them, roaring with all its might. The giant beast gives them no respite and charges at the ship again. From above, the disaster is obvious. The crew is sprawled across the deck, and the screams of pain do not stop. Marquis Rox is lying on the deck, cursing his luck for having all his children on board at this moment. Tears slip from the man's eyes as he sees that his bloodline could end right there. His children are no better off. They writhe in pain, feeling as if they are burning from the inside. The Marquis tries to get up, but the poison is too strong and all he can do is let out a helpless groan. He truly thinks everything is about to go down the drain because of a single mistake. Out of nowhere, Yuren appears in front of his father, who cannot believe what he is seeing. Completely calm, Yuren asks him if he really started crying. He asks for a moment and prepares to help him. Yuren uses his new technique directly on the Marquis, and a green glow begins to leave his body. The man immediately notices that the stabbing pain disappears completely. Recovered, the Marquis hears his son promise that he will save everyone else. Yuren turns around and warns him that the serpent could attack again at any second. He orders his father to focus on organizing the defense while he takes care of the wound. The system confirms that he is absorbing the sea serpent's burning poison. The new ability is enhancing his divine energy of 10,000 poisons absorption. His mastery rises like crazy with every gram of toxin he removed. Yuren smiles. He feels his power growing exponentially. He looks around and realizes that this is a gold mine. For him, all those soldiers writhing in agony are not just people. They are walking experience points. He approaches a mage who is coughing up blood and covered in green stains. Yuren tells him that he is going to detoxify him right now. The mage does not believe him. That poison is not something just anyone can handle. But Yuren does not even listen to him and orders him to gather the other mages to raise a barrier. The man is left in shock when he sees that the young master really knows what he is doing. Yuren keeps moving around the ship, searching for more experience. Rekka, one of the soldiers, is at death's door and feels like he cannot endure any longer. He starts crying, thinking about how unfair it is to die after coming this far. He remembers how hard he worked to support his widowed mother and his younger sibling. He had even just found love and was about to get married. It infuriates him to think that he is going to die such a pathetic and meaningless death. Suddenly, someone shouts his name, and Rekka jumps in fright. It is Yuren, staring at him with that stern look on his face. He tells him in an authoritative tone to come over for a sec. The soldier does not understand anything and stays confused by the young master's presence. Yuren places his hand on him and begins the cleansing. Rekka cannot help but let out a cry of astonishment. The captain of the archers is stunned when he sees that his poisoning symptoms have disappeared completely. Yuren does not give him time to process it and orders him to gather the archers immediately if he has regained his senses. He makes it clear that his role is vital for what is coming. If the sea serpent returns, they have to be the main player. The soldier nods, still a little dazed, but ready to follow the young master's order. Meanwhile, Rayon is still writhing on the deck, groaning from the unbearable pain of the poison. Yuren approaches with a little smile and tells him that now it is his turn to be detoxified. Swallowing all his pride, Rayon thanks him by calling him Big Brother and says he already feels better just from seeing him. The guy is so desperate that he even calls him Great Big Brother at the top of his lungs while Yuren walks away. He begs him to help, with tears in his eyes and green mucus running down his face. Yuren thinks to himself that part of him wanted to leave this brat for last, but he decides to do it for the good of the team and for the points. From the sky, the giant shadow of the serpent can be seen circling the ship, ready for round 2. There it is, the beast emerges again, breaking through the waves with overwhelming fury. Yuren gives the signal, and everyone prepares for the coordinated defense. The sea serpent looks completely confused. It does not understand why the humans are still standing. It wonders how it is possible that everyone is fine after its poisonous attack, while it watches the magical barriers protecting the deck. The monster opens its mouth to launch another attack, but this time it is going to get a surprise. The barriers withstand the impact, while the crew stands firm under Yuren's command. Marquis Rox, now fully recovered, shouts at the beast that this time it will not catch them off guard. The captain gives the order, and the archers prepare a rain of arrows. Fire, dozens of projectiles cut through the air straight toward the monster's neck. The arrows hit the serpent's scaly skin head-on, and it lets out a roar of pain. The beast writhes under the punishment, unable to believe that those ants are hurting it. With one sweep of its tail, it dives back into the water to try an attack from below. The soldiers lean over the railing wondering if the beast finally decided to run away. But Yuren warns them not to let their guard down. The serpent is only circling, looking for a weak point. The Marquis looks upward and sees his son standing at the very top of the mast, as if nothing were wrong. Yuren asks them to stay alert, because the beast is about to charge again. It is time to end this. Yuren activates his technique, Blood Flower Butterfly. He coldly explains that the explosion will happen exactly where his beautiful butterflies land. Several bright energy butterflies begin to flutter around, searching for their prey. The winged creatures fly straight toward the sea serpent, which emerges from the water at that very moment. The beast roars when it sees those little glowing things approaching, unaware of the danger they represent. One of the butterflies gently lands on its skin, shining with deadly intensity. Boom! The first explosion shakes the monster's entire body, tearing it apart from the inside. It is a spectacle of fire and blood. The sea serpent is annihilated in the blink of an eye. The beast's remains go flying everywhere as its death roar fades away. The Marquis and the others are left speechless. They cannot believe that such a terrifying creature was wiped off the map. Yuren watches the result from his lofty position, his cape fluttering in the wind. A system notification informs him that his mastery in the divine energy of poison absorption has risen again. Something catches his attention among the remains falling into the sea. A shining object descends slowly, emitting a golden and pure glow. It is a transparent orb, exactly like the one the Sharkrai King dropped when he defeated it. A glowing sphere appears before Yuren, and the system tells him that he has just obtained a fragment of a destroyed world. Suddenly, the guy realizes that he has returned to that strange white room from before. He tries calling Agnes to see if she can also see what is happening, but something feels off. He waits for a response that never comes. Looking at his ring, he realizes that in this place, even his connection with Agnes has been completely cut off. Out of nowhere, the space begins to crack apart in a burst of light. The fragment of the world floats in the middle of the void, while everything around it seems to crystallize. A blinding glow floods everything for a second. The system informs him that, for helping restore the world, he will be given a reward, the trait Sword Soul. Yuren is left stunned. Yuren blinks and he is already back on the ship, a little confused by the sudden trip. The whole crew bursts into cheers, celebrating that the young master took down the sea serpent all by himself. Marquis Rox walks over with a huge grin, boasting about how magnificent his son is. Yuren scratches his head, trying to act humble, saying it was not that big a deal. The ship continues on its course, but the atmosphere feels heavy because those serpents never appeared in the south. The Marquis tells him not to worry, that for now that beast is not a real threat to their territory. He lets out a laugh, feeling much more at ease with the strength his son showed. Then he turns serious and tells Yuren that from now on, he must be the one to protect his people. Yuren goes cold at the responsibility that has just been dumped on him, while the others behind him can hardly believe what they heard. Hans cannot believe it, asking the others if the Marquis really said those words. The assistant is already making plans, thinking that this means Yuren will be the next official heir. Yuren tries to calm him down by reminding him that he still has a reputation for being a disaster, but Hans does not listen at all. Aaliyah approaches him and points out that the way the soldiers look at him now is completely different. The protagonist is left a bit thrown off by the comment. When he looks more closely, he notices that even the veterans are casting respectful glances at him. One of the soldiers even gets nervous and looks away when Yuren catches him starring. The system activates and shows him that Aaliyah's affection level has suddenly risen to 53, entering the admiration range. Yuren is shocked to see the affection bar shoot up that quickly while Hans laughs in the background. The trip ends with the usual scolding, but after that day, the Marquis never mentioned any more tests. Back at the mansion, Yuren is left alone in his room in front of the mirror. He decides to use his creator's eye ability to see what he actually obtained. He opens his status panel and sees his new traits, but something catches his attention. His synchronization rate is at 78.16% and dropping. He starts to worry when he sees that the Sword Soul trait is at 0%, which means it is not just an ordinary skill. He also notices that that special note with the question mark is still there while his stats keep falling. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door, interrupting his thought. It is Hans, who has come to tell him that the Marquis is urgently calling for him. Yuren sets aside his doubts for a moment and agrees to go see what his father wants now. He arrives at the main office of the mansion, asking if they needed him for something important. Without saying much, the Marquis extends his arm and hands him a dark-covered book. Yuren receives it and reads the title. It is a basic swordsmanship manual from the Kingdom of Crassi. His father explains that he wants him to seriously start learning how to handle a sword. The Marquis has a feeling that, from now on, he will have to face many powerful knights. He makes it clear that he does not expect him to become a master, but that he should at least understand the fundamentals so he knows how to respond in a fight. Yuren starts analyzing the situation. Marquis Rox gives him clear instructions. Read the manual, go to the training yard, and observe the knights so he will be prepared in the future. Yuren accepts immediately, thinking that he cannot reject his father's gesture, even if his plan for learning is not the traditional one. He leaves with the manual under his arm, while his father watches him go. The young man walks through the hallway a little skeptically, wondering if it is really possible to learn how to fight just by reading a book. He starts flipping through it absent-mindedly and admits that, at least, the illustrations are well done. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind while he looks at the drawings of the stances. Barely 5 minutes later, Marquis Rox walks through the hallway thinking about going to eat something. He stops dead in his tracks when he notices something strange up ahead. He finds Yuren lying on the floor of the hallway devouring the book, which leaves him completely bewildered. Yuren looks up with his eyes shining with excitement when he sees his father. With a face full of absolute happiness, he asks if by any chance he has more books like that. The Marquis, surprised and proud at the sudden enthusiasm of his son, promises that he will look for more. Evening falls over the mansion, and Yuren shuts himself in his study, surrounded by piles of books and scrolls. He concentrates to the fullest, analyzing every technical detail on the pages with superhuman intensity. The manual shows the variations of the dragon claw, stance, fundamental techniques of the Kingdom of Crassi. The system reacts immediately. Thanks to his celestial martial body, he can reproduce the technique just by seeing it. Yuren cannot believe that learning swordsmanship is so easy, and decides that today he will finish the entire basic manual. Hours pass, and deep into the night, he is still studying under candlelight without showing the slightest bit of fatigue. Finally, the system confirms that he has mastered all the basic swordsmanship techniques of Crassi. The knowledge is automatically integrated and becomes subordinate to his sword soul trait. This makes the experience of his new trait rise by 10% in a single blow. Excited to see how that sword soul works in practice, he decides that it is time for a field test. He calls Agnes and orders her to manifest immediately in her sword form. The sword spirit appears complaining about being sleepy, reminding him that he has never been good at handling weapons. Yuren ignores the complaints, gets ready, and takes position with a confidence Agnes does not recognize. With a determined movement, he begins executing the techniques he just read. The protagonist unleashes a series of perfect attacks, surrounded by a blue electric energy that lights up the entire room. Agnes is left completely speechless by the shock, wondering what kind of monster the person standing before her has now become. The Rock's mansion looks calm from the outside, but inside someone is studying like crazy. The librarian is at his post, probably wondering why the young master is so buried in books today. Yuren has the table full of manuals, looking for something that is actually worth it to level up. But after reviewing so much, there is something that simply does not add up with what he is reading. The Rookfilm swordsmanship manual looks pretty basic, almost like child's play to him. The system informs him that his sword soul trait only went up by a miserable 0.01% experience. It is useless. The guy goes cold when he sees that there is a 1,000-fold difference in experience compared to the Crassi's manual. It makes no sense. He realizes that reading just anything is useless. What really matters is who wrote the book. Everything depends on the author. The librarian comes over to see if the young master needs anything else before continuing to waste time. Yuren does not waste time and asks if he has any other manual written by someone named Cabal. The caretaker looks doubtful because the name does not ring a bell, but still agrees to go take a look. After a long while, he comes back with the only copy he could find by that author in the whole library. It is like finding a needle in a haystack. It is the basic swordsmanship manual of the Kingdom of Lobel, a name that sounds ancient to Yuren. It turns out that kingdom disappeared a very long time ago, so the book is practically a forgotten relic. Yuren thanks him and keeps the volume, eager to see if his theory about authors finally pays off. He sits down and starts flipping through it to see if there is really gold in those old pages. His heavenly eye activates immediately, and the system starts recording the techniques from the first chapter straight into his mind. Seeing that the trick works, he decides to keep reading nonstop until he finishes all 18 chapters of the manual. His eyes shine while the system processes all that information at an absurd speed. His body is already changing. The system drops a bombshell on him. Not only did he master the Lobel style, but it fused with Crassi's to create the legendary Sword of the Forgotten Emperor. For now, he only has 2 of the 18 parts. Outside, Yuren keeps turning the mysterious name Cabal over in his mind while looking at the horizon. Marquis Rox appears out of nowhere and tells him that he has never heard that name either, which is already very suspicious. His father gets curious and asks where the hell he got those very specific books he has been carrying around. Yuren simply answers that they were just lying there in the family library, like it was nothing. It turns out they are very old volumes that have been there since his grandfather's time or even earlier. Nobody paid attention to them. Changing the subject, the Marquis tells him that he has to attend the Empire's festival because now he is the hero of the campaign. No excuses. But Yuren is not in the mood for parties and makes the excuse that he is not feeling well so he can get out of there as fast as possible. In his mind, he already knows that there is only one person on the entire estate who might know the truth about those books. We move to the garden, where someone is busy trimming bushes with frightening precision. It is Plain Rox, the gardener, who stops when he notices that the young master is looking for him in his work area. Yuren walks straight up to him, setting aside noble formalities to get right to the point. He approaches calmly and asks if he has a free moment to talk about something important. The old man stays silent, simply watching the boy with a look that seems like it is reading his soul. They end up in a small wooden cabin in the middle of the garden, a rather humble place for someone with his talent. They sit down to drink flower tea, while the gardener asks him to speak completely freely, as if they were equal. Yuren takes his time tasting the tea, analyzing how he is going to drop the difficult question, but something surprises him. When he mentions something about his grandfather, the old gardener's expression changes completely. It shows in his eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere becomes extremely heavy, and the air around them seems to freeze. something big is coming. Plane releases a beastly aura pressure, proving that he is no simple gardener, but a hidden level 4 master. He is terrifying like this. Yuren feels all that weight on top of him, thinking that masters in these worlds love showing off their power at the slightest opportunity. Despite the pressure, he stays firm and confesses that he has already discovered who he really is. He is not intimidated. The old man ends up laughing, admitting that he got a little childish while testing him, but he is impressed that the boy endured his aura without even blinking. Plane tells Yuren that he really has changed a lot since the last time he saw him. The old man admits that the last time they crossed paths, he felt something different in him, so he let out a little of his presence to see if he would notice. Yuren confirms that he noticed it, and that Plane did not seem like an ordinary person, so he started investigating on his own. The guy is not playing around. He used his creator's eye ability to see what was up with this gardener. The system gives him the full profile. Plane Rocks is a level 4 master in aura transformation. He turns out to be the strongest swordsman on the entire estate. With the truth on the table, Yuren asks why the hell someone with that much power ended up working as a gardener, and whether his father did not try to stop. The old man explains that he simply wanted to get away from all the noise of the secular world. His brother, the Marquis, tried to stop him, but could not overcome his stubbornness. Yuren remembers hearing that the family's uncle had disappeared without a trace when he was young. But what he is about to tell him leaves him looking very doubtful. Plane says that in the Rocks family, the eldest son always inherits, so since he had nothing to do there, he preferred to go his own way. He started traveling, made friends with some nobles of the empire, and ended up enlisting in the imperial army. At that time, the empire was at war with the kingdom of Merrill. Plane distinguished himself on the battlefield seeking glory so he could return as a great marquis. But in the middle of all that slaughter, there came a moment when he stopped and looked back. And that was when he truly understood what he had actually been doing. He realized that he had massacred countless civilians just because of a stupid fight between kingdoms. The guilt hit him head-on. It was regret that came far too late. He let go of all his prestige, abandoned the empire, and came back home running from his past. The old man lets out a bitter laugh, wondering if the story bored Yuren, since it is something he has not even told willingly. Yuren gives him his respect, knowing that reopening those wounds after so long could not have been easy. He bows his head and sincerely thanks him for trusting him with his personal story. Plane smiles, noticing that the boy is very different from the rumors going around about. Well, to the point, says the old man, asking what he really wanted to know. Yuren takes the opportunity and asks if by any chance he knows someone named Cabal. The gardener looks like he has no idea who that Cabal person is. Then Yuren takes out the manual and shows it to him, explaining that this is the author of the book that has him so intrigued. The moment he sees the volume, the old man's eyes light up immediately. He knows that book. It turns out that Plane was the one who left that manual in the library, which leaves Yuren completely stunned. He explains that when he returned to the estate, he found a boy at the gate desperate to sell a book, and decided to buy it. Yuren tenses up and asks if he remembers any other detail about that mysterious boy. The old man thinks back and mentions one key detail. The boy had black hair. Plane says that the boy would have been about the same age Yuren is now. In this medieval fantasy world, black hair is something extremely rare, almost a total anomaly. Yuren starts sweating cold as he remembers the characters he designed himself. He suspects that boy might be someone very important. In the silence of the night, Yuren Rocks lets out a sigh and closes his book. He has a lot to think about. He stares into the void, turning over the Sword of the Forgotten Emperor technique in his mind. He does not understand how it is completing itself if he left it unfinished in his notes. He is curious to know what is happening, but right now he has a bigger problem. Where is he supposed to find the rest of Cabal's manuals if the world is changing on its own? He decides to put that topic aside for a moment. What he needs now is to refine his dagger technique, the Mansion HWAU. Suddenly, he remembers that he still has not checked the reward he obtained after reaching 4 stars in poison energy absorption. The system shows him the details of the bone melting powder, a legendary poison capable of dissolving flesh, bones, and even the souls of the dead in barely 5 seconds. In martial arts stories, this is what assassins use to erase any trace of a corpse. It is a rather shady tool. Yuren scratches his head, somewhat confused. It is not like he plans to go around secretly eliminating people, so he does not see much immediate use for it. Even so, he goes out to the courtyard to keep training with his dagger under the daylight. He launches a quick attack, leaving a trail of purplish energy in the air. The strike is sharp and precise, landing right in the center of the training target. At that moment, Philo comes running at full speed, shouting to get his attention. The butler arrives almost out of breath and tells him that Marquis Rocks is looking for him right now. Yuren looks at him calmly and asks why all the fuss if they only called for him. He could have just walked over peacefully. Philo explains that it is an urgent matter and that he received orders to bring him there as quickly as possible. That makes him suspicious. He pauses for a second to analyze the situation. As he walks toward the mansion, he thinks that they are supposed to be in a period of peace, so he does not understand what is happening. They arrive at the study door. Philo announces his presence, and from inside they are ordered to enter immediately. Upon entering, Yuren notices that his father is not alone. There is a man in blue and white armor waiting. He is a stern-looking man with graying hair and mustache. His presence commands respect. Yuren recognizes him immediately. It is Karox Livingstone, Kaina's older brother and commander of the Silver Surrey Knights. He knows perfectly well who he is. He is the guy who tried to poison him and ended up giving him an infinite poison supply by accident. Obviously, Karox has no idea about that. Marquis Rox turns serious. He tells him that he called him because the situation is critical. House Rox has just received a desperate request for military support. There is no time to lose. It turns out that the northern outer wall, which defends House Aaliyah, was breached by the enemy yesterday. Yuren starts putting the pieces together. At this time, monsters usually appear in the north, and this is exactly when the protagonist of the original story should appear to save the day and gain prestige. But he goes pale when he realizes that the protagonist is nowhere to be seen. The guy is neglecting his job and leaving a dangerous gap in the plot. The Marquis sighs deeply. After thinking it over, he has made a risky decision. He orders Yuren to lead a unit of knights from his side and march immediately to the north to reinforce the defense. Yuren accepts the mission, but asks what kind of monsters caused the disaster this time. Karox looks worried. Yuren sees his father's reaction and braces for the worst. He knows they are not facing simple beat. The Marquis confirms his suspicions. The enemy is the undead, an army of corpses that know no rest. Yuren's eyes light up. This changes things completely. He starts thinking again about the bone-melting powder. If this is not the perfect time to use it against the dead, then he does not know what would be. It fits like a glove. The Marquis asks him to be careful, but Yuren takes it with a calmness that throws him off. With a huge grin and a thumbs up, Yuren assures him that he will win great merits and raise House Rox's prestige sky high. His father and Karox just stare at him, not understanding anything. Yuren's blind confidence leaves them completely speechless. 2 days later, the courtyard is full of soldiers ready to march. Someone announces that everyone is waiting for Yuren to give the signal to depart. Yuren arrives already equipped and ready for war, but stops dead when he sees someone he did not expect to see there. He finds his younger brother Colin, who is also wearing armor. Yuren thought the boy had already left to return to the capital. Colin explains that he would rather gain real battlefield experience right now than waste time at school. He says it with a lot of determination. He scratches his head a little embarrassed and asks Yuren for permission to join the expedition and fight by his side. The trip north has just become more interesting. Yuren looks a little awkward about the situation. His father, Marquis Rox, thinks that this brat has changed a lot after nearly dying, becoming much humbler. The Marquis tells him they can leave whenever they want. Yuren nods, ready for action. But before leaving, the Marquis turns serious and looks him straight in the eyes. He says, "Yuren, I entrust my younger brother Colin to you, and also the safety of all our soldiers." Yuren feels the pressure crash down on him all at once. Without wasting time, the Marquis gives the order to begin magical transport immediately. A group of mages in purple robes surrounds the army and begins channeling the warp spell. An explosion of white light covers everything. The instant journey has begun. Above the Rox mansion, a giant magic circle forms and lights up the sky as they disappear. A second later, they appear in the cold north. Yuren and the knights look a little dizzy from the jump. Yuren smiles in relief. "We are here," he says while looking around. Before them stretches the military camp of House Aaliyah, full of tents and wooden fortifications. A man approaches them, walking with a firm stride, and welcomes them. He is a young man with silver hair and shining armor. He introduces himself as Kyle Aaliyah, the eldest son of House Aaliyah. Yuren introduces himself as well, but Kyle looks at him rather curiously. Kyle lets out a laugh and makes a surprised face. He says he was curious about who would come, and it turns out to be the same guy who beat up his younger brother, Caruda. Yuren laughs nervously, but Kyle brushes it off. He says that these things happen in training duels and there are no hard feelings. With a smile, Kyle invites him in to officially introduce him to Duke Aaliyah. They enter a huge tent, where a booming laugh can be heard from inside. "Ha ha ha," roars the man inside the tent, while the guards remain firm. Duke Aaliyah, a man with a white beard and a golden crown, receives him with open arms. He calls him the Kingslayer Yuren Rox and sincerely thanks him for coming to help. Yuren bows respectfully. He says it is an honor and that he will do everything possible to support them in battle. He gets straight to the point and asks when the deployment begins. The Duke tells him the plan is to attack tomorrow at dawn. The Duke is very confident because many noble houses have sent reinforcements. He is sure they will recover the northern wall without trouble. But suddenly the sound of war drums interrupts them. Kyle and the Duke go pale. "Are they attacking right now?" asks the Duke, unable to believe it. Outside the camp, in the middle of the darkness, a massive army is approaching. The drums do not stop sounding. Seeing the magnitude of the enemy troops, Duke Aaliyah is terrified. The number of enemies is simply insane. At the front of the horde appears the Dullahan, a headless knight riding a spectral blue horse, surrounded by a tide of undead. A soldier shouts that they must retreat immediately before they are surrounded, but the Duke hesitates. If they withdraw now, everything will be lost. While everyone is panicking, Yuren has already launched straight into the attack. Someone shouts in confusion, "What is wrong with that guy? He is going to face a Dullahan with only dagger." Yuren leaps through the air with incredible agility, drawing his small weapons as he drops toward the enemy. A zombie roars loudly, but has no idea what is about to hit it. With a cold and focused look, Yuren picks his target. He launches his attack against the Dullahan, while a white light gleams in his hands. Suddenly, the monster begins to smoke and fall apart. The Dullahan is melting like butter. The Death Knight is consumed by a purplish energy. Those watching cannot believe that a creature of that level is falling so easily. Somewhere far away, a hooded man watches the whole scene through a crystal ball. "What did I just see?" he mutters, completely shocked. The image of Yuren smiling is burned into the crystal as the Dullahan turns to dust. The observer wonders who this man really is, the one who just ruined his plan.